All right. Good morning. What a show today. Also, just a reminder that over on the podcast channel, I will have the podcast up late as usual. Well, not late. I always get it up before the day ends. It will just get up really late in the day. I just, I don't feel that sense of urgency until the very last second. Very neurodivergent of me. But it's going to be about, are you dating a guy that would end up in the Epstein files? And like the idea behind it, right, is to get very serious as 2026 about who we're dating, who's coming into our life, who we're friends with, what's happening. And also being like aware that there's a level of nuance and gray to a lot of these things. So let's go ahead and pause this music. 1, 2, and 3. So I usually don't cover Epstein because it feels more like news than philosophy stuff, and I'm a philosophy channel. But I had to ask myself, what is the philosophical perspective on recognizing that, all these powerful people who are very much in control and have a big say in our life, what does it mean that the people who have some of the most say in our systems are some of the worst people ever? Now, I want to separate, because this is a philosophy channel, our personal life on the micro and our in our life on the macro in terms of the system, not macro in terms of the universe, but just within the framework of planet Earth. And I just want to remind people that these are two separate things, because sometimes I do think that we forget that we are more than the systems we live in. And so we have to pay attention to that. And that's your everyday stuff. Like, again, nothing is really uniquely happening. Epstein, Trump, the White House, like nothing is really new. It's not like our ancestors didn't experience similar things. It's not like the world has always been a horribly pedophilic place. It's not like, all of these things haven't been happening. I put I put out a review of this man talking about how philosophers hated women. Do you guys remember the video I reviewed a couple weeks ago? And the comment section, I've just let it run wild. It's absolutely just hell on earth. It smells like a locker room in there, I'm sure. And every comment is calling me a beastler, and every comment's just like, wow, proving his point much. And every comment is just so upset. And I'm just looking at this like, one comment even said, women have had total freedom for 50 years, and this is all you guys could do with it. I was like, so you agree that men haven't been in charge this whole time? So you agree? Like, I think people don't hear themselves when they talk, you know what I mean? Where it's like, in this idea that women have had total freedom for 50 years, like, what does that even mean? So you agree. Like, they don't know how to have the conversation without understanding the difference between individuals and systems. So I just want to remind you guys to make sure you lock in and pay attention to the conversation being about individuals and systems, which are different things. Systems exist outside of people. People reinforce systems. Okay? But people exist within themselves. So these things are different. Discourse said looking lesbian today. Thank you. I feel like do you guys see a difference? I feel like I'm starting to see it finally. I feel like I'm getting, I feel like I'm starting to see it. So, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to show you, I've also been trying to watch videos from international news just to see the differences. Somebody said in a comment, the world is watching America the way America watched Tiger King. Now, I didn't watch Tiger King, so I missed out on it. But I will just say this. I get it. I think that's true. I think the world is watching. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you guys for the compliments. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay. But like that's what I think is interesting, Chat said drop the workout routine. Listen, as a fibro girly, I'm just trying to do all body. I'm just trying to do an all body exercise that keeps me, like just keeps me moving. Really, that's my life. Great example. Me having fibro and trying to work out every day, that's my life. And it exists outside of systems. But then my life is impacted by systems like taxation or immigration. I'm also an American living in Croatia. Now the system is impacting my life, right? But my personal life, I'm just worried about working out, hitting my protein. Okay, I spent all morning counting my little macros, micros, whatever. Okay, my protein, my carbs, my fats, and trying to create the perfect systematic meal that I can have forever. Okay, that hits me, and I'm just sat there all morning crying because I was like, I'm not getting enough protein. That's my personal life. Okay. And then there's the system we wake up to every day that makes me wish that the only thing I had to worry about in my life was working out and getting my protein. Because that's the ideal life, right? The ideal life is like waking up and getting your kid to school and coming home and just worrying about whether or not you're up to date on One Piece, which, by the way, I told my partner, I was like, I'm going to open up stream today and just say, like, today we're talking about celestial dragons, because that's basically what we're talking about today. And if you know, you know, but we're basically just going to be talking about celestial dragons all day. And that's the thing that's crazy, but also why I love One Piece as a world building anime, because the world is so reflective of our own. It's so appropriately like our own, or so like, just perfectly like a great mirror. But that's the point. And the irony of One Piece characters is the idea that, like, some people want to be a celestial dragon and some people are like, what? But then you also understand how much power they have in the world. Anyways, okay, I'm only on episode like 1005, so don't spoil. Wait, Chet says you have a child? No. I don't have a child. I'm saying ideal life is like if you're a parent, taking your kid to school and getting home, and that's stressful enough, right? Getting your kid to their doctor's appointments is stressful enough. And now on top of that, you got to worry about these fucking pedophile, people in power pedophiles coming down to, it's just crazy. It's exhausting, but it's never, it's always been that way. You know how men are obsessed with the Roman Empire? Okay, what do you think that was? You know what I mean? All these men obsessed with the Roman Empire. You mean obsessed with pedophilia? Like, what are you obsessed with? That's a joke, because the Romans actually did implement like roads and a lot of really great things. So like, but that's, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Chet says, I think it's a literary problem. If Tiger King was edited to be taken seriously as true crime doc, it would have been received differently. Ooh. I heard it was very entertaining, though. I really missed out. I really just have no idea really about Tiger King. Isn't that funny? During lockdown, that was also what was so interesting is, like, even lockdown, there were whole groups of people having completely different relationships with media, right? Tiger King was during lockdown. See, now I'm even double checking, because my lockdown experience was so different. Like, I was doing different things. I was really just catching up on anime during lockdown and I guess watching Love on the Spectrum. But also I was streaming. I was like, YouTube was really busy. My job was busy, Yeah, it was during peak lockdown. See? Yeah. And I love that. I love it. Kat says, would you say making memes and about Epstein is minimalizing the evil and destruction done by the bad actors? I assume you're writing down. It depends on who's doing it. I think everything is contextual for me. So I think there might be an appropriate time to make a meme, for sure. I think memes are really important. I think humor is really important. I just think it's about who's doing it. I do struggle when I think people in positions of power are making jokes, because it's like, yeah, this isn't funny right now. I'm going to need the adults to step the fuck up. But do I care that people online are making jokes? Like, not as much. But I also think like life is kind of a joke. Like, tell me what's more of a joke than evolving into an animal species that can literally like cure diseases and feed the population and build skyscrapers and housing for people, and then we don't. Like, I can't, what's more of a joke than the conservatives being so focused on, quote, saving children from pedophiles, they elected one. Like, we are a joke. We are a fucking joke. And so, like, from a understanding your place in the universe perspective, I think this really comes down to, like, who are you in the story? And everyone is playing a different role. Once again, referencing One Piece, everyone is playing a very different role, And that's kind of the point. Okay, look at this video of Epstein chasing girls around his kitchen. Ugh, I hate this video. Ugh. I hate this video. Ugh, you just know he thinks he's so... Ugh. And this is why we're critical of men who are into young women. They all think they're such catches with their 50-year-old ugly fucking faces, 6-year-old fucking ugly faces, running around chasing girls around a kitchen, probably thinking he's such a catch. That's what I'm saying. Like, I love you, peace and love. Don't make me disrespect you by calling you an old fucking piece of trash. Like, don't even piss me off today. So gross. All these 50, 60, 70-year-old men thinking they're so fucking cute, having these young girls giggling around a kitchen as if these girls aren't going to have a realization one day of like, what the fuck is happening to them? That's what's so gross about it. But these like, oh, it's so, I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. Okay. So there's this video that came out there. So what happened is, so I'm sure you've heard, that's why I'm not treating this like a news stream, right? You know what's up. They released like 3 million pages, thousands of videos and pictures, like a whole bunch of information on Epstein, a lot of it redacted, a lot of it inappropriately redacted, meaning they missed over, I think, 100 victim names. So that's an issue. But apparently all of these victims and no one's getting arrested, right? All of these victims, and all of these high-powered men being mentioned and no arrests are being made. So, just, okay. But I want you to relate this to your life. I want you to relate it to your family members, your family history. How many of the predators in your family people ignore? Okay. How many people in your family do people not intercede and try to like get the victims or help people? And then I'm not surprised rich people are doing it. They've always been doing that. Rich people, powerful people have always been doing fucked up shit. But we're doing it too. We're just ignoring it when we do it. And I'm saying we can't hold Epstein accountable until we hold our family accountable. That's really what I believe. Okay? That's what I believe. And that's the hardest part for people to process because you think you were not them. You think your family isn't them. You think your family is better than them. But the truth is, your uncle, your grandfather, the people in your family, the women who hide the predators and vouch for their sons, that's what's happening. And that's why I say the world's a reflection of us as a whole. Class 3 sexual predator. Here, Epstein being interviewed.
What are you, class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Was tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm the lowest. I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
Is your money dirty money?
If you live.
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact.
Why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned
yes.
it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So, instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
You think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no
Why?
question. Because I think about it, I think ethics is always a complicated subject. But I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people with their money.
If we walked into, you're a mathematician. We walked into that clinic.
This argument is always used. I've heard this my whole life. I've heard this my whole life about everyone. We voted for Trump because we think he'll do more harm than good, even though we know he's a bad person. Well, he's a bad person, but at least he paid and donated. That's how bad people stay in your good graces. They give you something you want, and then you go, he's the best guy around, Was it really that bad what he did? Yeah, congratulations. This tactic has been used forever. That's the point. So the question is, are you ready as a person, as a species, as a humanity, to not allow them to use this as a reason for us to look the other way? And this is sort of what I think of as moving outside of the system, because this is how the system works. And this is why I think liberals are so complicit in the system, because they play into this. Well, yeah, he's bad in this way, but look at all the good he did. It's like, no. Okay. Or like, she's this, but he's that. No. And so, again, I do think this always comes down to our family. So, okay, let me bring out my paint. Hold on. Let me bring out my paint. Okay. So we live on planet Earth, right? This is where all the bad things are happening. But we know Earth isn't the center of the universe philosophically, right? Like there are other planets, maybe other life, who knows? There's other. We just think we're the center because, well, we have our perception, and our perception makes us the main character. Whether you think you are or not, you move through your life really thinking like your feelings are the most important, your life's the most important, your family's the most real. Like it's very hard. You have to constantly be introspecting, extrospecting. You have to constantly, it's actually like also just not biologically sound to constantly be reminding yourself that every single person is just as valuable as you. So you kind of have to turn it off to be able to move through your day, right? It allows you to move through your day. It also allows you to feel justified in the way you treat people sometimes, negative or positive, right? So we exist on Earth, and on Earth, there are billions of people all dealing with their own family struggles, their own problems, their own everything. So not only do we have family problems, we have family structures, we have individual problems, okay? And this is really difficult because, well, if we just pay attention to the individual, we'll neglect these things. But then if we only pay attention to this, we'll neglect these things. If we only pay attention to this, we're definitely going to neglect these things. Sadly, exhaustingly, we have to pay attention to all of the things. And that's really fucking hard. It's really exhausting. So then people go and they become like nihilistic. You know, we're just on a floating rock in space. Nothing matters. Fuck these guys. I'm just going to fuck shit up. Nothing matters. Da, da, da. Okay. So we obviously don't want to do that, right? We don't want to give up. We don't want to see Epstein and Trump and get overwhelmed and decide, well, if these guys are just going to keep doing what they're doing and then getting away with it, we might as well give up too. More like you have to accept that it has always been this way forever. So, you know, the timeline that existed on planet Earth, it's not like, oh, this was when the good times were and like now we're here and this is the bad times. It's like, no, it's always just been this. And it is getting better on the macro. Like humans are doing way better than they've ever done, right? Like well, if you guys would stop not taking your vaxes, like we've been doing vaccinations, we've been doing medical care, like, you know, philosophy is better, education is better, life is better, relationships are better. We have more choices than we've ever had. Like, you know, things are getting better. But also, nothing is unique about where we are in the timeline because it's always been this way. And nothing will be unique as it continues forward either. Like, as it continues forward, we'll just be here on the timeline and this will be all the future. And they will feel the same way we feel right now and the same way that they felt it then, right? So you have to first acknowledge you're just, you know, a moment in time, you're living history. And then you have to recognize like, okay, we have to do something different than they did here in order to move us into the future. Or we don't do anything and we still move into the future in terms of a timeline, but nothing even changes a little bit. Now, I don't think that's possible. I think humans, regardless of our attempt to stop it, will always evolve forward. We'll move forward. We'll become different. So it's the combination of holding two truths at once. I, the individual, am important and what I do doesn't matter. I, the individual, is a part of a collective and I'm a part of something bigger than myself and therefore I impact people and I matter. You matter to the individual, but usually when we say I don't matter, we mean to the universe. And sure, the universe doesn't much have an opinion about us, but we have an understanding that we impact our friends and family and schools and businesses. But sometimes I think you're so disconnected from your life, you maybe even don't feel like that. But the truth is we do make an impact, right? Now, I don't say this to guilt anybody too. Like, I'm not going to say this to guilt you. Like, oh, people know you exist and you impact people and you got to do something. I'm saying humans are what they are. And the only time they're different is when we do different things. So Epstein is not interesting or unique. He's simply a reflection of everything that's been happening forever. And that's why the conspiracy theorists should not feel good about themselves right now because they were not right about a lot of that stuff. But I know a lot of them feel really good about themselves today, but y'all are wrong too. Okay, Alex Jones and all these people, they heard a lot of people being very wrong with their conspiracy theories. So if you want to be better than these predators you're so allegedly concerned about, then be better. But don't act like Alex Jones didn't harass families, like all these conspiracy theories didn't ruin their own relationships with their families. They too were a little off their rockers with their whole, you know, I know what's going on and you don't. So no, we shouldn't be feeling pretty good about ourselves until you radically accept, of course, nothing was new about people in power doing bad things. Okay, we know. The fact that even conspiracy theorists feel like I told you, told me what? That rich white men in power were doing shitty things? Okay, and? As if we didn't know this. That's what I'm saying. Now, here's the reason it's shocking. Are you ready for this? It's because no one ever listens to women. If you had been listening to women and minorities this whole time, none of this would be shocking. We've been telling you. We've been telling you. We've been telling you. We've been telling you. And the fact that you guys need to dig up proof, you know, I saw all the memes of instead of just believing the women, you have to wait till Epstein admits it himself. So instead of believing the hundreds of victims that have come forward, you're waiting for one man to say, yeah, I did it. We've been saying it. So it's a little annoying to me that all these conspiracy theorists woke up today feeling good about themselves when, hello? All right, back to the devil himself.
Clinic, where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from a, what are you, class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Was tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm
The lowest?
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate?
Yeah, exactly. Jay goes, they're waiting for Trump to say it too. Literally. How many people have to come forward about Trump? I think over 30, 40 people. Like, it's been so many people at this point. And your parents, my parents are still waiting. They're like, well, you know, people say that about him because they want his money or they want to be famous. Okay, but what about the predators in our own family? Well, what were those girls doing? What were those people? You mean those children? You mean the kids? What were the kids doing? You mean, what? Who? Okay.
Estimate. I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate, would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, if I told them the devil,
100%.
the devil
Himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
And by the way, can I just say the way people are trying to make this about Ghislaine or Ghislaine, they're trying to say Ghislaine. I'm going to learn how to say her name right. The reason they're saying Ghislaine is like, oh, she's the mastermind. She's behind all of this. Women are always the scapegoat. Powerful men always use women as a scapegoat because they don't want to take responsibility for what they did. Yes, she's responsible, but she isn't the mastermind. Okay? And that's the problem. You always do this. You always make it about the women. Did she have as much power as him? I highly fucking doubt it. In the same way women never do in any of these stories, in any of these moments. Okay? Again, when we have these conversations, okay, women can be responsible, but they're not at the same level of power. You want her to be held more accountable than the men. And I'm saying the men who did it are the point because the men have the system to back them up, right? That's the point. This reminds me of One Piece. Once again, this 30,000 army that Kaido has, all men basically. I mean, there's women there, but like for every 10 guys, it's a girl. And I'm just saying, women are not the system. It's not women who are joining armies and by droves kidnapping kids from school. It's men. So though women are in the room, it's not women as a system. It's men as a system and women who uphold that system. They're still secondary. The women who uphold patriarchy are still secondary. Okay? The men who created the framework, maintain the framework, and use and recruit people to maintain that framework, they're the head of the dragon. We have to cut that head off.
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember the devil is somebody knows
what?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2
Yeah, Chess says, I can't think of a better analogy for America than the Epstein files. Mountains of evidence of powerful men raping children, and the only person in prison is a woman. Okay, now Epstein was in prison, God knows, but like, that's the point. Is like they are. I've seen people turning this around and making it about her. She is not the main player. I do not care. Like everyone wants to say like, oh, her. First of all, there's a very high chance, just like with Andrew Tate, that she was recruited and abused herself, because that's often what happens. And remember, it's what happened with Diddy. So Diddy recruits, he kidnaps, rapes, molests. All these men have the same structure. It's the same fucking story every time. Men at head, create plan. Victimize, groom victims. Groomed victim then turns around and recruits other victims. It's such a basic storyline. It's the same story every time. I've read this book 1,000 times in my life, and that's the point. Had these men never existed, these women never would have been groomed to then carry on those orders. That's the point. That at the end of the day, the most responsible person is the person who did this, who created them, who groomed the first and brought her along and recruited. Women are often used. Okay, I had a friend once who was at a gas station, and 2 women approached her and started talking to her about how she could make a lot of money. And right away she was like, you need to stop talking to me. Okay. And she was like a very in shape. She's a gym girly, Mexican girl, very brown Mexican girl. And I sat there, I was like, hey, like it felt very vulnerable to me. She's a tiny girl. Like she's shorter than I am. She's tiny. And I sat there, I was like, hey, and I know for a fact, and I'm so proud of her, that she felt it in her gut, something bad was happening. And I was like, they use women, they convince you you'll make a lot of money, they pick vulnerable looking women, okay? And that what's worse is because of the media and the way that it is, had that girlie gone missing, I don't think people would have cared as much, okay? They would have had to make this whole story about her, because it's very hard to get brown and black victims represented in media and for people to care about them. And so like, I was just, when I heard that story, I was so angry for her, because I was like, that's what's so, but these women should be held accountable, but they are not the masterminds. They are not the reason they even exist in that moment. And that's the point I'm trying to make, that people are missing, because they'll say, oh, you just don't want to hold women accountable. Do not get it twisted that these women aren't accountable, but to what extent are people accountable is different. There is a difference. And if you don't know the difference, well, then how are we ever going to solve anything in life? Because that's what happened. My family was having a big discussion, like a big argument about who was more accountable, the predator or the victim. And I was like, why are we even talking about this? Why are you even talking about who's more accountable? And they're like, well, the victim was 17, so they knew better. No. Your 17-year-old sexual victims, predators in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, targeting 17-year-olds, vulnerable teenagers for sex or sexual activity, are not accountable. They're not responsible. They're literally being tricked and groomed. They're being targeted on purpose. And so the fact that we're even having a conversation, the fact that they even want to give it 50-50, they're like, how about 50-50? No 50-50. No 50-50. No. And it's because conservatives often have in their mind that kids know better for their age. Mother Mary was 14 when she got impregnated by that angel. And apparently, because teenagers were given more responsibility, then it's okay. So they always talk about how Islam, you know, allegedly there was child brides, but nobody wants to talk about Mary. You know, again, we pick and choose which predators we decide to hate. And there's a pattern here. So again, with Trump bragging, with Trump literally saying, you know, they'll let you do it if you're famous. What do you think that is? They'll let you do it if you're famous? He's saying, I'm taking advantage of my position as a famous person to pressure people into a corner and to offer them, hopefully, in his mind or their mind, maybe success, which is what we saw with Weinstein. We saw this with all the celebrities. That's why I say, like, as much as you think you want to be famous, you don't. As much as you think you want to be popular, you don't. As much as you think you want to be liked by these celebrities, you don't, girl. If a celebrity slides into your DMs, block. I know you're going to be tempted. I know you're going to think it's a fairy tale. You're hoping this is Crazy Rich Asians and he just happens to love you organically. Girl, block. Block. This is not what you think it is. And that's the problem. They're all connected. And I feel bad. A lot of the women who came out for Me Too, initially, I get it. I came from that mindset of like, how responsible are these women of walking away from movie deals when offered, you know, this in exchange? And the truth is, it shouldn't have even been on the table, but it always has been. Rock Hudson talks about this too in some Rock Hudson biographies. They talk about how even Rock Hudson, who's gay, was told, you know, the casting couch, you know, if he gives men blowjobs, maybe he'll get a role. And I'm saying That is the system. The system is the expectation that if you want the role, you have to suck dick. And I'm saying if that's the system in place, dismantle it. Get rid of it. Destroy. Because that system is made to create more victims. These people are victims. And yes, in our mind, we're thinking, oh, I would walk away. I would never be tempted. But listen to what Epstein just said right now. Okay? So you heard, now listen to what Epstein just said. If your child is sick, I don't think you'd care where the money came from. Even if it was the devil himself. Exactly. Because you have to understand, for a lot of people, they think that's how they hold it over you. This could be good for your family. You could get out of a bad neighborhood. You could pay for your kids' tuition. You could get your dad a better hospital visit. Like, come on, just do it. Just do it. You'll get money. I'll get off. Just do it. And then we do it because we think, okay, well, if this is what it takes, like, who cares? You know, but then it eats at you and it haunts you and it impacts your mental health. And then, like we know of an Epstein victim, you can end your life because it's too much to handle, right? Jessica, do you think because your parents had to grow up quickly that are more likely to think kids are grown? Sorry for the assumption. I don't think my parents had to grow up quickly any more than anybody else. What do you mean? Do you think because your parents had to grow up quickly? I mean, my parents had to grow up quickly the way all boomers think they had to grow up quickly, right? My parents didn't have to grow up any more quickly than any other boomer in America. I think this is a boomer mentality more than my parents specifically. I think it's unique to this idea that we're so mature for our age, or we were held more responsible. But like, if you look back on my mom and dad's life, you look back at most of our parents' lives, like, you're not growing up any more than anybody else is. Like, you're on the similar trajectory. You go to high school, you graduate, get married in your 20s. You know what I mean? Like, what's so fucking hard about your life? You know what I mean? So I think, like, they think that story they tell themselves is that we had more responsibility. What responsibility? You had intergenerational living. You were living with your mom and dad. Like, you moved out of the house eventually, sure, but like, you were working in good industries. You could pay your bills. What are you talking about? So, like, it depends on how you tell the story. It's not like you know what I mean? I don't know. I guess it depends on how you tell the story. It literally, like, I think that's the part that frustrates me, is like, everyone always talks about like having to grow up before I was ready. We're not growing up. We're just being traumatized. Being 15-year-old, like, this isn't my parents' story, right? But like, my chat said, sorry, I assume they were married young. I mean, they were married young at like 21, but that's not that young. Like, people have always been married at 21, 22. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not that young. I think my mom had her first kid about, how old's my brother? Yeah, I think she was like 22 or something. Right? It's not like she was 16. So, you know, but the way they tell the stories, the way you know what I mean? I feel like that's what we should, like, again, our parents are like the news, or like the Epstein files, or like Trump. Everybody tells the story in a way that they want to remember it, and they want you to remember it. Versus like, what really happened? You know what started popping my bubbles when my older cousins would come to me? They'd be like, hey, Brittany, you should ask your mom about this. I was like, oh. They're like, you should ask your dad about this. I was like, what do you know about my parents? You know, what do you know about my parents? And they're like, you should ask your parents to tell you the truth about some of these stories they tell you. And I was like, oh. And then you find out everyone in the family has a different story about what happened. And then you start to realize, like, hold on, who is telling the truth about this story? And then you realize, like, the way we love to tell stories. Okay, I'll give you an example. When I was younger, what's a good example? My mom would say, oh, here's a good one. My brother and I are looking through, I have 8 brothers, but my brother who's next to me, okay, me and him, we're like the 2 first of my dad's bio kids, okay? And we're going through the family albums, and I go, oh! And he goes, why are we at your wedding? I was like, oh my God, are we at your wedding? And he goes, are we bastards? I was like, oh my God, we're bastards. I was like, who is that? Why are we at your wedding? And my parents were like, okay, look, we got secret married. And I was like, secret married? They go, by a priest. And I was like, oh, huh? And they go, my mom goes, I couldn't get an annulment from the Catholic Church fast enough. So we got married by the government, but we couldn't get married in the Catholic Church. I was like, so it wasn't a real wedding. We were had out of wedlock. You weren't even married. And then they go, no. We got secret married. I was like, oh, you got secret married? Was this Braveheart in the forest? You know how in Braveheart, if you guys know, they get married in the forest, like a secret wedding. You know, I was like, oh, was this a secret? What is this? Okay. And my parents go, no. God, in God's eyes, it was okay because, you know, and I'm like, oh, okay. And that's the point. Like, so then, of course, when they got the annulment 3 years later for her first marriage, we were there at the wedding, of course. And that's the point. That's the point is like, oh, I get it. Okay. And that's what I want you to realize about all of our lives, right? Is how they tell the story. Yes, they romanticize the hell out of it. Yes, they did. Yes, they did, chat. To this day. It's like, oh, the most romantic story. And oh, it was so romantic. Your father this and me this. And oh, we made love and all of heaven. And oh, you were conceived. And I'm like, oh. And that's the point. And these same parents who want to create this whole myth around like God and secret marriage and ordained in front of the Lord and blah, 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 are also sitting here arguing with me over predators in the family. They're also sitting here arguing with me about it. Okay? Chad said, that's hilarious. I'm so glad I asked. I love when you talk about your family. My family is literally everything right and wrong with the world. We love each other so much, but Jesus, the amount of dysfunction. The amount of dysfunction. And that's what it is. That's what I want people to process, you know? And, you know, wait, Chad says my mom was 22 when she got married. I think I'm so stunted. I couldn't imagine having kids at 26. I couldn't imagine having a kid at 26 or 24. Fuck no. People do it. My sister-in-law had her first kid at 31 and they have 5 kids now and they're so happy. And they're just, you know, a big part of it is like their kids raising kids. You know, they're more adult now. But in the beginning, they were kids raising kids. It doesn't mean, like, that's the problem is like yes, I wouldn't necessarily recommend a 21-year-old to have children. Okay. But it's not that abnormal. But maybe it should be, but it's not. And so like growing up fast is true of everybody on the planet almost, especially with the new way we're viewing human beings. Like, you know, I kind of give people leeway all through their 20s, to be honest. I just kind of feel like until you hit 30, you might need some time to grow up. But some people think that's too late. And I think, yeah, sure, for some things, but maybe not for everything. So, you know, things are changing too, how we view this. Chad says, I would argue even up to 24 is still developmentally speaking too young to be considered an adult. Your brain isn't finished cooking. Well, here's the thing, like your brain's never really finished cooking. That's kind of a myth. That study they did about the frontal lobe, like not finishing till you're 26, it's not exactly what it says. It's actually a misunderstanding of the study. We never stop developing. Our brain never, like we go down in IQ eventually at a certain age, but like generally speaking, like our brain, we're still developing. So like this whole thing, like your brain's not done forming till 26, that's not exactly accurate from my understanding, though this isn't my area of expertise, obviously. But from my understanding, it was a very small pool of people and the study wasn't done exactly, but we ran with it. And then we based our whole life off of it, right? So the issue is be careful too how you even view yourself in terms of development, because it seems to be more or less like we're going to have to remain focused on growing till the day we die, right? Because as the brain remains plastic, it just gets harder over time to change it up. Always just plastic. Yeah, I think that's the issue. Yeah, Chad says, though I read recently that the adolescent brain ends at 32. So then they just came out with a newer study that said, oh, you have an adolescent brain. I saw that too. But then that doesn't necessarily mean what we think it means. Because then people are like, oh, I guess the age of consent, we should move it up to 25. That's not what that means. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean, that's not what that means either. It's like people, as humans, we're not developed enough as a species to have truly nuanced conversations. We can only have the ones that are heavily impacted by our bias and prejudice and our misunderstanding of language as well. Like, you know, there's like this, even on my video I made over on my podcast channel about consent culture and people dating younger people. They're like, oh, so should no one consent till they're 25? Like, that's not the point. But people think it is. And that's why, again, how you view the story is so important. How we tell the story is so important, right? Okay, let's go back to evil incarnate.
Angel. And the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie.
Hold on. This footage comes after the shock emails revealed Sarah Ferguson told Epstein, just marry me. Okay. Hold on. I don't want to read stuff. I want to hear stuff. So this is the full interview that got dropped. It's all over YouTube. So many channels have uploaded it again. So there's like Steve Bannon apparently is interviewing Epstein, and it's all of this footage. So that's just a clip of where this footage is coming from, right? Now, before we jump into that, though, I just want to watch some news coverage.
We move on to the other news
of some of the stuff happening, so we're kind of up to date in case you guys have missed it on your own.
this Monday night to the Jeffrey Epstein files and the outrage growing at this hour after the DOJ accidentally revealed the names of nearly 100 survivors. The New York Times also reporting that dozens of images of young nude women were also released by the DOJ. What the survivors are demanding tonight, and here's Pierre Thomas.
Tonight, fresh anguish for nearly 100 victims of sex offender Jeffrey Epstein after the Justice Department accidentally released their names and reportedly some of their images as well. Today, attorneys for victims demanding that all 3 million pages made public last week be taken down, telling a judge every hour matters. The harm is ongoing and irreversible. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche has acknowledged mistakes were made.
Every time we hear from a victim or their lawyer that they believe that their name was not properly redacted, we immediately rectify that.
But previously anonymous victims say that's not enough. I have never come forward, wrote one woman, identified as Jane Doe. This is devastating to my life. Please, I'm begging you to delete my name. Tonight, fellow survivors like Danny Binsky speaking out.
For survivors who have never, ever come forward, this is heartbreaking.
And the New York Times reporting that DOJ published dozens of nude images of young women or possibly teenagers before taking them down when they were alerted. The latest DOJ release, which officials say is the last one, included hundreds of mentions of President Trump, most of them in newspaper articles. Trump and Epstein were friends in the 1990s. When Epstein was arrested in 2019, Trump said they'd had a falling out and hadn't spoken in 15
over a girl allegedly that Jeffrey Epstein convinced to leave Mar-a-Lago to come work for him, allegedly.
years.
They released 3 million pages. It's like this is all they're supposed to be doing. And frankly, the DOJ, I think, should just say, we have other things to do.
Trump has denied any wrongdoing. And the Justice Department has said they found no reason to charge anyone else with crimes. But tonight, who's who of rich and powerful men forced to explain why they apparently made...
Amazing that nobody, just Epstein. So Epstein ran this crazy, sex trafficking ring, but only he's guilty?
maintained communication with Epstein after he was convicted of sex crimes. Everyone from Elon Musk to Giants co-owner Steve Tisch, to Trump's current Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, to Britain's former Prince Andrew, who was pictured in these photos.
Oh my God, these pictures. I was enraged. These pictures, the amount of anger I had in these photos. Oh my God, I'm so angry. And Epstein probably took a lot of these photos just to blackmail his clients, right? To keep everybody hush hush, because that's what's happening with the Bill Gates situation. We'll get into it, right? This picture pisses me off. Passed out women, passed out victims, people who look at, absolutely, not awake. And they're just, it makes me so mad.
Leaning over a young woman lying on the floor. All the men say they have done nothing wrong.
Okay.
And insist they knew nothing about Epstein's crimes. But tonight, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying Andrew, who was stripped of his royal titles because of his entanglements with Epstein, should testify before Congress, saying Epstein's victims have to be the first priority.
Tonight, DOJ says it has taken down thousands of pages of documents that may have included names and pictures of victims. A judge has scheduled a conference hearing for Wednesday to discuss whether more can and should be done. David, the victims say this is all causing them even more pain.
Pierre Thomas.
It's just so fresh. I'm so frustrated for the victims. I'm frustrated for everybody. This is just horrible. But I'm more frustrated for the fact that we're going to sit here and pretend like all of these people mentioned, involved, emailed, nothing happened. And that's the thing. That's the thing. That's why I say, moving forward, I am just more and more cautious every day about again, in our own personal lives, wanting to be there and help people and get people better versus understanding that who we have in our life without any of those restraints, without any boundaries is so dangerous. So again, it's we have to be careful. I was telling my friend, because they're on a lot of my friends right now, they're on dating apps and they keep sending me their profiles. Hey, what should I do for this? Okay. And I told my friend, listen, I'm serious more than ever. Just ask really blunt questions. Don't even bother having fucking dinner with these losers. Just say, what do you think about ICE? What's going on with ICE? What do you think about the Trump administration? Just full on. And so my friend goes, they ask about ICE, like, hey, what are your thoughts on ICE right now? And this guy wrote back this whole fucking monologue about, well, you see, actually, well, you know, things are a lot more nuanced and complicated. My friend just went, blah. And I said, that's it, girl. Block. Like, don't even swoop. Absolutely not. Swipe or no swiping. Out. Okay? It's like, don't even. It's a yes or no question, or fuck ICE or don't. Just like, fuck ICE, yes or no, bitch. Like, don't even get complicated about it. And so that's what just do it. I don't care. Maybe you're coming into this person's life when they just haven't really thought about it. In 30 years, they're going to be the greatest, like, you know, progressive activist you've ever seen. But you don't need to be with them through this process. Block. Okay, let's go to BBC.
Pictures appearing to show Andrew Mountbatten Windsor crouched over an unidentified woman are featured in the latest disclosure of files linked to the late American sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The images are among more than 3 million documents published by the Trump administration. It's not known where they were taken. Mr. Mountbatten Windsor has been asked for comment, but he hasn't responded. He's previously denied any wrongdoing. The US Justice Department said this was the final batch of material that would be published. John Sudworth has the details.
In and amongst the more than 180,000 images released are these pictures showing the then Prince Andrew kneeling over and touching a female whose identity has been hidden. There's no context, location or date provided. Andrew has always denied...
And look at this guy in this chair in the background with his legs up. Look, I know a lot of people, I'll just say this right now for a disclaimer. I know a lot of people are sitting here and like, how do you know the difference between adults having consensual fun with BDSM or kink or drugs or anything else and something as insidious as this? Look, things happen in dungeons, things happen in queer circles, things happen in gay communities, things happen in all of our communities, in our churches, and our schools. The point is that this isn't unique to them. Everything we're seeing come out of Epstein could be happening in your backyard. It just doesn't have the backing of the American government or the networking of high-profile people. But it's the same idea. Vulnerable people being taken advantage of for the thrill and excitement of entitled people. And that's the point. Who in our life is either... And also, this is a great vetting moment, too, as we keep moving forward. Like, how do we continue to vet the people in our lives? Ask them about what's going on and see, like, are you... Like, again... Maybe the people you're talking to, you don't have to write them off forever like you do. But maybe this same individual you're meeting at this time in their life, they're going to go on to be like an amazing person. But at the point you meet them, that's all that matters. Stop living for people's potential. Stop trying to like save people and educate them. Just say, hey, are you in the loop? Do you know what's going on? How do you feel about it? And or what do you think about it? And if they're just like, oh, well, you know, I don't really do a bit, just that's not your person. Your person cannot be a person who's not paying attention or not involved or loosey-goosey or going to make excuses, because when you marry that person, when you build a life with that person, okay, it's going to impact everything that happens to you financially, spiritually, physically, hospital visits, children, everything. And you have to be careful. Now, of course, if you are one of the bad people, then maybe you're going to bond with someone and be like, oh my God, we love Epstein. Yes. And then you can marry that person. Okay, bad people need lovers too, I guess. So like, okay, that's how serious I want you to be in 2026. Don't even, no tolerance, zero tolerance.
Any criminal wrongdoing, but this latest batch of files once again contains items raising serious questions of judgment, not least an email exchange from 2010, long after his close friend Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted of sexual offences involving children, suggesting he meet with a 26-year-old Russian woman in London who he might enjoy having dinner with. Andrew replies he would be delighted to see her and adds, will she be bringing a message from you? Please give her my contact details to get in touch. Epstein writes back, she's 26, Russian, clever and beautiful, and yes, she has your email.
We will continue reducing.
The new files also contain further revelations about Peter Mandelson, who last year lost his job as British ambassador to Washington after it became clear his friendship with Epstein had been deeper than previously known. They include the claim that the sex offender sent Lord Mandelson's then partner, now husband.
Chad says this is more talking about romantic and platonic relationships, right? I think talking about these things with colleagues and acquaintances needs to change people's outlook. I think the difference, though, is like when you're surviving under capitalism and you're in the world, like it's not as easy to vet everybody. Look, you have to assume 60% of the U.S. population is at least pro-Trump to some extent, or not paying attention to politics. So it's hard because even globally, like we're fighting conservatism globally. We're fighting religious power structures globally, right? So I don't think you want to you still need to get paid and make money. You have to understand you don't have enough power in the world to lose your paycheck. So you can make an individual decision about quitting your job for ethical reasons. That's absolutely valid. But I cannot in good conscience ask you to, and I wouldn't even ask you to cut people out of your life that are family members. I would say start to do it different though. I will never advocate for you losing your job because the world is fucked. I don't know what to tell you. The world is always going to be fucked. It's very hard to work for an ethical company or exist in an ethical way. So I look at it more like we're animals on a planet existing under the very difficult structures that are in place. And I think more or less it's like asking a gay person not to work for a homophobic company. Like, what does that even mean? That's everybody. Or like asking, black people not to work for white supremacy. Like, you mean America? Like, what does that even mean? So we have to be reasonable about how we're having these conversations. But I think you should be cautious about who you're interacting with. But I think you should, you have to make a paycheck. You have to pay your rent. And I do think you figure it out, harm reduce. But I would be very worried about you talking about your coworkers about this. Now, if you work in an industry where your coworkers are like your friends, then sure, it might have to come up. But for a lot of us, we go to work, we clock out, we come home. Nobody at work knows anything about us. Nobody at work knows we're gay or kinky or non-religious. Like, we go to work, we make a paycheck, we come home. So for those people, I would not be having these conversations at work. But it just depends on what you mean by colleagues and you know what I'm saying? You have to pick and choose your battles, but know your circumstance to know what to do.
Husband, Ronaldo Avila da Silva, £10,000 to cover the cost of an osteopathy course. Lord Mandelson has described his friendship as a most terrible mistake and says he wasn't aware of Epstein's crimes.
Oh yeah, sure, buddy.
There's little, though, to pose a real threat to President Trump, apart from some unsubstantiated allegations which the FBI had already ruled out, nor, his administration says, anything to prove a wider conspiracy. But with so many documents withheld or redacted, Jeffrey Epstein's victims do not believe they've yet been given the whole truth.
When the president signed the bill...
See, Chad says, I have a coworker who's dating an ICE agent. If anybody in my life was dating an ICE agent, I wouldn't tell them shit. I would tell them, you're dating a very deeply unethical person. This is bringing into question our relationship in a deep way. And I don't know how to move forward from this because now I can't tell you things because I'm afraid you're going to tell your fucking rat of a husband or boyfriend. And now I don't know what to do about this. So you make a decision. When I say rat, I mean snitch. Okay. So that's the conversation that needs to be had. That's why I say have the conversations different now if you can. Coworkers are different. Just don't talk to her. But if she was like a friend, it would be like, hey, how am I supposed to tell you stuff? Like, how am I supposed to trust you? And they're like, well, you can trust me. I won't tell anybody. Oh, but you're not going to tell the love of your life or your partner or the person you're dating? Please. Okay. And so again, these are the harder conversations we have to have. Again, be guys, hear me when I say this. Be smart about who you say things to. Okay? Be smart about who you say things to. Do not say, well, Brittany Simon told me to speak my mind and then go get yourself fired. That's not my fault. That's yours. Do not put that on me, girl. Okay? Do not get fired. Okay? If you want to stand on principle and you want to face a firing because it's your own, that's your business. Don't tell me. Okay? But I do think this is the time to have very real conversations with family and friends and with people we're dating and with everything else. Okay. So yes, use discernment. Exactly, chat. Use discernment.
November, it was to release all the files. All the files need to be released. They haven't been released. So that's what closure looks like. That's what justice looks like, whether anyone's prosecuted or not. Get the full information out there so the public, the survivors, and everyone can really know what's going on.
With continuing calls for him to give evidence in America, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has yet to respond to the latest revelations, but he's always strenuously denied any wrongdoing.
John Sudworth there. Well, the documents also include email correspondence between tech billionaire Elon Musk and Epstein. The new emails show that Musk, who's not been accused of any wrongdoing in the case, discussed travelling to Epstein's island on more than one occasion, including a 2012 trip where he asked Epstein, what day/night will be the wildest party on your island? There's no evidence that Mr. Musk ever did end up taking a trip to Epstein's island. Writing on X, he says, no one pushed harder than me to have the Epstein files released, and I'm glad that has finally happened. I had very little correspondence with Epstein and declined repeated invitations to go to his island or fly on his...
but he begged, he wanted to.
Lolita Express, but was well aware that some email correspondence with him could be misinterpreted and used by detractors to smear my name. Well, Gloria Allred, a prominent civil rights attorney, represents many of Epstein's victims. She gave her reaction to the latest release of files.
Some of them are completely devastated by the fact that the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, was supposed to and indicated that they were redacting.
I think this woman has been in my life my whole life. She really has.
Victims' names, the survivors' names. And yet, today, with the release of these more than 3 million files, many of the names of my clients who have been Jane Doe for many, many years were in fact published. And this is devastating to them. And we have to deal with that because, you know, they have.
I knew a girl once, a woman, who bragged to me that she would go to Richard Branson's Hotel Island and how she thought she was so cool for it. And I never looked at a woman more sideways in my life. So when I saw him with his picture with Epstein, I was like, uh-huh. And look, maybe she genuinely just fell for capitalism and thought this was like the height of like lean in feminism, girl boss. But my brain was just like, girl, why are you bragging about hanging out with billionaires? But that's why liberals are so dangerous, because liberals say they're progressive, but their goal is to hang out with billionaires. Billionaires. The most fucked up class of people. And that's why I say be very careful about the differences between liberals and progressives, at least in this way. And progressives is a catch-all for anything left of the system, but you know.
Little or no trust in the government. Now they have no trust in the government because the government has not earned that trust. And the Assistant Attorney General today, Todd Blanche, in his press conference said that he hopes that the release of the files will bring closure to the victims. This is ridiculous because they have devastated so many of these survivors.
No, Chad says she was probably getting touched there, dude. No. I mean, doubt it. Like, again, the difference is that I doubt it. I mean, possible, but I doubt it. I mean, she was old. You know what I mean? So, like, maybe, but she wouldn't have been the target demographic. You know what I mean? It was more like a capitalistic thing, like buying into billionaires. This was a very rich woman. She's buying more into the lean in feminism, encouraging all of us. Like maybe she was recruiting us secretly. You know what I mean? Like maybe that's what it was. Maybe she was trying to recruit us all to go to the island or something. But she was just like, you know, bragging about being rich and stuff. And like, again, it was like a women's group, like a women's thing. So again, like, maybe, I don't know, but I think I didn't think anything that insidious of her. I was thinking more like she just thought it was innocent or something. Or maybe she just thought like it was cool, right? Like Chad says, I thought you meant she was your age. I'm an old lady. Guys, I am not the target demographic. I am an old lady. What do you mean my age? 36? These men are targeting children. These men are targeting women under 21. These men are targeting children. 15-year-olds, 13-year-olds. What do you mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Lock in.
By publicly releasing their names. At best, it was a sloppy job. At worst, it smacks of a cover-up.
Gloria Allred there. Well, with me is our correspondent, John Sudworth. John, a number of questions.
Okay, hold on. Before I get to this stuff.
Mounting today after the Justice Department released 3 million more files related to the investigations of the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
The DOJ has come under fire for how it's handled the release, with advocates raising questions about transparency and if the department has done enough to hold Epstein's associates accountable. Our justice correspondent, Ali Rogan, has been digging into the latest documents, and she joins me now. So, Ali, what more have we learned about the extent of Epstein's connections with some very prominent figures?
Amna, taken together, these documents really indicate they paint a deeper picture of Epstein's connections to some of the most influential people in politics, business, entertainment, even royalty. There are new photos in this tranche of former Prince Andrew, now Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, appearing on all fours, kneeling on a female. Epstein also made
the reason I'm showing you similar stories by different people, I want you to see how people talk about it.
Lurid claims in an email against Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, which a Gates spokesperson calls absurd and completely false. There are emails between staffers of former President Bill Clinton in 2002. One of them emailed asking.
By the way, you know how much we don't like Bill Clinton here, and you know how much I think he's predatory for going after Monica Lewinsky, which is why I'm not even going to bat an eye hearing this man's name in the Epstein files. Okay, Anne, like we didn't know? Like we didn't know in the 1990s? Like we didn't know? Okay, I know. Like, we knew. We knew the moment that a man in his position of power was willing to even talk to an intern, let alone put her in that position, let alone let her go out and take every amount of criticism that was supposed to be meant for him, right? To the point where she moved countries. Monica Lewinsky had to move countries to get away from the hate. And she went, she got her degree, she went and got educated, okay? But for over 20 years, Monica Lewinsky, and even to this day, a lot of people hold her more accountable. I had a woman say to me, liberal women, of course, God bless. She said to me, you know, Monica Lewinsky used to flirt with her teachers in high school. And I'm like, what did you say? She goes, well, you know, she used to do stuff with her teachers. And I was like, you mean her teachers targeted and abused a child? And she goes, well, I think Monica Lewinsky was like kind of putting herself out there. And I was like, you mean like young people do when they're interested in older people and they think somehow we'll give them the validation they need, and the older person is supposed to say, I hear you, make sure you're with people your own age? And that's the issue. The issue is that you think 16-year-olds are more responsible than the teachers who engage with them. That's the problem. You literally put more responsibility on the 16-year-old than the 50-year-old. That's the fucking problem. Okay? Rise again with the super chat says a global fatwa on calling someone a female, please. I'm not sure what you're saying. You're saying don't call people a female, a woman, a female? I mean, there are going to be circumstances in which saying female is good, right? So are you saying at all, or are you talking to me or somebody else? Thank you for the super chat. I just don't know what that comment's supposed to mean.
For then Prince Andrew's address to invite him to a dinner. Keep in mind, that was in 2002. Epstein was not formally convicted with prostitution and registered as a sex offender in 2007, but allegations date back far earlier than that. Speaking of this timeline, what really stands out, apart from these more salacious details...
Oh, a photo of Epstein and a female. Yeah, but for this context, it's important, right? Remember, we're dealing with the binary world that's supposed to be saying, like, a female versus a male versus a woman. I think she meant it more academic than sexist, right? This is PBS, right? But I understand, but like they probably weren't a woman. They were probably a female, or they were a girl, or they were, because you can be female and a baby. You can be female and an adult. So I think she just meant female as in like, you know what I mean? Right? It sounds ghoulish to me. A girl sounds found. I don't know, because news speak should be held to a higher and different standard than regular like YouTubers speak. So I think it's important, but I think the news has to, I think isn't there like a whole thing where like the news has to say female versus male? Like, isn't that like one of their standards of news journalism? I feel like I learned that where it has to be more like, you know what I'm saying? Like almost like scientific versus anything else. I think, and when I say scientific, I don't mean like binary scientific. I mean, I think that's why they're doing it that way. Or like stripped, like very just information. I think so. I think that's what it is. Yeah, clinical. Yeah, chat. Like they're trying to be more clinical about it, right? So I think that's what is happening here, you know?
Is just how open the lines of communication remained between Epstein and these powerful people for years after his initial arrest. For example, Tesla founder Elon Musk.
Oh my God, stop Discord. Girl, my mom is visiting from the EU and told me to turn on Britney, turn Britney up because she's brilliant. I love when moms love me. Oh, tell your mom I said I love her too.
was exchanging emails with Epstein as late as 2014, including this one where he asked Epstein if he had any parties planned and said he wanted to let loose and that a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for.
On Friday, I know you reported a lot about references to President Trump in some of these files. What more do we know about that, and what have we heard from the president?
Yes, and of course, being mentioned in these files does not necessarily mean there was any wrongdoing, and the Department of Justice noted that they were required by law to include documents that may have been fake or falsely submitted. But last night at the Grammy Awards, host Trevor Noah did joke about Trump spending time on Epstein Island with Bill Clinton, which elicited this response from...
Also, I feel like it's so Black Mirror to be having the awards right now. And I know people are really excited about it, but honestly, girls, I could not care. And I get it because everything is always happening when it's happening. But like the way I did not care about every award TikTok that came across my feed, I scrolled past it in 2 seconds. I was like, no, do not care. Do not care. Justin Bieber, do not care. Do not care. Nothing. Okay, and I know people care right now, and that's fine. You can care because at the end of the day, this is always happening, always. So you have to enjoy yourself. But I'm just not in a laughing mood. I'm not in an enjoying mood. I do not care again about a celebrity bubble that's creating this weird hierarchy where people have to be nominated for the first time to feel good about themselves when they should never have needed that nomination to begin with. Like the irony of like working your whole life to get a Grammy and then not saying to yourself that you bought into a construct that basically is high school reimagined so people in the cool kids club can give you an award and you can walk up in front of all your classmates and say thank you. Again, like, excuse me for not thinking adulthood is just high school with money. All of us always just trying to get the approval of the class.
Trump on his social media, quote, "I can't speak for Bill, but I have never been to Epstein Island," and he said Noah should get ready for a lawsuit.
Well, we know among those pushing for the release of these files have been the many survivors of Epstein's abuse. What are we hearing from them?
Epstein survivors say two things. Number one, a lot of stuff was over-redacted that should be released to the public, and other information was under-redacted that should have been kept secret. Earlier today, I spoke with survivor Liz Stein, who is now an educator and activist fighting human trafficking worldwide. And shortly before we spoke, she said she had found her own name in the files.
And look, chat, I see you saying there's of course he calls them a female meme online because women are sick of hearing it. Just a reminder that PBS isn't in your red pill bubbles on Reddit. Like, just a reminder, the news is not, they're using female completely outside of the bubble context of Fresh and Fit. So like, you have to be able to discern who's saying what in what context. I need you to be literate when it comes to media consumption, because remember, it's a completely different bubble. Just because online we don't say female because it signals red pill doesn't mean PBS knows what the fuck you're talking about. So just remember that, right?
When we see, things that we know perhaps should not be redacted, yet we see the release of survivors' information all over the place. It just feels incredibly careless. I think perpetrators are being protected, but victims of this crime, survivors of these crimes, are not.
And of course, Epstein died by suicide before he could be held accountable for his crimes, but many victims have been calling for justice for his co-conspirators. Over the weekend, Attorney General Todd Blanche indicated that there was nothing in these documents that he thought could lead to anything, allow them to prosecute anybody, but Stein and many of her fellow survivors say this isn't over.
We've seen them say that this is the end before.
This is Liz Stein, one of the Epstein survivors, if you guys didn't catch it.
And I think that despite the injustices that we're seeing as survivors in the release of these files, it makes it all the more clear how important it is to get to the bottom of what happened here. This was a crime. It was a crime of sex trafficking. It's not about politics. It's not about what a famous person's name or position is. This is about men who victimized girls and young women.
Today, the Justice Department said they had identified some documents that they said were inadvertently produced and contained victim identifying information. And they said they had removed all documents requested by survivors and their counsel by yesterday evening. But of course, again, Liz Stein said she found her name in the documents today.
Justice correspondent Ali Rogan. Ali, thank you.
Thank you.
Chad says there's a fine line between the news academic language and then protecting abusers by saying stuff like Epstein solicited sex from a 16-year-old. You mean he raped a minor? You said, how can a minor solicit sex like there's not being trafficked or put into horrible... I don't know what's happening. What's going on? Does anybody watch the news for a living? Like solicited means he inquired, he solicited, he engaged. The minor isn't soliciting the sex, he's soliciting the sex. It doesn't even mean they had sex. You can solicit someone for sex and not have sex with them. Or rape. But I don't know what's happening. Like, are you guys just getting your new? The reason I'm using news sources instead of YouTubers is because I want you to learn how the news talks and understand there is a difference, right? But like, it is different than watching YouTubers talk about the news. We're going to watch YouTubers too, but I need you to know the standard is different. That's why I say be careful about the YouTubers you're watching, because they're not journalists. They're not like professionals. Some might be, but the reason I'm watching news is because I think it's different. So like, sometimes the news isn't perfect, but I'm saying like, I don't know what's happening with the language thing here. I get like your activism brain, which is so valid, is very different from us consuming knowledge or information. So I'll give you an example. Here's a TikToker talking about Epstein. Look at the way he uses language versus a professional who I just want the facts from, right?
But people should fucking... I don't believe in the death penalty, but people should fucking hang for this. Our entire political system, the entire structure of modern society is maintained by rapist, pedophile, murderers, fucking cannibals. It's fucking insane. It is insane that the craziest conspiracy theories are bang on, and the people in charge of this entire system are the vilest human beings you could possibly imagine. They need to fucking hang. We need to burn the entire thing down. If these are the people who are capable of getting...
Right? Like, you don't want your news stations. Like, that's not... I don't want the news that way. I just... Tell me the facts, right? Now, okay. Chat, my Discord says... hold on. My Discord said it feels weird calling a 16-year-old sex worker. Well, you have to... Guys, breathe. Everything is bubbles, yes? In most bubbles, sex worker, not a good thing. Sex worker, rape victim. Sex worker, John. Sex worker, pimp. So when the regular people in the world are saying 16-year-olds are sex workers, they're saying survival sex worker. They're not saying worker. Remember that you're in a progressive bubble where sex work is privileged. So you're thinking that they're not thinking about it that way. The world doesn't think about being a sex worker as a good thing. It's only ever survival sex work. It's bad. It's illegal. It's wrong. So when the news says a 16-year-old was a sex worker, they're saying she was a victim. So I feel like there's like a mistake happening here with like understanding the language. Like you have to understand who's talking about what, right? So I'm a little confused. Like, do you like, are we making sure to like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are we making sure to remember like what bubble is talking and how people use words, you know? Because I think like, you know what I mean? I was watching a finance show and the girl calls in and says, oh, I'm doing OnlyFans with my boyfriend and I want to quit it. It's really eating at me. I want to stop it. And they go, good, that's great. They go, wait, your boyfriend knows you're doing it? And they go, yeah. And they go, hey, I'm really scared for you that your boyfriend knows you're doing OnlyFans. As if he's like some pimp or John, because they don't understand it. There's a lot of couples who are having consensual sex on OnlyFans to make money. Like, but they're thinking, oh, he's a pimp, he's a John. And I'm like, they're just having sex for money. And like, maybe, but like, that's not what the implication from the caller is. And since the host is more conservative-ish, people call into the show not knowing that. And then they're like really confused. Like, why are you being so weird about this? Because people just hear the show and don't know it's run by conservatives. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is like, know the bubble that's talking and why they're saying that. Because when you get advice from people, they're giving you advice based off their bubble. And that you have to be very worried about that. You have to understand that. So this is exciting, I think, for me to realize that a lot of the people who are watching me right now might not be, because again, I am really a consumer of all bubbles as much as possible. I really know like which bubble I'm listening to based off how they're talking. And then I transform my brain to go, okay, we're bubble hopping into here. Let's think about what they're saying and how they're saying it and what it means for them. And this includes understanding what a dog whistle is and everything else, right? So, okay, Chet says, what is happening with language? Do y'all not watch the news? They might not. Like, most people are getting their news from TikTokers, right? You're probably not watching the news. You're probably watching Aaron, whatever his name is, or you know, all the TikTok news guys. You're probably watching CoffeeZilla. You're probably not watching news guys. So you probably don't understand exactly, but like the news Talks different for a reason. Or Hassan. Yeah, you're probably watching Hassan, who like is not, at the end of the day, like people call him a journalist, but like, I don't know, girl. Like, again, they're maybe, sure, the sassy journalist, but like, that's not the news. Okay, there's a speak. Okay, speaking of which, I'll give you an example. Okay, here's CoffeeZilla talking about the news. Okay, here's the difference. Here's CoffeeZilla. Do you hear a difference between him and PBS? Okay, you tell me.
Just dropped 3.5 million files, and it is incredible. Huge bombshells about some of the most powerful people on the planet. I can't believe they let some of this stuff out. I mean, it is stunning. Honestly, one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and say, not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're going to get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post 2008. That's a big year. You're going to hear a lot today because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates.
Now, and I just want to say, because Chet said, of course, ideally, we'd want all bubbles to use progressive language, but it's not relevant to the point right now because we're consuming this for information. Exactly. It's not that I'm saying like it has to be this way or should be this way or that we shouldn't move into a different direction. The point is that, you know, in order for the world to make sense to you, because that's all I want to help you do, is I want you to understand where people are coming from when they talk so you can understand like what's happening, which is why I think there can be so much unnecessary harm in the world because we're not understanding each other, because there is plenty of people to be upset at, right?
Would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
He was evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him. And Epstein appears to have known that because in 2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says,
And I do recommend you watch international news. I've been watching German news on what's happening with ICE, and it's been really interesting. I do recommend you watch other people cover our news so you can just see how people talk about us. Like how Croatians talk about America. Like, it's really interesting.
Assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement.
Okay, wait, listen to this.
Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts. And it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance.
See. Oh, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed on. This is what I'm saying. Okay. Oh, we got another video from CoffeeZilla. Okay, we can watch that too.
Buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of a $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill.
Let me, I rub your back, I rub my back. Okay. Do you remember when the debate broke ties with me? Okay, before we knew he was Epstein-y, okay? Just because I said, do not take dating advice from him. He's a serial cheater. He's got a lot of problems. Get advice from healthy people. And then Destiny blew up on me and sent a harassment campaign at me for 2 years. Remember that? Okay. And then everything came about him later, right? Because we cut ties way before I knew that he was recording people and sharing videos and stuff. I didn't know that, right? I remember him saying on stream, I've never said anything bad about Brittany. I've always been nice to her. Why would she do this to me? And I thought to myself, what does that have to do with anything? That's the whole thing happening here. You live in a bubble where people they do nice things for you, you do nice things for them, and you ignore all the bad stuff. He literally thought I was one of those people. He literally kept saying, hey, as long as I'm good to Brittany, she'll ignore my bad stuff. And when I was like, oh, no, that's not what we're doing here. I was helping him, I thought, by giving advice to the people in his life, including his ex, who she and I ended our communication on good terms, right? She thanked me for making my video and she felt finally free to tell her story and stuff because I knew she was the victim in the relationship, right? but it adds to this element of understanding that like there is a way that men as a structure, as a system, end up basically thinking if I do good things for you, right, that you'll ignore all the bad things I do, which is why when I broke ties with anyone associated with him, I said, hey, I'm giving you a chance to cut ties with him. So I don't have to burn this bridge. But most of the people said, like 2 or 3 of the men said, well, Brittany, he's only bad to bad people, so I don't care. And I said, okay, but he's bad, right? They're like, yeah, but like he's toxic to other toxic people. Like, does it matter? And I said, yeah. You don't get to not be a bad person because you're being bad to bad people. I don't care if he's being bad. I don't care if he's victimizing what you feel are bad people. He's still victimizing people. And that's the problem. That's the problem, is that they figured, well, if he's victimizing, and that's why, by the way, that's why I say, like, you got to be careful about the way that, yes, they're talking about these victims, but you have to be aware that people will look at these girls, look at these victims and think, well, why were you even there? Why'd you even want to be there? Why'd you even have that job? You must be as bad as the men you're around. But that's not true. Most of the people who are victims will never be as bad as the people that are objectifying or victimizing them. But they are now associated with, and so you want to throw all the women under the bus instead of going for the head of the dragon, as if they aren't victims of the situation, as you know what I mean? So there's layers to this, because I that's how people try to discount all of the victims that came forward with Destiny. It's like, oh, well, or even me, I was not a victim of Destiny. I was just a coworker, but I was a victim of his harassment campaigns from a coworker perspective. But I wasn't one of the women who engaged with him romantically or sexually. But that's how people discounted those women, and then discounted everyone around them who came out because, oh, but you had sex with him. Those women having sex with him have nothing to do with anything. Those men having sex with him had nothing to do with anything. But that's what people felt like. Well, if you were willing to, and I know you're thinking it too, because you're thinking it, well, these women are just as bad because they're in relationships with them. They're not just as bad, but they can be complicit and victims at the same time. Because victims are convinced to vouch for their predators and therefore they're complicit. But remember why they think they're vouching for those people, because those people are lying to them. I'm going to get better. I'm going to work on it. I'm a good person. Trust me, believe in me, right? And that's the point. You should be careful about understanding that, like, again, these women wouldn't even be in this position if this man didn't exist. And then in that case, it's different. None of these women would be in this position if this man didn't exist. That's so important. Okay, let's go back to CoffeeZilla.
Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda in the description of your I mean, this is insane. It's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to give STD medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, it's complete. It's crazy. It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually wouldn't blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that. But we also know Bill Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard.
I remember when this came out and I said, damn, nobody's happy, huh? That's what I'm saying. Cheating is abuse, bro. Cheating is abuse. Which is, again, why when I came out and made those statements, people were like, why are you taking cheating so seriously? And then they found out that years ago I was cheated on by an ex, and they're like, oh my God, that's why she's so upset about this. Guys, abuse is abuse. I'm always going to be upset about abuse. It shouldn't be tolerated. But like, Bill Gates was not only cheating on her, right? The story goes that he got an STI from a Russian sex worker who was probably victimized and trafficked, okay? And he needed to hide it from her. And he wanted to get drugs from Epstein or his goons to basically keep her from getting the STI and or medicating her from the STI without telling her. Pathetic.
Hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much.
And by the way, for those of us in the sex work industry who want to make it safe and consensual, nothing to do with this. Absolutely two different things. Okay, what's the difference between sex and rape? It's not the sex, it's the consent. Okay, the sex work industry, separate from the porn industry, separate from just being a sex worker, separate from Epstein, separate from trafficking. All of these things are very different things.
Epstein was willing to defame people, but Epstein lays it out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, and to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out. Now again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from a after he already pled guilty?
Absolutely
no,
not.
I don't. I'm sorry, I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, we've been lied to also by another richest guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's island. In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says, anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Later responding to another headline, which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island. And he says, this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files.
And of course, this man I saw a TikTok that was like, Epstein trying to get on or Elon trying to get on the island. It was like, oh, please, sweet gentlemen, invite me to the party. And it's like, that milady kind of voice. And that's literally Elon. He's just like, I want to go to the party too. And it's like, oh my God, he's so pathetic. That's what I'm saying. It's high school with money and sex trafficking. It's like a bunch of losers trying to go to the cool kids party. And you realize the cool kids party is just so lame. You guys see that video of Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes and all those people dancing together? It's Sneeko and all those fucking losers. That's what I'm saying. You're trying so hard to be cool. The coolest thing you could probably do is like none of this. It's so lame. It's so embarrassing. It's so just socially embarrassing, a level of cringe on top of it. And then worse that people are being raped. It's like, okay, even minus the rape, let's say there was no rape. Still the lamest shit I've ever seen in my life.
And we can see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk, who was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, we'll be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit. Jeffrey Epstein says, I will send a heli for you. Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just Tallulah and me, his ex-wife, what day and night would be the wildest party on your island? The world's richest man is asking the most pedophile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this is a guy who said, I refused it. I could never do that, right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of my sanity this year. I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the I went to go study math excuse, which is what all these guys do. They say, hey, I just went to go talk to scientists. Elon's like, hey, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for a party. That's what I'm here to do. And then Jeffrey Epstein writes, understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable. I can't believe these guys are lying to us and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 2013. I mean, this seems like a yearly thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st of the 8th, play it by ear if you want, always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, I refused. But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, oh, bro, I dumped her. And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the p***. The p*** dumped Elon. He says, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future. Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because...
I feel like Epstein was, like, ghosting, like, Elon. He's like, man, this girl won't stop texting me, bro. Let her down easy. Let her down easy. That's what I'm saying. It's high school with money. Elon wants to come. He's not cool enough. He can't come. Trump and Epstein having a falling out. Same thing. Like Trump and Epstein having a falling out allegedly over a girl is so high school coded. It's so high school coded, you know? Tess said, I can accuse abusing children. I draw the line at being awkward. Literally. This guy's just not cool enough to come to the party. Like, it's so annoying to me how ultimately lame this is. And listen, okay, I say this about the predators in my family that are well over 30 and can't seem to get girls their own age and are constantly going after teenagers, and it is predatory. Okay, you are a predator. If you are 30 and you consistently date teenagers, you're a predator. You know what I mean? You got to get it together. And that's the point. The point is like, they're losers. I'm telling you, they're losers. They're lame. They're pathetic. They're evil. They're everything. Yes, chat. Pathetic and evil. They're just like losers. And that's what I'm trying to tell. I was like, you are so pathetic. And that's why there is a part of this that ultimately is loser men. Okay, hold on. Let me show you. Loser men, pathetic, loser men. And the reason they target young people is to feel cool again. How lame is that? It's like the teachers that peak in their like high school years or in their 20s, and then they become high school teachers and they think it's cool that the students think they're cool. Like, oh yeah, my 16-year-old student thinks I'm really cool. It's like, you are so pathetic. Look how pathetic this video is. He's sitting on his counter in his island at his old ass age, running around like, this is loser behavior. This is pathetic man behavior, which is, by the way, why people they struggle to see them as predators, because you think predators aren't also just losers. You think predators are like big and scary or something. Some predators are just loser, lame dudes who give bottom energy. All these men give bottom energy to me. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with being a bottom, but I'm saying the illusion is that they would be toppy. The illusion is they'd be 50 Shades of Grey, who, by the way, also gives me bottom energy. Because, like, again, all these men are coping. They're coping. Look at, he's playing peekaboo tag with a bunch of little girls. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if the girls, listen, if you know anything about predatory behavior, you know the groups of girls giggling and stuff, they don't want to be there. They do not want to be there. I'm telling you right now, if these women had the right to come and go as they pleased, and they had the right to say how much this sucked, which we know now from the victims, they don't want to be there. Okay? Not to bring up One Piece again, but there's this whole kind of like harem of girls that are like victims under the system and structure. But the way they gain power is just having some sort of status. But the worst part is how much they have to giggle at the bad people. Like they have to play nice. And I'm just saying, I could not pull this off. I could not pull this off. And if I had to in a survival situation, I would. But just so you know, they are acting. And they are acting because they're afraid for their life. They have to. This isn't some romantic sex work liberation movement. And I know you guys are so, like, we're all so progressive that sometimes we forget. Like, I had this conversation actually with a friend of mine, a friend of a friend of a friend, okay? They were getting my advice because they want to be more progressive and accepting of people who engage with sex workers, but also you have to be careful about who you go to for sex work, which I understand we've talked a lot about here and Hassan and all that stuff and going to brothels. You have to do your due diligence. Remember when you're a liberal, you're sold the myth that all you have to know is these women are working and so they want to be there. That is the myth of the system at play. You also have to do the due diligence to make sure the women there are fully consenting, which is very, very hard to know unless that woman has every ability to say with her full chest that she wants to be there. And that is very difficult. So that's why it's better safe than sorry how you engage with sex workers. But I have a friend of a friend of a friend tell me, seek advice from me and say, I know this guy, who I'm confused by. He keeps going to get happy endings from women who work at like massage parlors. And I was like, no. The chances of those women being survival sex workers and or being trafficked is so high. Like if you're in a progressive place where sex work is either legalized and or not legalized, but everyone's very out with it and proud of it, it's a very different structure than being with girls who look like, they can't communicate clearly. There's like a misunderstanding. It's a very like seedy kind of environment. I would be very cautious. So I think the issue here is like, you don't want to be so conservative that you're like women who are naked on the internet or trafficked. It's like, no, but you also want to be cautious and say, how do I know these women are fully consenting? And we say women here, obviously all genders are being targeted, non-binary, gender fluid, agender, there's men, all these, Epstein also had boys on the island, allegedly. Okay. I also heard that Epstein had boys on the island. So you know what I mean? So all victims of all genders, the reason we talk about women is because they're the highest percentage of victims that we know about, and the higher predator percentage is men, right? So there's also this conversation about like, when are we going to accept that this is a problem? Men, like this is a problem with men. That's a very hard conversation to have. Let me skip over. I'm going to go back to CoffeeZilla, but let me show you this TikTok here.
What you're reading is not the Epstein files. What you're reading is the men files. A documented, organized list. What men will do when no one's looking, when their power is unlimited, when money is at great majority for them to have, and when there's no accountability. This is what men would choose to do over and over and over again. In a universe with unlimited possibilities, unlimited options, what they chose to do was measure a little girl's pussy. That's what they chose to do. If this is not a case study on the intervention that we need in this country and on this planet for men, I don't know what is. What else is left? What else is left for men to take from us? I can already hear the incels and the bots in my comments being like, but what about women?
I don't know why they have to put this music over stuff. Okay. If that gets copyrighted, I'll just erase the song later. But for now, we should be good. It shouldn't take down stream. Chat says, is this a problem with men or patriarchy? Yes. Okay, right? So here's the dilemma we're having, right? Men as a system are guys, hold on. Yes, it's privileged white men, but just a reminder that it's still men. So here's the dilemma. Globally, it's men, period. The highest at the hierarchy right now under white supremacy and in America is white men. But men as a system uphold and they participate. And we know this globally because women of color have been screaming from the top of their lungs globally that the men in their communities are also targeting them because of patriarchy. So yes, in America, there might be a prominence of white men as the head because of white supremacy, but globally, femicide is up. Okay? Chat says, can you remove men from the system of patriarchy? Men can remove themselves from it. Every individual man has to work to deconstruct patriarchal beliefs and frameworks from his consciousness, and men can remove themselves from patriarchy. Okay, but patriarchy doesn't want to remove, patriarchy wants to consume. So, individual men are absolutely able to deconstruct their misogyny, their patriarchal beliefs. Like there is a way out for men individually, but men as a system, it's like trying to break away from, the image of the fish all swimming in one direction, and you want to be the one fish that swims in the opposite direction. It's really exhausting, but it is possible, but it's really hard. So, from a zoomed out lens, I'm very empathetic to the fact that this is all very difficult. Okay. And also possible, but both things are true at once. Okay. So you have to be very careful about understanding yourself as a person. Again, this is a philosophy channel, and yourself as it relates to the systems. Okay. You have to balance both of those things. Who am I when I'm home alone and the lights are off and it's just me? And who am I when I'm interacting and existing in the world and I'm working in these systems? Okay. So yes, it is a man problem because of the way the system is set up. And also it's an individual's responsibility to deconstruct themselves from that system. So all things have to happen, right? All things have to happen. Okay. Chet says women uphold and participate in the system men create. So yes, it's patriarchy, but what is patriarchy without the concept of men? Exactly. Like what is patriarchy without the concept of men? That's why you have to deconstruct gender. That's the next evolution, is deconstructing gender from action. Just because you're a baby or you assign or you identify doesn't mean action should follow. Men don't do these things and women don't do these things in a future that's deconstructed, but for now they do, because that's why I say we don't have as much free will as we think. Like you think you have free will, but how much free will can you have if you think because you're a man, you have to pay for dinner? How much free will can you have if as a woman, you think you have to put out? Like how much free will can you have if someone already told you because of the way your body is shaped, now you have to live your life a particular way? How is that free? Like how is that engaging in free will? How is that engaging in choice? Like how much choice can you even have if women have long hair, not short hair? Like what? How much free will can you have, or how much choice can you have if you as a man are questioned if you wear a dress or a skirt or earrings? Like when we have these conversations, you know, and you sit here with your big chest talking about like, oh, as a man, this, as a woman, this, are you saying because I'm a man, this, or are you saying I'm a man and also this is my experience, right? I'm not trying to say you can't be a man or you can't be a woman. I'm trying to say just because you are doesn't mean XYZ.
Because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files, Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, you know, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now, if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's just telling the truth there? Even this guy who's contradicting the official narrative, this guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy was like, I'm going to tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy lives next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because it's interesting, Mr. I'm his neighbor had to also explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I live next to him, but in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could never talk to him again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We move in 2005, okay? Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant, on like a Saturday, says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. And there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me. And he says, and the right kind of massage. Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Well, he couldn't be more clear, could he, right? He says, hey, I may have been his next door neighbor, but I met him once before the 2008 guilty plea. Remember I said that was a big deal? And we got invited over, and it was like 5 seconds, and we left, and we realized he was a creep. We were out of there. He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. I mean, he makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys, they may have participated.
They participated.
But Howard Lutnick, he could never. No. He's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the—
What's this?
All emails. Looky. It's Howard Lutnick. Right?
Looky, I got hooky.
In to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located? What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him? He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to you.
I know, Chat. Chat goes, oh, I fell for it. I know. He got you. That's what I'm saying. Okay, now, here's my greatest theory. They're all theater kids, bro. Theater kids with power. And Jeffrey Epstein, I would never. Disgusting. Hachoo. I would never. Pata. Gross. Well, they secretly have a closet full of Epstein photos from all their times together. They're theater kids. And then Elon's the theater kid that just never acted well enough. And that's where they're like, get this guy out of here. You know what I mean? Go hang out with the kids who wear furry tails at school. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my furries. Okay? That's what Elon feels like to these theater kids. These theater kids are like, oh, he's wearing the tail again. You know? All I'm saying is, listen, okay? It's ableism, really. Yeah, Elon's too autistic. It's ableism. They're like, this guy's too autistic. You know what? I kind of get it, though. It's like, even though I'm autistic, I'm like, Elon, tone it down. It's a little too much, okay? Mask a little harder. That's a little bit of an autism joke. That's an autism joke for you, okay? That's why I say the way these people speak with a passion, and I get it. Listen to me when I say this. You are not obligated to believe anybody. The reason we say believe victims is because, one, they're more than likely telling the truth, the same way we would believe people when they told us their name. Okay? You're most likely telling the truth. But when people are in positions of power, who are associated with and did what they did to get to that power, they're more likely lying to you. And that's the difference. The difference between a woman saying somebody raped me and a man in a position of that much power saying I didn't do it is one is definitely always lying while the other isn't. And victims almost never lie because real victims don't have a reason to. Okay, but predators do. Predators have every reason to lie. So that's the point you have to remember. This man, though, with his passion, he tried. He tried.
Your face to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough. They're lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a 2005, like walking in the guy's house? I remember.
Okay, chat says, all failed theater kids grow up to be fascist, ? Here's my theory. And I actually think this is real. This is a real theory that I've always paid attention to, and I believe it. Every adult who did not outgrow high school and high school dynamics will grow up to be the bully at your work, the mean girl at your office, the predator guy who's like the cool guy, you know, the Epsteins, the Trumps. I genuinely feel, and this is why I say, like, you gotta grow up. You've got to grow up. What I'm trying to say is leave high school behind. Let high school be this far thing that you did as a very small kid. You know, imagine, do you remember 7 or 8 years old? Do you remember 7 or 8 years old, you? You know how that's so far from you? You're like, you don't even count it. There are adults in their 30s and 40s that still think of high school as something that was recent. Guys, that was 20 years ago for some of us. High school was 20 years ago for most of us. 20 years ago. Let it go. Let it go. And some of these people, it's 50 years ago. Let it go. And the truth is, a lot of adults, they don't let it go. And so they take it into their workplace. They take it into their social communities. They take it into their churches. You ever gone to church and met a person who definitely didn't leave high school behind? So that's what I think is happening with a lot of these really rich people, right? Because, you know how high schoolers have all the time in their life to just become bullies? When you're an adult, you shouldn't have any time to bully people. So the fact that J.K. Rowling has all this time on her hands tells me she never stopped being a mean girl from high school. Hello? How do you have so much time on your hands to bully people? I'm so busy. I don't have the time. And the fact that you have time tells me everything I need to know about you.
Remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent, and they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying, the time to drop the really big bomb? Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files, very clearly doing stuff you lied about, okay? So is Howard Lutnick, who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he participated. What did you do on the island over in 2012, Howard? Do we know that? I mean, does anyone care? Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the most explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's national...
Hold on. I don't know if this is a troll in my chat, but I know a lot of people who are watching me right now probably don't watch my content. My name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture, and I believe human beings are evolved animals on a planet, and this is just where we are right now in history. I don't think there's anything really significant happening now that hasn't happened before, but I do think if we want the world to be different, we have to be different. We have to have a deeper relationship with our biological experience and understand that human beings aren't inherently bad because they're born a gender or skin color. So for the chatter who says whites are innately evil, are you saying whites are like inherently evil, like they're born evil? Or innately meaning like from the structure outside of themselves, influenced by white supremacy to be evil and uphold evil? Because again, I don't think human beings are born evil in that way that we think. And evil, we mean philosophically evil here. So if you mean white people are influenced by white supremacy to then take on evil as a part of their everyday framework, sure, definitely. We have to deconstruct 100%. But I don't think inherently babies are born into the universe evil. I mean, there might be some biological predisposition that will, makes it harder for that child to have like a deeper relationship with themselves. And then, they sort of have this sort of like really like bad cards drawn, like bad luck, where they're just having like a really sad and devastating experience with their biological experience. But for the most part, like, we are just like people on a planet impacted by our environment and our biological self. Oh, I think I have a lot of trolls in my chat because I have 2 people with almost the same identical username. Is this like a YouTube thing or are these trolls? Why do two people have almost the same name, but they're different? Is this a YouTube feature, or is this like, did you guys sign up with random usernames? Because I know YouTube started going back to people's original usernames. I don't know. You know, Chess is not saying I agree. Your many would argue it is in white people's DNA. Yeah, I don't believe in that idea that DNA is corrupt. I don't think people are inherently evil. Yeah, obviously I know this subject matter is going to bring a lot of people in. You know what I mean? But just if you guys are new to my chat, like, I don't believe that about anybody. But I do think like we are deeply impacted by the world around us, and so we have to do the work to deconstruct, which is why men aren't evil because they were born men or identify as men. But if they maintain the structure that is men, then obviously, you know, that's going to be the other part of it. So I don't know what's happening here, but
Threat Operations Center. And the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are, and anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it, just because he's in the White House right now, obviously.
Chad said, why take them seriously, though? I'm not taking anybody seriously any more than anybody else. I mean, adult human beings literally think God exists, and we take them pretty seriously. So I'm not taking them any more seriously than I would take anyone else. But if it is a genuine perspective, I also, as the creator, want to let people know if they're reading my chat, like what I believe. Because if I don't say anything and I let it pass by, then it might look like I'm condoning it. But also, like, you know, I don't know why people are here, how they find my content. But I'm happy to block people. I'm a good blocker.
And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions where they say things like Clayton was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. You know, it's hard to
stay steady. Welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here.
Tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible. But also there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey.
Some people were mad at CoffeeZilla for censoring the language. It's because, like, not for everybody, but he obviously, I think, is doing that for monetization and or suppression. Though I think it is a little strange that he's censoring at his status. But again, like, I roll my eyes because we don't censor as much as we could on this channel. But again, there's always that question of people in positions who are better off, like he's in a better position than I am, but he's censoring himself, which is why people are upset, because people who are in worse positions aren't. So people can feel the, like, how serious this is. But some people were a little mad at him for censoring. Okay.
The friend unidentified female friend some of these complaints, but here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big.
Did you guys process what he just said? Did you guys just process what he said? That girl is 13, 14, 16. This girl was apparently beaten for biting Trump while being forced to give oral sex, while being sexually assaulted. Okay, whether she did it on purpose or was an accident, imagine getting hit in the face, you know what I'm saying, and you're a kid. And this is allegedly President Trump.
President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by. Friend was that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old.
13 or 14 years old.
When this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. Friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump.
So she probably was a kid who accidentally scraped her teeth while she was being assaulted. And she thought it was funny because kids, you know what I mean? She's a kid, bro. She probably thinks it's like giggly funny because she's a child, doesn't realize what's happening in a big way, maybe. Maybe he's like, you know, she thinks like, oh, she's chosen or something. And then Trump hits her. You've heard these stories about men who are like, if I feel teeth, I'm going to beat you, you know? And I'm assuming like if something like that, she probably thought, like, she probably wasn't even prepared to get hit after. And then she gets hit in the face. And then imagine, she's a kid, bro, like a literal fucking child. Not only do I believe this happened, but I think at this point it would be deeply naive to assume in any way in good faith that it didn't. And this is why I need you to have the most serious conversations with your family and friends, the most serious conversations, you know, with the people you're dating, the most serious conversations with the people who are directly going to impact your life, because this is so serious. This is not new. Throughout human history, it's very normal for people in positions of power, expected for people in positions of power to misuse that power to abuse, right? Remember that all these Christians that seem to have supported Trump also believe in a religion in which a child got impregnated and was, you know, made to have a baby at 14, 15, right? That their religion, their belief, their patriarchal structures always start and come at the expense of women and children. Okay? So please, 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 please have serious conversations with the people in your life.
The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm going to censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already.
So apparently that's why some people are struggling. They're like, well, was it true? Was it not true? I believe Trump's own words about his entitlement towards minors' bodies, young girls, women, young women, grabbing him by the pussy, everything he feels entitled to. Making that joke, I posted, okay, so my last podcast got like 40,000 views on a video and absolutely no monetization. I made like $100 because it was too controversial. I have a video audio that I use in that video of Trump talking to a little girl. He's like, I'm going to date her in 10 years. And this little girl's like little. And I'm like, bro, like even saying that to a kid, like, I'm going to date you in 10 years. It's like, hey, what are you doing? You know? So you can go check out that video.
Now, I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time.
Apparently.
And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally like covered for it. I mean, They said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release the files because then they get in trouble and their buddies get in trouble. And that's a huge problem. So I don't really buy the idea that, oh, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency. That's why it's important these files are out.
And remember, because Chad says, I never considered the notion that the Virgin Mary or the virgin birth doctrine could have been a way to cover up rape. Thanks for putting it that way. In that context, I think most people don't realize Mary was 14. Well, they'll say Mary never had sex with Joseph. The angel impregnated her. And I'm just saying, so you're still okay with teen pregnancy. You're still okay with a little girl being put through pregnancy. Like, they're still not getting it. Your story is not romantic or beautiful. It's disgusting. It's devastating. That we are talking about a 14-year-old girl impregnated by an angel, then made to have a baby at 15, 9 months later. How is this still not a devastating story? That's the beginning of your religion? That's the lore? That's your romantic, beautiful, wonderful, pure religion? That's the story of your God? Your God came into being. You couldn't find another way? Your amazingly powerful God couldn't find out a 21-year-old, a 25-year-old, anyone, an 18-year-old. No, it had to be 14. Couldn't found another way. Maybe he could have just zapped himself into existence. No other way to come. Okay, got it.
But this is just a look at a small fraction of the files. And over the next few weeks, we're going to go through all of the...
Oh, yeah. 14 and in a stable, girl. 14 in a stable, surrounded by donkeys. No running water. You couldn't have come at a better time? You couldn't have come when the hospitals were made? God over there be like, hey, what time should we like make you come to Earth, dude? Because we need you to kind of like perform miracles. Well, definitely before cell phones. And it should probably be a teenage girl. Why a teenage girl? I don't know. It just sounds cool, I guess. Like, what is this planning from God? And adult human beings exist on this planet, believe in this story, and then vote your civil rights away in the name of that God. Remember that.
Major findings we can from this 3.5 million page document dump. But seriously, think about how discrediting this has been, not only to this administration, but to so many rich and powerful people who have lied through their teeth happily towards you in order to hide their relationship with this man that many of them held post-guilty plea. And some of them, now we know, Epstein prepared blackmail for them and, according to reports, threatened.
Man, that cancel was crazy. Absolutely not.
The FBI just dropped.
Don't piss me off. Okay, don't piss me off. Okay, here, let's watch this one now. It's apparently this one.
It only gets
You guys wanted me to watch this one. Let's do it. Fuck it.
worse from here. We're going
Just came out an hour ago.
back into the 3 million documents. So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein and or got blackmailed in the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked
Jesus Christ.
about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that he knew that the playbook of the far left
I just like how Elon is sitting here talking about how much he like cares about people and cares about children, but his daughter's dead to him. His ex literally had to come out and say like your Grok machine is making like nudes of me as a kid. Can you fucking fix it? And Elon's like, nah, I'm good, bro. Like all these men who talk about caring about kids, right? Like all these people who say they care about children, and yet that's what I'm saying, guys. Everything conservatives say, they are projecting, like it is them. Everything they say about the Democrats, everything they say about leftists, everything they say about progressives wanting to groom children, it's because they're grooming kids. They're literally grooming children. Progressives are sitting here calling you out for being a perfect... Guys, if progressives are mad about age gap relationships, okay, you're 28 dating a 19-year-old and we're like, hey, what are you doing? How are we the one interested in grooming kids when we're literally pissed about things that you think is like going too far? These conservatives are sitting here talking about how like she's old enough, she's 16, she's a grown-up. Okay, and we're the ones grooming kids? Like, hello?
propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties.
And by the way, can I just say human to human? Can we just like take a moment right now? I am so sorry, and I am devastated for all of us that these are our parents and our relatives and our friends, and maybe even the person you're dating, you are having the realization of like, oh my God, like you think these kids are responsible. Like you think these kids are seducing these old men. You think these kids aren't victims. And you're probably going to have to face a really difficult year, this 2026, having the deep, and you probably have already done it. Realizing and looking at the people in your life that you have shared memories with, shared meals with, that you have let into your body, into your mind and soul, that these people at the end of the day are really blaming kids out here. And that's devastating. So I need you to really sit with those two thoughts and know that from a personal perspective, some of us are really going through it. And then from a system perspective, we are very angry and we want to protect these kids and we want to protect ourselves. No society is going to be a healthy one if we cannot figure out how to protect the most vulnerable, you know?
Despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party, what day night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend is true, that everyone we're going to talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences.
I was just talking to a girlfriend about this, how like, it's okay. So there's a difference between the category of people that are really advocating for people and the category of men who often you could, in the way they talk, have a very clear and weird obsession with like taking down pedophiles. And then you realize like, bro, are you a pedophile, bro? And that's what I think has really come out with a lot of these conservatives is like you accuse, like I have had men in my life, like always accusing men of like, oh, they're like perverted, they're pedophiles, bro, they're always sleeping with kids. And I was like, wait, what are you talking about, bro? And I'm like, this guy, are you sure? They're like, oh yeah, bro, like I just know they're perverted. I was like, how do you know that? And then it will come out years later that it was them, they were the ones. And I'm like, oh, and then you realize like, oh shit, like, so what I've done is I've tried to figure out what data are they using, what evidence is it, and is it true? Because I do think we want to stand up for children, but then how do we do that without, you know, falling into that category? You have the evidence, you have the data. Hey, look, I have every reason to believe Trump is a rapist. Like, look at all the data. Okay, if you go accusing people with no data, then it starts to make me think like, is it you, bro? Because why are you making all these weird accusations? Why are you saying these things about people with no data?
For this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the
Whoa, woo! Whoa, the man lost a title? Holy fuck shit. Okay. Whoa!
Slovakia national security advisor resigning over the Epstein links. But in America, I'm really hard pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of accountability. I think Larry Summers stepped back voluntarily.
Whoa!
But other than that, it's hard to think
Whoa!
of anyone who's faced any kind of justice. In fact, arguably, Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better.
By the way, I don't even believe in punishment. I do believe in accountability, though, so I don't believe in prison systems, but I do believe in moving, because remember, prison systems are businesses. A lot of the private business, all the private businesses are businesses. Private prisons are businesses. Okay, it's slavery redone. Okay, it's deeply unethical. Remember that. Remember prison systems. So don't get excited, guys. Don't get excited to throw all these men in prison, because remember, who runs the prisons? Who's in charge of the prisons? You know, what's happening in prisons? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you take men who are already at the top of the system and then throw them into a prison system that they are in charge of? You know what I mean? So like, okay. So again, I don't believe in punishment. I don't believe in prisons. I believe in accountability and moving human beings forward. Because ultimately, I do think we're animals on a planet evolved over millions of years, you know? So that's the thing. Ted says, do y'all believe in turning pedos into trees? You're doing the thing. No, I don't believe we should be killing people. No. You're talking about killing people, right? See how patriarchy convinces you the only resolution is murder? No, I don't think we should kill people. That's the easy way out. That's the way out that you think is going to stop the cycle of violence that the world is already suffering from. No, but it's a very normal sentiment. I used to believe it too. I used to say that. Even 5 years ago, I was saying that. I 100% used to buy into the narrative that killing people for their crimes would liberate people, but then I was like, it doesn't. It doesn't seem to liberate people, but I used to also believe in it. So no, you know, I get it. No judgment. I used to really believe that would be justice, you know, because it's philosophically, what would you do with Jeffrey Epstein? You mean, well, I do think they should be, well, it depends case by case. I don't know what would make sense for Jeffrey, but his victims would have to come first. So first we go from the victim perspective down to Jeffrey. So before we decide what to do with Jeffrey, we have to take into consideration the victims. What would bring them peace? What would help them? What would make sure that whatever happens to Jeffrey brings closure to the victims? Because remember, even though Jeffrey is dead, the victims are haunted by his spirit, haunted by his goons, haunted by his friends, haunted by the fact, I mean, him dying didn't liberate his victims, right? So him being in prison didn't liberate his victims. So again, before we center this conversation around the predators, we should center the conversation around the victims. What best liberates victims from the spirit of their abusers? That's what we should be focusing on. And so I think a lot of people and Jeffrey's such a good example of this, imprisoned and killed, and still his survivors are unaliving themselves, committing suicide. Still his survivors are haunted. Still his survivors are terrified. Still the people who survived him are so afraid of being named, right? So it didn't help anybody. So that's what I would do. I would start there. How do we best incorporate liberation for the victims into our assessment of what to do with the predators?
Than it was previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine all the way back in 2005, where these charges are from, we already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone. And of course he's not. But now we're going to talk a little bit about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're going to talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I want to talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was helping, whether it be procure the girls, talk them into stuff. But now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which
you know what really sucks, and this is the worst part, is people had to look at these videos and pictures for evidence. They had to watch it. So you have completely well-intentioned, good people, let's say, who have to go through these files and live with the images in their head. I don't think I could do that job. My imagination is so vivid. Just imagining it makes me want to die. I could not even imagine being the person who has to do this job, who has to look through the evidence to verify the evidence. Jesus fuck. What a weird world we live in, huh?
To be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel, quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for, I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel.
Yeah, these people will need therapy, chat says. Absolutely. I learned this about firefighters because I met a firefighter and he was telling me like, oh, we're often called on like family suicides, murder suicides, or we're often like, we walk into situations where there's just brains all over the room. He's like, yeah, dude, I need major fucking therapy. I was like, Jesus fuck. Like I never, like you don't think about these horrific like bus crashes that happen or planes and like, you don't think about the amount of like EMTs or like what people are looking at every day. This is why I say, imagine a society that was built on actual mental health care, care. Imagine a world where we could give people proper vacations and therapy and breaks from these jobs so they could come back stronger and better. Like, just imagine how the world could be if we actually thought about how awful these things are, but we don't. We don't really think about what people are seeing, what they're smelling, what they're touching. Cleanup crews who have to come in and like clean up a scene. Like you see the videos where a body is in an apartment for too long and all the flies show up and you see like thousands of flies on the window and you're like, fuck, there's a dead body in there, right? Somebody has to come in, smell that space, clean up that body. It's like, it's really horrible. And then we just sit there and go like, therapy's for pussies. Who does therapy? Therapy's for gays. Like, therapy's for everybody. When I say go to therapy, I'm not saying it's a punishment. I'm saying it's a privilege. What a privilege to go to therapy, to have. And then those therapists, of course, need therapists because imagine what they're listening to all day. Conservatives used to say that as a kid, like, imagine a therapist who needs a therapist. You mean because they're listening to you talk about how horrible your life was all day? Yeah, guys, those people are going to need therapists. We're going to need people to talk to. We're going to need a space for ourselves. If we lived in a care society, a society that cared for one another, we'd understand that caring in and of itself is emotional labor that requires somebody else to do emotional labor for us. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to understand how hard it is to be a human. It's very hard to be a good person. And if you think you're a great person, you're a good person, but you've done none of the work to deconstruct or really think about your place in the universe, you don't even know how hard it's about to get.
According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this. Many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not a good guy. He was...
Chad said it's not a privilege. It is a privilege to go to therapy, like it is a privilege to go to the doctor. Everybody needs therapy. Everybody. Every single person on the planet, like every single person on this planet needs a doctor. All of us should be entitled to therapy and medical care. All of us deserve good medical care. All of us deserve therapy. Okay?
Part of the op, along with Daniel Syed, who was also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body. And then he says she is...
Oh, I realize we're having an issue with the word privilege. Hold on. I mean like an honor. It's a privilege economically, but it's an honor to go to therapy. That's what I mean by privilege. Like it's a privilege to serve you. It's a privilege to go to therapy. That's how I'm using the word privilege in this sentence. It's not something to be ashamed of. It's a privilege. It's an honor. That's how I'm using the word privilege because it has 2 meanings. It is also a privilege, but it shouldn't be. But like it's an honor. It's my duty. It's my way of paying back the community. We always talk about being a community member, go to therapy. I put my therapy on a credit card because like without therapy, I was going to kill myself, right? So it's a privilege. It's a privilege. It's not a punishment. It's beautiful. All of us should be doing this, right? All of us should be giving back to our, like It's a privilege to heal. It's a privilege to get better. It's a privilege to show up for my community. How many of us would have had better relationships with our parents if they went to therapy? It's my privilege as a parent to go to therapy to better my child's life. It's a privilege to be your parent, right? And it's a privilege, and it is a privilege economically speaking as well, right? Right? Chet says, I know, Chet, you can't afford therapy. I know. Girls, lock in today. You are an animal on a planet. Nothing is guaranteed for you. You didn't even get to choose to be here. It is, yes, an economic privilege to go to therapy. That's why most of us put it on credit cards. And if we want to move towards an ideal society that at least tries to think about it, it is also an honor for us to pull ourselves up, not by our bootstraps, because we're not conservatives, but by our sense of commitment to the community and the collective to better ourselves. Because if you don't, because you claim you're not privileged, then you wonder why your parents are the way that they are. Your parents are not getting better because in their mind, they didn't have the privilege to go to therapy. They were busy paying their grocery bills and taking care of their kids. Why'd you have those kids before you could afford it? They didn't have the privilege to, right? That doesn't mean they couldn't have and shouldn't have figured it out. So when you have the word privilege is multi-layered. But are you going to be the adult in the room and grow up and show up? Or are you not? Because most of the boomers did not do those things. And that's why the world is so, like, it's suffering, right? We are suffering. And I'm saying all of us need to learn to suffer wisely. Okay? So again, how you hear words matters. But we can't, everyone wants to have a village, no one wants to be a villager. Well, sometimes the village has pedophiles. But more than that, it has hurt people who are not getting better. And I'm tired. So figure it out. We're all tired. So all of us individually have to do the work to show up to be a better collective. Not in a conservative way, because conservatives aren't doing that. Remember that. Conservatives say that, but they're not doing it. Conservatives are right. People should be cleaning up their own rooms, but they're not. I'm saying clean up your room and the community will get better. You can't ask the community to come clean up your room every fucking time. On occasion, yeah, I'll clean up your room for you, but not every fucking time. So remember, this is the problem with conservatives. That's why people fall for it, because intuitionally what they're saying sounds good, right? Be there for your community, be responsible, don't get into debt, do all these things, but they're not doing that. We want to protect kids. Sounds good, right? But you actually have to do it. And they're not doing it. And I'm saying don't be like them. Do it. Do it. Don't just say it, do it.
Very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sort of
And yes, it will be very hard. By the way, just one more part. It's very hard to be a good person. So I'm not asking you to do something that I don't think is incredibly hard. You might be new to my audience. You maybe have never heard me say anything. I'm not exaggerating. Everything, every single thing you tell me, it's too hard, Brittany, this, it's too hard. I know. And that's why the world is the way it is. It's a reflection of us as a whole. I know. I'm never going to tell you it's easy. It's possible though, but it's not easy. But if you wonder why the world is the way it is, for every reason in my chat right now, you were telling me it's too hard. I know. I promise you.
Tells here they comment about her body extensively. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request. Does she want to come out to Paris on Sunday? He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get a copy of their passports and bring them to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact his name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States.
Why did he redact his name? Because it was a victim or because it was a...
who then would get a copy of their passports and bring them to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact.
They didn't redact the girl's name?
Redact his name, but I'm going to do it.
He says his name. Daniel's name? Why did he redact it, I wonder?
He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York, and then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah, one of the scouts was like this, like, who himself in jail. But no, there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around. Even though we literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine doing anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't argue those are victims, but the work was just done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded two documents that are functionally identical and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name or other time.
Hello? Chet says, be careful about promoting toxic positivity culture. I don't know if you're talking about me, but that bullshit is not had here. We are not toxic. Like, we don't believe in positivity culture, right? Therapy is designed to convince you that you are individually responsible for problems. You are responsible for your brain. Therapy is meant to help you with your brain, guys. That's what it's for. Therapy cannot save you from systematic oppression, can't save you from white supremacy. It can liberate you from understanding your own brain and how it works and how you function as a person in society. Go to a medical professional. When I say therapy, I mean medical professional. Okay, I went to a doctor. My medical professional was a doctor. Go to a medical professional, somebody who went through school, somebody who can help you understand your brain. If you're new to my audience, I believe in this concept. Okay, this is my little mantra. I made it up for myself about being a whole human being. One, who are you in the story? Are you an Epstein? Are you a Trump? Are you a good guy, a bad guy? Who are you in the story? First, you have to recognize that and ask yourself, are you happy with who you are or do you want to become somebody else? Because that's up to you, right? Two, know your brain. Are you, moving through the world with a filter over your understanding of life, your perception, right? Are you autistic? Are you neurodivergent? Are you XYZ thing here? Go to a doctor, go to a medical professional, see what's going on with yourself. Ask yourself about your childhood. How does my childhood impact how I see my life as an adult? Therapy, medical help, okay? And then your philosophical outlook. What do you believe about the world? What do you think about life? How does it work out for you? What does it mean that, you exist on a planet? Do I believe in God? What are my morals? What are my ethics? Okay. Then your physical health, separate from your mental health, your physical health. What is this vessel that's carrying my consciousness? What is this thing? How much does it define me? How healthy is it? How strong is it? Are you chronically ill like I am? Are you disabled like I am? What is this relationship with your physical form that you have that holds your consciousness, right? Okay. And then, mental health. Wait, hold on. I got to read who you are in the story, your mental health, your physical health, your spirit. Oh, your financial health. Oh, this is the hard one. This is the one that probably triggered some people in chat. Maybe that's okay. Finances are horrible. I've tried to kill myself so many times over money. I get it. Financial health. You are an animal evolved on a planet. You are brought into the world without your consent and you still have to manage to pay your taxes. I understand it's hard. And I'm saying have a good and healthy relationship with your financial self and everything will change. I'm telling you this as somebody who has done it. I would not tell you it is easy. It is the hardest thing I ever did. It was basically figure it out or kill myself. That was where I was. Okay? So I'm telling you as somebody who was facing her own suicide, I figured it out. And if I could keep some of you from killing yourselves by giving you tools, I'm happy to do that. I can't guarantee it. It's not always going to be a one size fits all. But if anything I learned about myself could help you, I want to tell it to you. Because I really was. It was either kill myself or figure it out. And I figured it out for Brittany. Okay? That's what I'm talking about here. I am not talking about toxic positivity. I'm not trying to sell you something. I am just telling you that as a girly who is going to blow her own brains out, I thank the universe every day I figured it out. But I didn't do it alone. I needed help. And some of that help came from a person I called my therapist. And then a bigger part, the most important part, came from my philosophical relationship with self. Okay? All right.
It's somebody who clearly is not a victim because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out. and we see participants, and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now,
Oh, brother.
I want to know who's doing that. Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image, right? Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it,
And yes, Discord, I do understand not all therapists are doctors. That's why I said medical professional. I just mentioned my therapist was a doctor, but your therapist doesn't have to be a doctor, right? Like therapists don't have to be doctors, but medical professional, somebody who's serious about actually helping you, not, you know, somebody who understands the brain, somebody who's studied and understands the DSM, like somebody who's trying to understand you is what I'm trying to say.
in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or, like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So, Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is, and then Bannon's not.
It's going to be like, chat says you all voted for Bill Clinton. Habibi, none of us were old enough to vote for Bill Clinton, you fucking idiot. Mute. We weren't even, was anyone here old enough to vote for Bill Clinton? I wasn't even old enough. This is what I'm saying. People love to bring up, oh, you voted for Bill. Girl, we weren't even old enough to vote for Bill Clinton. Relax, okay?
Not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some like kind of victim status or for some reason. And then you see the other file and you're like, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to comment on, is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also like victims' names got stuck in this. Like girls' names appear sometimes, and like I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted because they're redacted over here?
Chat said, God helps everyone. I hope you don't expect God to slap the gun out of your hand. No, but God doesn't exist, so I'm blocking you. God doesn't exist, and if he does exist, I want to see data, pictures, and TikToks. Okay? Don't come into my chat with God exists. If God existed, why the fuck does Epstein? Okay? Come on now.
Here, they're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stablecoin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled JPEGs in here.
Fuck.
And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square that I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. It's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says the Ukraine.
The government's going to be like, look, we wanted to get you guys proper files, but you kept rushing us. You kept like telling us like we have to, like you haven't had files on hand all these years. Come on now.
Ukraine is now my favorite country.
You guys have heard probably that some people think Epstein was like a spy for the US government or like was an informant or whatever. Look, I don't know what he was, but I don't care because all of them fucking suck.
Smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying the
I can't believe some of us, like when we were kids, I remember my friends being like, ooh, sometimes I want to work for the CIA. And I'm like, I in my life have never thought to myself, oh yeah, I want to work for fucking people that like kill people. There's like, but like, why would you ever grow up to think, oh yeah, I want to be a spy? Fuck no, I don't want to be a spy. Okay, this isn't Kim Possible, bro. This is some fucked up shit.
Actions, like the way they did this is not good. But now let's return to Steve Bannon and his we're gonna crush the trafficking narrative, because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like an old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity and saying, you know, he says, do you think I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube? No sandbagging, interview format, or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says, if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make. What? But better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight, to which Steve Bannon replies, yes. Jeffrey Epstein? Should it be an interview format, interviewed by me?
Wait, is that this video? Is that why they did this?
They were trying to use science to find cure.
Is that why this happened with Steve Bannon? Is that what that is? What?
They start talking about, like, how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark topics. Their brainstorming, how do we trick the public into seeing me as more than a monster? Now, funny enough, right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place.
Yo. Holy fuck, that's another red flag too. How do you feel about Woody Allen? That's why everyone always looked at Scarlett Johansson with a side eye. Because I think to this day she works with Woody. Didn't I just say his name? Did I just forget it? Guys, I have fibromyalgia. I have brain fog from COVID.
And you gotta love
Woody Allen. Jesus Christ.
the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what he meant by that. To be clear, I'm not making that accusation against.
It was a joke. That's what he's gonna say. Guys, it was a joke. I didn't see no LOL at the end. I didn't see no LOL.
Woody Allen, we'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along though anyways, and he films this documentary. Now what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now, guys, we're blown away. I didn't think it was strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him.
Yeah, so chat says they said one of the interviews was AI. Well, they say a lot of people think that the government basically made AI really popular and viral in the last few months because they knew these files were coming out. Now, I will say there has been already AI stuff, like we've seen them, and we have to be careful about that for sure because, you know, people are going to report, like some of the things that are reported will be wrong. Look, excuse me, I burped. Listen. The news in Epstein is like your family history lore. It is. It is like your family history lore. Okay? Your mom and dad tell you a story, and then you get old enough to go to the big kids table, and then they tell you that the story they told you wasn't exactly true because you weren't young enough, you weren't old enough to hear the truth. And then when you get old enough to hear the truth, it's not even the real story because everyone's memory is so fucked, and everyone like spins stories, and then you're like, okay, well, what was true? Something is true. Something happened here, and we will never really know the truth, the full truth, but we need to know just the most of the truth to make a decision. And that's what's so scary about being a person in the world. It's like, you know, like innocently, you might forget what you had for dinner yesterday. And you might say, like, oh, I think I ate burgers yesterday. And someone's like, you didn't eat burgers. You ate tacos. Are you lying, bro? And then it's like, were you maliciously, intentionally lying because you didn't want us to know you had burgers when you actually had or you had burgers when blah, 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 blah? It's like, or did you just literally forget because it's not a big deal? It's both of those things. Human beings are both of those things always. Our memory is bad. This is just scientific. Our memory is really bad. And yet there are certain things we know that are true and certain things we honestly forgot and some things we're lying about. Listen, this is a philosophy channel for a reason because political streamers have the audacity to think they know what's true. Philosophers know truth is like time. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. It's not real. It's a construct created by our perceptions. And that shouldn't make you feel scared. That should make you feel, well, it might make you feel scared at first, but it should foundation you in an understanding that the only thing that is true is what's real in the most present. Your memory in the most present, your understanding in the most present, because this is the most updated form of self. Okay? And then, oh, I got a notification. I thought my stream got shut down. So that's where you have to focus on is like, what do we know right now? What do we know that is true now? What is the most updated information now? Who am I now? And then what do we do moving forward? So like when I talk to my parents about breaking generational curses and I say, okay, it doesn't matter what happened 20 years ago because I know you guys keep bringing it up. Stop. What do we know now? because that's what they do. Well, what about what happened 20 years ago? I don't care what happened 20 years ago. What I care about is what we know now. And people, they go, well, what happened? What about this? What about that? Stop. That was then, this is now. What do we know now? And people don't. They're too afraid of the most present because that's the most honest. The most honest is you facing yourself now. The most honest is the world facing itself right now. But instead, oh, but what about happened? What about this? And this is separate from, please know, this is separate from history. This is separate from understanding our past to understand our present. This is a philosophical understanding. This isn't a literal historical, we should understand the past, understand the future, da, da, da. This is a commentary on something better, deeper, more focused. What is happening now? What can we do now? Because again, you are going to feel the pressure of the burden of knowing, and it's going to stop you in your tracks. The past has constantly got a hand on your shirt, keeping you in place. And I'm saying, focus, move forward. But then, intellectually, educationally, we should know what happened in the past to understand the present. Does that make sense? Okay.
And actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, 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 of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be raped by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. You can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, Cat Bro is casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think more, that's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even called Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You could tell us the world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator.
That's why, and minorities have been talking about this forever. When your dad buys a hospital wing to get you into college, minorities already know the upper hand the rich have over them because we've had to see people get ahead by their daddies buying hospital wings. And that's what this is at a higher level. At a higher level, it really is people in incredible positions of power utilizing their power to buy. That's what Epstein said. Look at all the charity I've done. Look at all the work I did with vaccinations. It's okay. That works though. In this bubble, in this world, it works. Now, it works in our world too. No, Johnny can't be a pedophile. I love Johnny. We go to work every day. He buys people lunch. He's so good to the kids. Wait. And it's yeah, bro, your friend, a pedophile. But it's hard because my friend, the pedophile, in your head is also this really great guy who does all these really great things. Okay? And that's why it's so hard to be a human being because you're still attached to that person, the version of that person you knew. We can't even, we're attachment creatures. We grow attached to homes, to people, to things, to music, to flavors, to smells. We grow attached. We build beautiful memories to things and we hold on to those memories like they're our treasures. And then when someone comes in and says hey, that shiny treasure you love, it's actually a turd painted in gold. You're no, not this thing that I've grown so attached to. And I'm I'm so sorry. And it is devastating, by the way. I don't want to be so callous as not to understand how devastating it is that you've been holding on to this treasure. And I'm so sorry to break it to you, Habibi. It's a piece of shit. It's khara. It's a piece of shit. I'm so sorry. And then you have to sit there and look at it and be oh my God, my whole life, everything about my life, everything I thought about my life. This is Princess Carolyn and BoJack Horseman. The necklace her family left her. She's got this big story, this big buildup only to learn that it's just a plastic piece of jewelry. And she's wait, what? No, it's a fake? They're I'm so sorry. And she's but this is my family legacy. This is everything I am. This is my motivation. This is, and that it's so hard to be a person because that's what we do. That's what our families do too. With the best intentions, our family give us this lore. My mom did this my whole life. My dad and mom gave me this amazing lore about being immigrants from Iraq and having this amazing story. And they build you up and then you're hold on. Is this the story? But then this is happening, right? But what about this? And they're like, well, you know, that was the time. That was just how it was back then. So my amazing family history, my legacy grandfather, my legacy everything is built off a child marriage? Oh, that was just the time. Teenagers were more mature then. She was 10. She was 10. She was 10. And by the way, this is such a sensitive topic in the family. You really can't talk about it with almost anybody. Because we loved our legacy grandparents. We loved them. They were legacy people, you know? So it's hard. It's really hard. I understand. I'm very empathetic to the fact that it's really hard to have your life shattered. That's why we call it a bubble pop, right? You're having this part of your life, this story shattered in front of you. And then you're like, oh my God, like, what's happening here? It's a reality. Like, you're having your reality fucked with. Okay. But remember, you don't want to lose your brain through the process and become conspiracy theorists. Okay. You don't want to lose your brain in the process and become shattered by reality. You want to become so in tune, so meditative, so ready for anything that is true. So you can recognize that truth is truth. That's just what it is. That happened. It's real. You can feel it emotionally. Go to a therapist and talk through it. But the reality is like life is stranger than fiction. Don't let it rock you. And if it does, get back on your feet. And I get it. Okay. But it's hard. Chess said, is it shame? Yeah, there is a shame to recognizing how devastating our family history is, or how the world is, or how corrupt it is. It's of course it's shame. That's why I don't believe in shame as a tactic, right? I don't believe in punishment. But more than that, I believe in radically accepting that we are animals on a planet. From all evidence, it seems to be the case. And that means we have to do so much more work than we even thought to have a deeper relationship with that biological experience in order to prevent us from being philosophically evil. Every single one of us could be Jeffrey Epstein. Sort of. Kind of. I think that, sort of. All of us could be philosophically evil. Okay? It doesn't have to be exactly like Jeffrey Epstein, right? Because we're not biologically built that way in a big way. But also we wouldn't make those decisions because of our values. But we're all susceptible to evil. You can't sit around saying, I'm the good guy, though. Everybody thinks they're the good guy. Jeffrey Epstein does. He said it himself. He's like, well, why did you think I'm the devil? Look at all the good I've done. You know, look at all the good. So when we have these conversations, again, the reason I like philosophy is because it forces you to humble yourself. And it forces you to really realize like, oh, we're not so special or unique that we couldn't be evil. And so it's very hard to be a good person, you know?
Calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. Places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we are entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced, it was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got onto this prestigious Rockefeller board because he had a calculator, but also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, you know, he's not really such a bad...
Chad says, another interesting part of this is when real life mimics conspiracy theories. And I think the truth of Epstein stuff breaks some liberal brains and they want to dismiss it as a conspiracy. Well, I think this is important that conspiracy theorists are like 50% right, but they're not always right, right? Like, that's why I don't believe in conspiracy theories. We need to stop talking about conspiracy theories and just say what is true. It's not a conspiracy theory if it's true, right? Like, I think that's the problem. And then the issue is like all of us are right, all of us are wrong. Every single one of us, even religion has some truth to it. It's just not the truth they think it is. Every single person, I meet Trump voters all the time and I'm like, yeah, you're right about that. And they're like, so I'm right about this, I must be right about everything else. I'm like, no, just because you're right about this doesn't mean you're right about this. None of us could ever be 100% right. That's why we're flawed as a species. We have to rely on each other as a collective to make sure we head in the right direction because we are all somewhat wrong. Even I go back and watch my old content and go, oh, I was wrong there. Oop, I was wrong there. Yes, I'll say something last week. I'm like, oh, I was wrong about what I said last week. You are never 100% right. And yet we still have to keep moving forward and keep speaking our minds because that's the only way we learn as a species, apparently, is to fall on our face and get back up and do it again. Oops, right? Chad said, wait, don't you think people should be punished for bad deeds? Please expand. How can we curb bad behavior if there's no negative consequence attached to the behavior? People who are willing to fuck children don't give a fuck about your punishments. With peace and love. What are you to do? Like, you cannot punish a person enough who's willing to fuck a baby. It's not going to work. It's just going to make you a torture. Like, you're just Guantanamo Bay. Because remember, that's what Guantanamo Bay was, right? It was a justification to torture people who were bad. Did that help? And also, most of those people weren't even convicted of a crime, a lot of those people, right? You can't punish people into correction. We know this. And you don't want to live with the consequence of the memories of you torturing somebody. It's bad for you and it's bad for them. The best thing we can do moving forward as a society is put people in a position where they can't hurt people anymore and treat them with the dignity they could never treat other people with. It is very hard to be a good person. Okay? Chet says, don't we teach children not to steal? Yeah, but you don't beat them. You shouldn't beat your kids in order when they steal. When your kids steal, you don't beat them, do you? Do you? Because a lot of parents do. No, we don't beat our kids when they do something bad. At least we shouldn't. We should be breaking that generational curse, right? If our kid steals, depending on the context, you would have them pay it back to the community. Apologize to the person they stole from, pay people back, do right by the community, and figure out a new way to show up, right? We want to break a generational curse. Violence cannot be the answer for a liberated society. Now, we might need violence now because we're not liberated. So we're not liberated now, so violence might be necessary. But in the future, a liberated society wouldn't need violence, right? We would have other ways to prevent harm. But I understand right now there are circumstances in which maybe violence is necessary, or maybe even in a liberated society, which, by the way, guys, utopia is a myth, right? We can't actually get there. We're never actually going to get to a perfect society, but we still have to work towards it. So there's also that part. You have to hold the contradiction in your hand. We're both things. You won't be perfect. It's not about being perfect for your whole life. It's about aiming to be better, aiming to be less bad every day, right? So we start with the stuff that's in our control. You start with yourself because it's the one thing it's the only thing you have control over. You cannot control what people do. You can only control yourself, right? So that's the first part. That's why conservatives have that intuitional understanding that you pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But the dilemma is they forget that the system is also at play here. So you have to do both. You are you as an individual and you're you as a relation to the system. You're both things. Okay? Right? You said it is a consequence one must endure when you do bad things. I don't know. I agree with you that punishment does not mean to beat. Punishment is only meant to harm. America was built on a punishment framework. That's why they kidnap people and put them into prisons. It's why they believe in punishment. Punishment is white supremacy. White supremacy uses punishment as an excuse to enslave people and call it prison time. Punishment is a part of white supremacy, in my opinion. It's why it works so well, because we've convinced ourselves that people deserve pain and hurt for the pain they've caused. But even when they haven't caused it, they call it correction. Even corrections, calling it a corrections facility versus a learning facility, an education facility. I don't want to correct you. I don't want to shame you, and I don't want to punish you. I want to give you tools. I want to give you education to liberate you from the limited way you've been thought is your only option of existing. We are not given proper tools as a society, as a species. We're given the most basic fucking tools, and we're calling it like an advanced society. Like, we're like, again, we want to suffer wisely, and the world is just suffering so unwisely. So I get it. We've been trained this way, right? We've literally been brought up this way. I get it. But I think the best tool is one where you liberate even the most disgusting offender. And you can liberate them by giving them an opportunity to never hurt people again. But not by you taking it into your own hands. It's a form of self-defense to put people in a facility not prisons, because prison, guys, you have to remember too, prison systems have their own ecosystem, right? When you put people away in prison, there starts an ecosystem in prison in which existing outside of prison is almost impossible. You do not want to put people in facilities in which existing outside of them is almost impossible. You want to build a facility that keeps those people separate, but also integrates them into society as a whole. So just to make you a picture, this is just to build you a picture. Okay. So prison systems exist out of society, even though they're physically in them, they're their own society. And when you get out of prison, it's very hard to then integrate back into society. Okay. Which is why some people become lifelong and they even reoffend to go back into prison because it's better. I want a society where prison is integrated into society as something so normal and so reasonable that we can go visit prisoners, engage with prisoners, liberate prisoners, that you're not evil when you come out of prison. We live in a system where when you're punished under the law and you're a felon, you can't vote. In what world could it be by the people for the people and I get out of prison and I can't vote, but I have to pay tax? And what world do I have taxation without representation and everybody goes, yeah, well, you did something bad. So? Am I paying tax? Then I should be able to vote. I don't care what the crime, I don't care what crime has been done, right? We have to be able to understand that we are both animals on a planet and we need to be held accountable and the law should still represent you, right? Chat's bringing up Norwegian prisons, Scandinavian prisons. Yeah, they have a pretty good system. I don't know their systems well enough to know what flaws that might have. But yes, now that I'm living in Europe, I do find some of the stories out of these prisons to be incredibly better than the system we have in America. And remember, America specifically is like uniquely violent as a culture. Like even our schizophrenic patients, the images and auditory hallucinations they hear in America are like so much more violent than other countries. Other countries report that their hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, they're completely different than the ones Americans hear. And it's because we're so violent as a country. You use shame and punishment as a way to, quote, move people forward. You know? Chad said, is there any ethical dilemma behind allowing people, say, who are convicted of rapists to be able to vote? I don't think so. I think there's more of a consequence of not allowing people to vote because you've decided they're not good enough. So I think it's more dangerous to take away people's right to represent themselves through the government. The law is about the people. And if the people are mostly rapists, that's a problem with the people. Because right now it's already happening. Rapists are voting every fucking day. Religious people who think gay people are evil are voting every fucking day. Transphobes are voting every day. Racists are voting every fucking day. If we start deciding we're going to take away votes from people who are evil, you might as well take it away from everybody. And we can't live in that world either. Either we fix humanity because the core issue is us, or we start picking and choosing who we're taking away legal rights from. Everybody, legal representation under the law, and philosophically liberating ourselves from the idea that we're the only good ones, right? You know? Okay, I appreciate you too, Chad. I see you. I appreciate you too. Great comment, great question. I get it at a time, and I'm going to be answering it for the next 20 years. I promise you, this is why I love philosophy, because I can answer this question a billion times over. Why not punishment, Brittany? Why not shame? Thank you for asking. I'll answer it right now because it is such a big part of what I think is needed in the world. We need to liberate the world. Billions of people, billions and billions of people have not liberated themselves from shame and punishment. And how could they? It's in all of our movies. It's in all of our books, all of our heroes. How do they liberate themselves? By punishing the enemy. Yeah, I get it, right? I get it. That's a quick question. Where do you hear the info about the hallucinations being worse in America? I ask because I'm having trouble finding the info myself. Every time I look it up, it comes up pretty easy. I can't remember. It was an article because my friend told me about it. And then I was like, oh, I'm going to look that up. Every time I look it up, it always comes up pretty easy. I'll find it again and I can share it.
Guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson. The famous billionaire, he was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know, that's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means.
Hold on, I found it right away from Stanford University about auditory hallucinations being different culturally. Oh, fuck, the link is too big to post in YouTube. Stanford University hallucinatory voices shaped by local culture. Stanford anthropologist says. So hold on, let me just bring it up for you so you know I'm not fucking with you right now. And this is what I do. Okay. Tanya found the voice hearing experience of people with serious psychotic disorders are shaped by local culture. In the US, the voices are harsh and threatening. In Africa and India, they're more benign and playful. Stanford University found right away. Hallucinatory voices shaped by local. Here, I'll copy and paste the title and you can go find it in Google. But yeah, I think that shit is so fascinating, bro. I'm obsessed. I'm linking it on the Discord as well. Yeah, the link is crazy long. There you go. I might be doing something boomer, and that's why it's so long.
But anyways, he says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more...
Whoa, I need to rewind that.
Ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means. But anyways, he says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since.
There, Jeffrey, it's nice. It was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports, can't stop speaking about it. Are we talking about golden showers or something else? Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring the harem, your harem. I think Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old woman instead of a girl. See, woman instead of a girl. Guys, 18-year-old, legally an adult, but not really a woman, you know? Still a teenager, still a kiddo, an adult, but, you know, careful there. I don't know if I would call an 18-year-old a woman. You know what I'm saying? Okay. That you were more than learned your lesson and has done nothing against the law since, yes, as a single man, you seem to have okay, whatever. Gross. Richard Branson to from Jeffrey Epstein to Richard Branson. Disgusting.
And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving him PR advice. How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny everything. Speaking of, remember Howard Lutnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein since 2005?
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Although also calling him the greatest blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Lutnick said he spent zero time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying, nice seeing you after the conviction. I mean, these people, not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now...
Thank you, Chatter, for becoming a Patreon member. Woo woo, thank you so much.
Let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was...
I hate these photos. These photos piss me off so much. I hate these. Look at these fucking photos. Oh, I hate them so. The rage I feel for the world, not at the world. Remember, we want to be angry for the world, not at the world. When you're angry at the world, you become a school shooter. When you're angry for the world, you feed people. Oh, these pictures really get me riled up.
Lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good, this is not doing you any favors, you know. I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room.
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied everything? Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something. But either way, he also sends some reputational advice to his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. When the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. Noam. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think that is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon, Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew.
The liberal left has nothing to do with me. I'm not a liberal. See, the liberal left is different. People really don't know the differences, and it's crazy to me that in 2026, you guys have not learned the differences. So just FYI, not a liberal. And also never trust a man. Never trust a man who isn't deconstructed from being a man. Okay, so Chomsky, everyone disappointed by Chomsky. Why? Have you not learned yet? Have you not learned? Okay. This is what I'm saying. All these past philosophers everyone's obsessed with, all of these men were losers. I don't know what to tell you. Why do you think the patriarchy makes sure that all your favorite philosophers or all your favorite people who comment on systems are always men? We're the women, we're the femmes, we're the non-binary, we're the gender fluid, we're the trans. Okay? Pay attention.
Hiltzik, you know, a lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center, trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein?
That's what I mean. I want you to get to the point where no matter who comes out, you're like, okay. Instead of thinking like, oh my God, like I can't believe it. I can believe it. If it's true, I believe it. I'm not going to argue with the truth. At this point,
if they had no involvement. I mean, that's the part I can't figure out it, because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk.
That's why I say, like, the trick is twofold. The trick is making us think that we can't liberate ourselves without people. I refuse to believe this. No way am I going to let a bunch of white men tell me I can't liberate myself. This is why philosophy will liberate you, because it will tell you that you exist outside of these structures. Philosophy is the reminder that no one can hold you down better than yourself. 2, I will not be tricked into thinking I should want to be famous or richer with these people. That's the other side of the trick. The other side of the trick is them convincing you that you want to be with the cool kids. Nah, bro, I'm good, bro. I'm going to go to the library and hang out with the 50-year-old women and talk about literature. I know what this is. I know what this is.
About Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files.
I was going to say, that kind of looks like Elon,
What
bro.
exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about...
I was thinking to myself, that kind of looks like Elon, whose father allegedly molested multiple kids in the family. That story came out not too long ago.
Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday, where the password to the secret party was riot. And then in all caps, Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September. Now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or, you know, right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Now, again, was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails. Then all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out is that a little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now, we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jen's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because Jen's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jen's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November, and then starts saying, you know, this, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jen, London. Kimball, Jen, London to Morocco, ? Then she has a break, and then it's Jen, Kimball, St. Bart's, assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk?
Look, you know, because chat says, I never know what to make of Chomsky. Like, people will say there's misinfo because he's such a truth teller. All of us are deeply flawed. All of us are bad. All of us are bad. How we're bad, in which ways we are bad, people are more bad than other bad. But human beings are flawed. We're animals, okay? And so when we start putting people on pedestals, we stop forgetting that. And also we forget that, you know, you will do bad things. And so you have to recognize that within yourself. You can't go on through a life thinking, I've never done anything bad. The moment I hear someone say, I've never done anything bad, I'm like, oop, can't be trusted. Or, oh, I've never been biased or prejudiced, can't be trusted. Right? So a bad person can be right. A bad person can find the cure for cancer. Right? We know that. I mean, the reason we don't call it Asperger's, right, is because it was like a Nazi doctor. We call it autism, right? Like, the point is that bad people can do good things. You doing a good thing doesn't take away the fact that you did something bad, right? Okay. So then when we have these conversations, the question is, how do we show up and give people a path to towards a better direction, right? Chad says J.K. Rowling is beyond redemption. We know that. That kind of hit. Well, I don't believe anyone is past redemption because I don't believe in redemption as that kind of concept, right? Right? We can empathize with her journey of hate, though. We can. J.K. Rowling isn't beyond redemption. J.K. Rowling is probability-wise probably not going to redeem herself, right? That's, redemption in terms of allies. We don't try to find an ally in her. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you're never gonna look at J.K. Rowling as the person she is today. Oh, like, okay, what would it take for J.K. Rowling to redeem herself? Exactly, chat. Her redemption would be going away forever. Bye, girl. You tried. Bye. J.K. Rowling's only redemption is dedicating money to trans causes and saying I was wrong and then disappearing. 100%. That's the only redemption for her. Okay? So you're right. I agree with you on that. Like, owning what you've done should change the way you show up in life. If you're really sorry for what you've done, your life should change. A lot of these YouTubers who are caught with minors or found guilty, their redemption would be like not coming back to YouTube, right? Like not coming back to YouTube, because your life should reflect what you've done. Like if you deeply understand the harm you have caused, why are you trying to come back to your same old job? Get a new job. Get a different job where you're not the hero. You're not the face-facing person, right? Right? Chaz says, Britt, how do we feel about the concept of separating the art from the artist? I think well, like I said the other day, if I couldn't date somebody who is a Chris Brown fan, right? Like I'm not going to date somebody who's a Chris Brown fan, right? If Chris Brown is in their rotation on occasion, or if he comes on and they kind of like let it go on the radio, whatever. But I'm not going to date somebody who's a Chris Brown fan. You know what I mean? Like somebody who's like, oh, I still listen to Chris Brown every day. Like, you do you. Like I'll turn on Michael Jackson on occasion. You know what I'm saying? I'll turn on people on occasion. I love Elvis on occasion, but I'll be like, oh, Elvis was a pedophile. You know what I mean? Love this song. Elvis was a pedophile. I think that's what's required of you. When you listen to the song, do you make sure to remind yourself, oop, that was a pedophile? Or do you ignore it? And do you tell yourself like, no, he wasn't that bad? So you have to figure out, how to make sure you remind yourself of like, oop, hold on. And that's how I think you should do it, right? That says Michael was wrongfully accused. He was fine. You mean the Michael Jackson that admitted to having little boys in his bed? The Michael Jackson that is in these files and knew Jeffrey Epstein? That Michael Jackson? Okay, I feel my heart goes out to Michael Jackson as a child. He was severely abused. But he's still a man. Still a man. Don't trust it. Don't know that he was deconstructed. Absolutely not. Okay.
To be clear, I don't know. There could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe. I don't know. But all I see.
See, you saying he was weird and not a pedo. First of all, you don't know him. And second of all, Chad said thoughts on the Kanye apology. I don't want to hear it. He can go away too. Okay? I don't want to hear it. I'm not saying Michael Jackson was a pedophile. I'm saying I do not know, but it sounds like, you know what I mean? Sounds like I don't trust it. Again, I've never deep dived. I'm not obsessed with Michael Jackson like everybody else is. I have not watched the documentaries like everyone has. I've watched a couple, but I haven't like, some people are obsessed. I've watched like one or two and I'm like, okay, sounds like it could be either or. The safe side is to take caution. The safe side is this stranger who's a man he's not owed my allegiance. Love Michael Jackson's music. Don't trust him. That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's the thing. I would be very cautious to be very excited to defend a man you don't know.
Are constant, powerful people either being intro to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations. We're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia.
Oh my God. This guy came on my TikTok feed. Okay, first of all, my partner, I hate how good of my partner is such a good like judge of character. He calls them out so fast. Like Cody Ko, I used to watch Cody Ko when I was eating, and my partner would be like, you better watch out. I get a bad feeling about Cody Ko. I was like, don't say that. Don't say that about Cody. He's like, oh yeah, Cody, he's gonna have allegations. I can tell. I'm like, oh, and then it came out and I was like, nah, Cody Ko. And then this guy comes across my feed and I was like, who is this guy? He did a 60 Minutes interview. And I was like, who is this guy? And my partner's like, ooh, he's a bad one. I can tell. I was like, how do you know? He's like, look at him. Gross. And I was like, oh, and my partner was so right. And then I showed my partner that he was in the Epstein files. And I was like, you were right, bro. Look, I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I do. I'm such an optimistic girly. Like, you think I'm harsh on men? You got to get yourself a partner that understands men as a system. He's always right. He's got that. You know what I mean?
He's a podcast bro. He's a longevity expert. And actually, funny enough, I read
wait. In my defense, I didn't know any of those things about him. I just saw him interviewed on 60 Minutes on a TikTok. So I didn't know any of those things. Once I learned he was a podcast bro and a pseudoscience guy, I was like, my bad. If I had known those things, I would have known too. But see, my partner didn't know either. He could just tell. He's like, pseudoscience. I was like, how do you know? How do you know? You got to have the ear for it. Some people's ears are better trained. You know? I'm telling you.
Well, and that's going to come into play here in a second because, oh boy, did I get...
True, the energy. She felt it. She did. It was the feeling of the energy. She was like, I don't know, giving pseudoscience. Ew.
It's some additional context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds,
Drugs.
Me too. And there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Or is this bad redactions? You know, we don't...
Is it a bag of cocaine? Listen, you know what the dilemma is? Is like, I'm so pro drugs, I'm so pro sex work, I'm pro these things, but only with informed consent. I am not pro party culture. I am not pro club culture. I am not pro anything that doesn't come with informed consent. And the difference is that sex work and drugs are great unless it doesn't come with informed consent, and then it's bad. And that's the problem with these bubbles. So I always want to say, don't throw drugs under the bus. Don't throw sex work under the bus. But understand that a lot of these men only like these things because it violates someone's consent. And that's the thing. Okay? That's the thing that I think is so key. They get a thrill off your lack of consent. Versus, that's why I loved BDSM communities. It was sober. You had to negotiate beforehand. You could ask people, hey, can I talk to your former partners? And people are like, yeah, no problem. Versus in vanilla culture, if you asked any of those things, they think you were kind of crazy. You know, they think they would think like that's an insane thing to ask. But it's like, well, why'd you break up with your ex? Like, can I talk to people? Who's there to vouch for you? You know, how do I know you're not a bad person, right?
No, although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this. But Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds.
And just disclaimer, not all kink communities are the same. And a lot of kinksters are Trumpers. And a lot of BDSM people are, quote, old school. And they will violate your consent. So if you're going to play in a BDSM community, play in a progressive one. And even then, predators can exist anywhere. But at least they'll do their due diligence to try to protect their community members.
Got a fresh shipment. Frayed not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you? The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell a soul the secrets or the life that Epstein leads? And then we get another redacted photo, right? And then some more images. And Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life than the Dos Equis guy. Is this off the coast of France? No, it's my island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to Google Earth and type in Little St. James. Beautiful. Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But, this wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies.
It's called locker room talk.
And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, are you on island? Jeffrey Epstein says, P Beach, probably Palm.
Are you on island is crazy.
Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, guess. Peter Attia, besides that, I mean, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point.
There is no code. One of the worst memes, best memes I saw was like, what we think is happening in these like emails is like, hey, bro, do you want some ice cream later? Wink, wink. And it's actually just like, hey, bro, love the torture videos. Haha. Like, it literally is so blunt. Like, that's what I'm like. Okay, you know what really pisses me off was Pizzagate? Because apparently they use the word pizza a lot in these emails to mean code. But remember that guy who went to the pizzeria with a gun because he thought Hillary Clinton was having like a sex ring underneath the pizzeria? This is what I'm saying. Get your shit together, you fucking losers. How dare you take a gun into a restaurant where kids and families are in the name of justice? You fucking losers. This is what I'm saying. These conspiracy theorists need to sit down. You are not smart. Okay? Oh, wow. Men in power, especially white men in power, are taking advantage of kids. Whoa, bro. Anybody and their mom knows that. You're not smart because you're like, I figured it out. No one believed me, but I knew it was true. It's like, girl, that's what I'm saying. It is so obnoxiously offensive to every woman, every victim, every person who's ever come out in the past and said, hey, like these guys are doing stuff. And these conspiracy theorists just like literally think like, oh, I uncovered something. You didn't uncover shit, bro. We told you. You see how they want to even take the credit from the victims? You didn't uncover anything. We told you.
No, what do you do? Guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate.
Yeah, Discord said, did you guys hear about the creator of 4chan had a meeting with Jeffrey Epstein that led directly to the creation of? Well, I'm waiting for people to cover that too. We should go over that today too. Though I will tell you, you might have to do some follow-up this week because I actually have to put out my podcast for today. So I can't stream for too long today because my podcast over on my podcast channel is, it's advice to people to avoid dating men who might be on the, Epstein list or in the Epstein files. Because the truth is, you are going on a date with a person right now who thinks Epstein did nothing wrong, or Trump is innocent, or that they might have voted for Trump in 2024, or even in 2016. Okay, so just FYI, today's podcast is gonna be beautiful, but I do have to work on it, so.
Okay, an investigation against uncharged third parties, and then proceed to dump on it.
Though I could just be a day late with it, honestly, but no.
A ton of evidence, at least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded.
Yes, there were chat said Peter Thiel is gay. There were boy and man victims as well. Yes, there are. And look, if you guys hear me talking and we're mostly focusing on the women, because once again, guys, under patriarchy, male victims, I think are believed even less than female victims or, girls, because of the way patriarchy works. Male victims are told they should be happy or they should be proud or look, they like gain something, right? Because boys are made to have sex in these bubbles versus girls. It's like, I want young, virginal, inexperienced girls. There's a disadvantage, but women also aren't being believed. Girls aren't being believed. So there's some structural here. It's not to say that some of the victims weren't boys or non-binary people. We haven't even gone into gender fluidity. Some of these victims could be non-binary. But the point is that these victims en masse, perpetrators are men and victims are girls, and we need to talk about it. It's not to say that boys can't be victims, absolutely. But if we cannot get women liberated or girls liberated, being that they are the higher statistical probability under patriarchy, there's no chance for these boys because too much of patriarchy still says boys should be glad their teachers hit on them. Boys should be glad their female teachers sleep with them. That's patriarchy. And you know what I mean? So again, all of it is bad. But imagine also living in a world where male victims aren't even heard or understood because of this mindset, because of this belief system, And so that's the thing that I want people to understand. It's not that we're trying to say boys can't be victims. We're trying to say you don't even care that they're victims more than you don't even care the girls are victims. Because patriarchy won't let you feel bad for men. They won't let you feel bad for yourselves. They won't even let you admit that you were victims. Under patriarchy, boys are not even allowed to admit they didn't like it.
to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize. I did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough. He says, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public. So it's this
way. Discord said apparently one of Epstein's earliest public accusers was a Latina trans woman, but everyone ignored and mocked her because she was trans. I believe it. I guarantee it. All these conservative men are constantly caught, DMing trans people, bothering people. And that's the point too. A lot of these people are put in positions of survival sex work. A lot of trans people are in survival sex work because of the way the system is, how transphobic it is. And then of course, I guarantee you, us focusing, again, this is a victim is a victim is a victim. And we have to pay attention to the fact that there is a reason why it's so overwhelmingly girls. And then we have to talk about that as well. Okay? And that's why I say, don't get distracted. Don't say oh, we never talk about this. We never talk about this. We never talk about any of it. Don't confuse our need to talk about women or girls it's a trick of the right to distract you and to say oh, you just care about girls. But these same conservatives that say that all the time don't even care about the boys. They're doing it so you don't pay attention, so you get what I'm trying to say? It's a trick. It's like a dog whistle. Conservatives say that all the time. Well, you don't even care about little boys. You don't care about anybody. You don't care about anybody. If we can liberate the girls, the boys will follow. But if you just liberate the boys, the girls will be neglected. Because that's how patriarchy works. If you get patriarchy to care about victims that are boys, they will still victimize the girls. They will only care about the boys because they're boys. If you liberate girls, we will liberate the boys. We do it every fucking time. We do it every time. And that's what I'm saying. If you help us, we will bring you with us. But if you help them, they will leave your mother and children and sisters behind.
Apology, he addresses some of the things, and he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever that means. He claims that his Got a Fresh shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin, and then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like...
Yeah, see, I don't want to hang out with anyone where I can't tell anything to anybody because I realized I'm so glad I got a taste of it with YouTubers because it gave me such an idea of how I wanted to conduct myself in the future. If I have a YouTuber who's like, hey, can I confide in you? I'm just gonna be like, no. If you tell me anything, I might tell people. I might tell the public. So don't confide in me because I'm gonna tell people. I don't want to know. And if you did do something bad and I find out, but also maybe I should let them tell me and then I should tell everybody else. But the problem is that's what they do. They go, but I told you something in secret. I can't believe you told people. The thing you told me in secret was super fucking bad. But see how they hold it over your head. It's like, oh, you were, and that's, this whole in these bubbles, you have to have discretion. I'm not keeping your secrets.
Revisionist history, a little bit. I mean, personally, to me, as I'm viewing this, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges in 2018. I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him. And then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide therapy.
Chat says, to be clear, I'm not trying to erase the women victims' children at the time. Well, stop. Okay, pause. There were women victims and there were little girl victims. They were both. Grown women were being assaulted and children were being assaulted. Both happened, guys. It wasn't one or the other. Both were happening. Adult women were being raped and young girls were being raped, right? That's why I keep saying women and girls. It was two groups of people. It wasn't just one. That's why I'm being specific with my language. So just so you know, I'm not trying to erase the fact that they were little girls. I'm trying to say, hey, both were victims. He targeted both. Okay? And you said, just a reminder, the boy exploitation happened too. In the future, the way that I would phrase it then is saying, oh, and what's even more horrible is that there were also boys. Instead of saying, because if you come out and chat and just say victims were also boys, it's as if to say, The language is different. If you say, and you know what's even more devastating is like, it wasn't just girls or women, it was also boys. I'm just saying it means you're including in the conversation, you're adding to what I'm saying versus arguing with what I'm saying. Because you ever watch a debate bubble? That's how they debate. Well, what about the boys? There were boys too. That's an argument versus saying like, oh, and yes, Discord accept yes, and. So just to help make sure that we all bring it in, But there were girls and there were women. Those are two separate groups that were targeted.
To Epstein's victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read, because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking about the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about, but Jeffrey Epstein says...
Maybe he was being Snoopy. Maybe he was like, what happened there? Maybe that's the problem. See, that's the other problem. You're way too curious in what the serial killer did, so you ask too many questions, and now you look like your buddy with the serial killer. I mean, either way, it sounded like he wanted in, but he was worried about his reputation. But I know he was tempted. I know this Peter guy was like, I smell money. Because at the end of the day, that's what these podcast bros are. They're money-seeking capitalists.
Same as usual, just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change. Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So, I don't know. Maybe this whole, you got to provide therapy to, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it. But it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole, is there any change legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself.
Remember when Andrew Tate's homeboy DM'd me and I told you guys I did a call with him to do a collaboration? He said, I want to do a collaboration with you, but you can't talk about my association with Andrew Tate. And I was like, oh. Anyways, we never did a collab. But it's one of those things where I was like, I don't want to, and now I won't even talk to people. At that time, I was debating if I should have people on to debate them or if I should have hard conversations with people. But now I won't even do that. You know what I mean? I'm not even going to do that. And that's the problem. These guys are like, you never talk to people. You don't talk to people with opposing views. Yeah, I learned that you guys don't actually want to you don't want to change your mind. You just want people to platform you so you can get more famous. And I don't want to help you do that if I can help it.
I mean, just to be honest. But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the thing we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst thing I've seen in the files. Not for its, explicitness, the amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake, blah, blah, blah. I regret it. I didn't look into it enough. But the level is just...
How'd you even get Jeffrey's email? Wait, pause. How'd you even get Jeffrey's email? You know what I mean? Wait. I didn't even think about that. How do they even get in contact? And Jeffrey's emailing you back too. So not only did you email him, but he emailed you back. So you have to know him. You have to have some credibility. It's not like Jeffrey gets 100. It's not like Jeffrey responds to every email he gets, right? So wait, how'd you even get that email? How would I even start to get Jeffrey's email? How does that even start? Who do I know who knows?
Never seen anything like it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive. And he's supposed to be this doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it, and I picked it up because at the rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life, and he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. He's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the details here because, it's tragic and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to my family. Now, at the time I read that and I was like, well, you know, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but you know, yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy, I mean, now we find out some of the important work, I mean, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just,
oh, Jesus.
Oh, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days
San
later.
Diego?
So July 11th, 2017. 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And Jeffrey, they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey?
That's what I don't. Bro, you smelled this man's farts. This man smelled this man's farts. And he's like, I don't even know him, though. I mean, I get if you're like, we weren't even that close, though. But, like, you were, I mean, at least something.
I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. I mean, there's no explanation for this. I mean, I didn't see this in the response from Peter. I mean, maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was, like, scummy. But that is just... There's a reason that didn't make it into the book, is what I'm trying to say.
Hello?
I didn't see that in the book when I read it. You know, I was actually, you know, one of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or talking to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, isn't that weird?
You have to imagine that at some point, saying you knew Jeffrey Epstein was a brag, right? Like all those pictures of Trump and Epstein saying they're besties and they're good friends. Like at one point, it was a brag to know him. And now it's this. So that's the thing that I think people are struggling with too, is like, before, like, there was a time. But I think the question is, during that time, did you know? And I think it's obvious. But again, until we see sleeping with teenagers as unacceptable in every context, then we won't see it as bad. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, girl, there was no other time. Time wasn't different. Teenagers weren't different. It was still child rape. It doesn't matter if it was 1,000 years ago, it was still child rape. I know people, that's the problem, is like people are still, they still think that like, oh, it was a different time. So things, it wasn't. I promise you. I promise you it wasn't different. And that's really hard because that's what we've been told our whole life. Like truly, that's what we've been told our whole life. I used to believe that. I used to think, oh yeah, things must have been really different because I remember when I was a kid and words meant different things. But did they? Did words mean different things? Like, yeah, I guess like when I was a kid, we used to use this language, like the R word or something, and we don't use it anymore. But wasn't it different then? Not really. Like kind of, but not really. And so that's what I think people are trying to process is like, until we can get there and understand that, oh, it was bad then too. Like, my bad, bro. Damn, my bad. Like, you know, it was normalized, but the same harm could have been being done. My bad, you know? And that's what it is. Unless you're Caleb Hammer. Bro, the amount of people, I get it, okay? Listen. So yeah, it was wrong, you know? Especially with the way we show up socially, the way we are social creatures. Okay, noted. Hold on, my brain stopped. Hold on, I read a comment. Wait, I did. Oh, Chad said, I think if it's a good rule of thumb that if someone argues it was just a different time, they are compensating for the cognitive dissonance they obviously have. But we and not but and the cognitive dissonance is embodied. It's real. Your brain really believes like, nah, dude, it was different. It was different. Here's something else I want you to be able to hold. You can love somebody who's also a rapist. Your love doesn't have to change because they rape somebody. But the time you spend with them might, right? Like, that's the thing that's so hard about being a human because you're really going through it. Yeah, I deeply, unconditionally love people who I found out later were predators. And I was like, what the fuck? My love didn't change. My time spent with them did. But my love didn't change. That's why you have to understand the condition of being a person. Like, we love our abusers. We love abusive people. Our love doesn't mean we have to make excuses for them, though. But that's what we're trained to do. We're trained to say, if you love me, you will bury a dead body for me. And I'm saying no. Values over loyalty. We have to undo all of the lessons we've learned by watching all of these films and reading these books and hearing this idea that, like, you know, if you love somebody, you'll bury a body for them. I see it every day. I see it every day. Now, you can still, again, and this is the problem between systems and people. We do believe in restorative justice. We do believe in abolishing the prison systems. We do believe in abolishing ICE. We don't want to punish people. We want to meet people where they are, meaning as predators, and we want to appropriately react to their offenses, and we want to appropriately do what's needed to harm reduce for everybody. Because remember, one of the reasons victims struggle to come forward, especially children, is they don't want you to hurt their predators. So if you're growing up in a household where you're like, I'm going to fucking kill a pedophile. If a pedophile's ever in this, I would kill them. And then the kid thinks, okay, well, I can't tell you about the pedophile in the family because I don't want you to kill them. Your kid's not going to come to you. How could they confide in a parent that's willing to kill their sibling or their uncle or their best friend? You think what you're saying to your kid is, I love you and I will protect you. But what you're saying to that kid is, you're going to kill this person that I love. So I know you have good intentions, but the road to hell is paved in those good intentions. So if you really want to protect your children, you should make a space for them that says, I will react with the wisdom, hopefully, and the discernment necessary to make sure that the person you love isn't thrown to the mob. Because I don't think that's the answer. But the person we love is harming you, and I won't let them harm you anymore. But I'm also going to make sure that person isn't thrown to the mob. Because that's what's scary. I know for myself, that's what scares me. I don't want my loved ones thrown to the mob. I don't think any of you deserve that. I don't think any stranger deserves to come into my family and try to right the wrongs that happened in my family. You don't know my family. You don't know what we've been through. And yet, the person who can do the best, well, that's a person probably like me, who's the generational breaker, like the trauma breaker, generational curse breaker. Because I come in and I say, something better happen. And maybe that means, when I say the mob, I mean strangers on the streets. I don't mean systems of justice. I mean, like, I'm not going to throw them to like literally the streets. This comes out differently based on how you think about it. That doesn't mean like I'm not going to tell people. That's not what I mean either. I mean literally the mob, like someone coming to your house and taking your family member and killing them in the streets. I don't want that. Okay, we already had mob justice in this country and it's gross. It's gross. Okay, so that's not what we want. We don't want people coming into our homes and grabbing our loved ones and killing them in front of the public square. That's what I mean by mob justice, okay? We've already seen it being done, right? Chet says, are you against involving law enforcement? No, I'm not against involving law enforcement. Okay? I'm not against that. But I am against law enforcement as a system. It's a double-edged sword. I'm not against calling the police, but holy fuck, do not make me call the police. Do not make me call the police, because I will, but please fuck, do not put me in that position to call the police. You know? That's how I kind of approach it. I do not want to do this. Don't make me do this. I always tell my family, do not make me complicit in a crime. Don't make me call the police on you, because I will and I don't want to. So don't do anything that will make me call the police on you. Okay? Because I will.
Weird. Like that's the simping that I'm talking about. Is these people love this.
Because they're simping because it's hello? It's simping because they think he's the cool kid in his class and they want to be the cool kids. Don't you guys see it? Don't you guys see the high school hierarchy? Oh, Jeffrey, you're so cool, Jeffrey. You threw that football so far, Jeffrey. Oh my God, Jeffrey. All the girls want to be you, Jeffrey, or want to be with you, Jeffrey. All the girls want to fuck you, and all the boys want to be you, Jeffrey. Don't you see it?
This guy. Or that's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful people doing? Protecting him, missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey, asking for Jeffrey's harem, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous they can't tell us. So, I mean, what is going on here? And is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, you know, I'm reading these documents and it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when, but I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it. I don't believe nobody knew, right? Clearly, some people knew what was going on. And there's all this kind of coded language in the files
where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very bad because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's
the fuck?
that? He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. Says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what
the fuck? Okay, it sounds like some of you guys are new to my audience, so I'm just gonna say, this is the philosophy channel. This isn't a political channel. We talk about politics, but this is philosophy, okay? And when we talk about justice, when we talk about what the goal is to philosophically understand your place in the universe and then act accordingly. So when you ask me, what do you mean by justice? I mean philosophical justice. So Tao Te Ching, you don't have to be religious or spiritual. I certainly am not religious. But like I always read, you know, I think you should read every book, even bad books. But Tao Te Ching is one of my favorite, like go-to short wisdom parables. I just really like them. And this is Avoid War 31. Among all tools, weapons alone are cursed. All men come to despise them. So for somebody who said, what do you think about victims getting retribution? Do you mean victims picking up a gun and killing their predators? So they have to go to jail now because they murdered someone? No. Someone working in self-defense, that's different. Okay? A government using ICE agents to kidnap people off the streets and calling it justice? No. Talk about a weapon of mass destruction, right? Tao says, those who follow Tao do not need them. Weapons are not the tools of the wise. Only as a last resort do the wise use them. Only as a last resort, right? Only as a last resort, okay? Peace and tranquility are valued by wise rulers. Even when victorious in battle, they do not rejoice. Do not celebrate the death of your enemy. You should have no enemies. You should feel devastated that you even have to be in this position in the first place. It should fill you with sadness in a way that you even had to be in this position, okay? Where they never exult over the killing of others. You should never be excited over the death of a human being or living creature for that part, most part. The future is plant-based, people. Those rulers who rejoice over killing others will never bring happiness to their people. I believe this. And I think it's seen throughout American history. How do they get you convinced to commit a genocide on Palestinians? They tell you it's for your safety and for the power of the United States and Israel. They convince you that killing people, men, women, and children will save your men, women, and children. How about we don't kill each other? How about that? Okay. The killing of others fills the people with sorrow. We lament with tears because of it and honor the victors solemnly, as if we were attending a funeral ceremony, right? That's the point. This desire to punish, the desire to harm, this desire to torture, that's all conditioning from patriarchy. That's all conditioning from patriarchy. You know, just very unnecessary. Okay. Okay, hold on. People are asking, wait, who is this email with?
What's that?
Let me see.
He says, I don't want to be.
It says Woody Allen, G-Tunes, self. Hold on.
All this kind of coded language in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files.
Yeah, Woody Allen.
He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very bad because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's that? Oh, how do we? Come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying, Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence. Come on, I think I see a little bit of evidence.
And we've known about Woody Allen for so long at this point. Bro.
Quentin. But I think I can see a little bit of evidence. I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy, he says, Paris with Woody, and the person responds, for Le Pedophile Convention. And Jeffrey says, I think...
Hold on, Chet says they ate babies. First of all, I haven't seen anything that said they ate babies that isn't a wrong information, because I did see that story come out, but then it was debunked. I will say this, though. it wouldn't be that surprised if they ate babies. It actually isn't uncommon. Apparently, colonizers who in they ate their enslaved people. They ate their. It's not uncommon, you know. Chat said, Britt, there are pictures. I looked up the pictures. They've also been debunked. So again, if you have a credible source, I will look at it. But I did look up the pictures. I looked at them. They're debunked. I can't find any good source for it. I've seen the photos. I was shocked when I saw it at first, but I looked into it. I'm going to need some more sources, guys. Again, be careful because right now there's a lot of misinformation that will be pushed on the internet, and you don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. You want to be correct. So if you have a source, send it to me. Okay, but I did not see it based off of the photos that were going viral. I have not seen anything concretely confirming it. But I will say I wouldn't be surprised as people in positions of power have eaten people before. And they've, you know, done all that stuff. Yeah, if you guys are talking about the chicken picture, that's a fake picture. That was used for something else. Okay? But yeah. It's not that uncommon for people to eat people in these situations, okay? It's gross, but I wouldn't be surprised.
File is the plural. I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence? That's nothing. We don't even want to question these people. There's no investigations going on. So yeah, it's honestly really sad to see how, look, I'm not saying people around the world are having crazy consequences, but a few people are resigning, thank goodness. You know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny, but here Elon Musk lays out the playbook, apparently for our guys. You know, we admit nothing, we deny everything, and we blame others. We just push the spotlight onto other people. And unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time from all the people in the files. You know, all of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out. It's about shining accountability and justice for the victims, but I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, you know, all of you say somebody else had something to do with it, but everybody says nobody had anything to do with it. The FBI says they don't have any other, you know, investigations, any other kind of leads, despite the fact we have one of the procurers of the women just walking free, apparently, like no charges against him. Have we investigated him? I mean, it's just shocking how much the Epstein files show the powerful, how they protect their own, how so many of them knew what was going on to the extent they found.
Like, just a reminder, guys, if they were eating babies and we had true evidence, that would be the one story. CoffeeZilla would have done it. ABC would have done it. No one credible has even covered it. So again, I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. I'm saying put yourself at ease, and so far we know they haven't done it. But I'm not sure what's worse, eating babies or raping them. I'm pretty sure raping babies is worse. Because those babies stayed alive and had to live with the memories, right? Pretty sure raping babies is worse than killing them and eating them. I know you think it sounds worse, but you kill and eat animals every day. Pretty sure raping them is worse. Is bestiality not worse than eating a cow? Do you not agree that fucking a cow is worse than eating a cow? You know what I mean? They're all pretty terrible, but I'd rather you eat the cow than fuck it. You know?
Later, a lot of them tried to protect Epstein, like literally make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at the state of the world, honestly, because Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason everyone cares is because there's other Epsteins around, right? There's other people evading accountability all the time. There's other people that this band of billionaires and power brokers and PR people, even lawmakers, they circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for any.
And by the way, people being like, both are terrible. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, you guys are acting once again like humans don't eat other humans. We know humans eat other people. So you're doing this thing again where it's like, yeah, that's horrible. If they're kidnapping babies and eating them, but we don't know that that's true. And you're acting like it is, but even if it is, it's just as bad as anything else, but it's also literally better for the baby. Like, again, this goes back to, I remember somebody asked me this hypothetical, would you rather be raped again or killed? Well, obviously I'd rather be killed. And someone said, oh, do you think rape victims shouldn't be alive? And I said, no, but being raped is living with something different than just being killed is a very different experience. Like, you have to understand those 130 women in Sudan who murdered, who committed suicide to avoid being raped and trafficked. You act like death you act like aren't things that are worse than death, right? That's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm not trying to say it's good or I'm saying I'd rather my baby be killed and eaten than raped. Do you know what I'm saying? I think like maybe this is a woman's perspective or a victim of sexual assault's perspective. It's like you guys don't understand that death would be easier. It's not morally right. It's bad. But you're asking that child to then live with the body violation and to live with the memory. Now, maybe they're doing both. Maybe they're raping them, then killing them, then eating them. But again, we don't have any evidence of this. So relax, okay? Grow up and be an adult if you're going to have a serious conversation about something that's serious. Because there are real victims at the forefront of these conversations, okay?
So anyway, that's it. It's a hard look at the Epstein files, but it's one we needed to do. But I want to make the disclaimer once again that, look, I've tried to read people's individual denials where I could, but you should just assume everyone that we are talking about firmly denies any kind of criminal wrongdoing. They deny anything untowards about any kind of minors. And given the fact that our government doesn't seem to want to investigate anyone, I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in here because we are talking about some very powerful people with enormous means. And I don't want to be seen as I'm saying stuff. I'm reading the files. I'm giving my personal opinion. But ultimately, this is an indictment of our FBI and the people in power. And that's what I think the Epstein files have really shown us. This has been a long road. Can you believe it all started over here? And we have come all this way with all these files coming out. And it seems like the question is on the table. Are there going to be consequences?
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some
it should be.
These men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better
Right Speed, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it.
believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak.
Okay. And again, we're not sitting here defending either. Chat says cannibalism would be remotely be worse or equal if it was eaten alive, which is unlikely, but this shouldn't be the point to disagree on. Exactly. Like you guys are like, to the people in the chat, they're like, I'm convinced this is true. Like babies were eaten. Okay. That's pretty bad. But also, right? Actually, perfect video to segue to. Okay. Perfect video. Because I swear to God, like you guys have to understand the difference here between understanding like what is good or bad isn't okay. I don't even know how to, I think you're unserious. That's what it is. You are not having a serious conversation right now. I am trying to have a very serious conversation and about an incredible harm that's being unfolded and understood around the world. Like we're talking about something that is so deeply human and deeply bad. And you're having the most unserious comments or commentary in my chat by being like, they ate babies, Brittany. Did you see the videos or photos? Or is it something you believe of these people to be true, which I'm not even arguing might not be true. I'm just saying, what is your evidence? This is why I don't like conspiracy theories. I don't like religious people, because you guys believe something and you think it's the same as knowing. What you believe is not what you know. I do not know that they are eating babies because I don't have any evidence of it. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't need to believe they're eating babies either, because it's not something that's important to me where I have to be, I believe they're eating. I don't know that. You know what I'm saying? Okay, look at this TikTok.
The tinfoil hats were f***ing right.
Pause. This sensationalizing that's happening, the tinfoil hats were right, the conspiracy theorists were right. They were not right, they were not wrong. They had some things correct, but they had a lot of stuff wrong. That's everybody. Everybody has something right and a lot of things wrong. You're giving credit to people who are literally not taking vaccines, who are trying to get their kids taken out of schools. You're giving credit to people that attack children of mass shootings. You're trying to build up the self-esteem of a group of people that do not need your help. They already think they're fucking right about everything.
Right about the Israel connection, about the compromised politicians, about the pedophile ring. They were right. Allegedly.
Well, they weren't right though. See, you're doing this thing where it's like they were right. They weren't right because we had already been saying it before. Conspiracy theorists, they were just victims speaking out. That's the problem with the tinfoil hat people. You didn't even want to listen to victims yourselves. because you were too busy getting an ego star about how right you were instead of just being like, hey, it's not me. I'm not the one who's right. I just believe victims. See how you want to be right instead of just saying, I believe victims?
Of course. And they did get the details wrong. Because what did the tinfoil hat guys do? They elected those into fucking office.
Exactly, chat says too many people can talk away rape. Rape is bad enough to get mad about as any other horrible thing. Exactly. Rape is already horrible enough and it's not enough for you to stop. You have to go a step further and be like, they're killing babies and eating them. First of all, I don't know that. I would hope the rape would be enough for you. But they're like, oh, so what happened? They just had sex with 13-year-olds? Are you guys, that's what I'm saying. The world is so fucked up that raping 13-year-olds isn't enough for you. Whoa, they're 13. They kind of know what they're doing, right? It's like, no. Do you hear yourselves?
These people played their hand perfectly. They told them everything they wanted to hear.
We're going to drain the swamp of corruption.
They validated their conspiratorial minds.
They always like to say, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Not a conspiracy theory, folks. Millions and millions of people.
And then they built up the cult, a godlike image. Attacking him was blasphemy. They discredited the media, they demonized the opposition, and they gave them an enemy.
The radical left is causing this problem, not the right, the radical left.
And everything that goes against the word of the great leader.
You are fake news.
Every revelation of wrongdoing just confirmed the witch hunt narrative.
That's what we should be talking about, not the Epstein hoax.
So now that the Epstein case finally blows open, nothing. Silence. We're 12 hours in. Look at the front page of the #1 propaganda channel today after 3 million documents went live. Not a word on the biggest pedophile ring in history.
President Trump says that Iran wants to make a deal.
And these constant distractions have the media focusing on everything else.
The commander-in-chief has been weighing new strikes on the Islamic Republic.
So what will it be now? Will it be bombing Iran? Will it be more military in American cities? Will it be the arrest of Obama? Don't let him distract you. Don't let him censor you. Do not stop talking about this. Keep on the pressure, and this might just be his downfall.
I hate this video. I think this video is silly. It's sensational. It's so ridiculous. It's appealing to the lowest common denominator of human people. Conspiracy theorists. I said what I said. Okay. Conspiracy theorists are the lowest common denominator because you wouldn't have to become one in order to prove what's true about the world. Okay. It's just a silly video. Oh, it's just so fucking like our life is a joke to you. Our life isn't some crazy TikTok and you're trying to motivate people to understand shit. Bro, this is serious. Kids are getting raped and you're busy making a coolly edited video. It just doesn't make sense to me, okay? Another TikTok.
Trump enough flack for Ivanka. I feel like we don't give Donald Trump enough flack for Ivanka's teenage modeling career.
Oh, this is a ridiculous video. Get ready.
It was not.
No, I mean, it's a great video. I'm sorry. It's a great video. The content is ridiculous. I didn't even know this stuff about Trump and Ivanka. Gross. The pictures are gross.
Ivanka Trump, her husband, her father, her brothers, her friends, anyone around her. But really looking through Ivanka Trump's model portfolio from her teenage years, ages 13, 14, 15, 16.
Okay, but I want to say this because I grew up conservative and my parents would always say like, oh, these girls shouldn't be in bikinis. They shouldn't be in swimsuits because like, you know, your brothers are home, your father's home, your uncles are home. But also it's like, it's inappropriate. I think that's the same. It is the same as your creepy dad having you do photo shoots as it is as your parent not letting you wear a bikini at home. Like, this is the same to me because what you're saying is, oh, there's perverts amongst us. And I know conservatives, and this is why I made my podcast last week 2 weeks ago about like how conservative people are predatory because they are denying themselves any sort of deconstruction about the body, about nudity, about sexuality. They're not liberating themselves. So they're left with the lowest common denominator relationship with their sexuality as an animal evolved on a planet. And we are animals. We be fucking, okay? And we do be fucking our kids. We do be fucking our siblings. We do be fucking family. And that's what I'm saying. In order to not do this fucking, you have to understand why you even have a biological urge to hump anything that's safe and near you. Because there is something greater here. And I know people don't want to have this conversation because it's too fucking dark. But for the people whose families have been impacted, it's so real and they're suffering in silence, which is why we need professionals who are educated So when we go to people and say like, hey, like, I think there's some problems in the family, or there's some problems in my friend's family, or hey, my friend's dad, like, I notice he's kind of weird with her. And like, people are able to talk about it because it's happening. So everyone's sitting here joking about the fact that Elon might have like, or not Elon, sorry, that Trump might have been with Ivanka at some point or raped her. It's like, yeah, that's possible. But also, what are we talking about, you know?
Specifically, the level of exploitation that occurred, approved by her father, Donald Trump, our sitting president, is astonishing. Now, I'm going to show you some of these photos. I've had to censor some of them because what was being photographed is literally could be considered a CSAM. Like, I'm not even kidding. So at age 13, Ivanka was signed to Elite Models, which was owned by Donald Trump's friend, John Casablancas, who at this time had multiple allegations of SA against him and had publicly stated that he was attracted to young girls. John Casablancas also had a pattern of marrying teenage girls, but that did not deter Donald Trump. He went ahead and put Ivanka, his firstborn daughter, into Elite Models that was run by John Casablancas, the man who has admitted that he is attracted to the exact age demographic of Donald Trump's daughter. So at 13, Ivanka is thrust into this world of modeling, this world of designers, this world of photographers, this world of creepy modeling agents.
I always say, my mom always had an inkling because, like I said, I grew up in Southern California and my friends were in Hollywood movies, and they'd be like, you should put Britney in movies. She'd be so good at it. My mom's like, I already know what happens in those Hollywood. And she was right. She knew. Nickelodeon. She knew. That's why I say, if you're going to put your kids in these bubbles, you better be so just like a helicopter parent. You better be so safe on them. That's what I'm saying. Is it worth it? Is it worth making your kids a Hollywood star? Is this worth it? You know?
Primarily by her father, Donald Trump. Like, for example, this man, a fashion designer named Adnan John, who was very intertwined within Jeffrey's network, Jean-Luc Brunel, Paula Zamboli, Donald Trump, like the model world. He was very intertwined. That is him kissing teenage Ivanka Trump on the cheek, who just a few years after taking this photo.
Like, I just like, sometimes I watch old videos of Britney, and honestly, it makes me cry a bit thinking about how neglected and how fucked over Britney Spears was. Her book was devastating, but like, Britney is exactly a perfect victim in this bubble. Her parents were predators. Like they of her money, of her fame, they were neglectful parents who wanted to take so much credit for how great Britney was or how horrible Britney was in both directions. It was just such a horrible story. And then like, on top of that, every Hollywood star who's come out, all these Nickelodeon videos of people sucking toes, all of these stories from people, like there's so much. Is it worth it? Like, is it worth? And then I have to question the parents who say it's worth it, and then I do. And then I have to deeply question the parents who say it's worth it. It's like, is this worth it to you?
Would be sentenced to prison for R-wording a child. I believe
Yeah, same with Justin Bieber, whose father was apparently abandoned him and wasn't in his life until he got famous. And then all of a sudden was ready to be a dad.
Still in prison in present day. Donald Trump also allowed his teenage daughter and many other people's teenage daughters, as he hired this specific man to be a photographer at Trump Models.
This photo.
He allowed Ivanka as a teenager to work with Terry Richardson despite years of allegations of inappropriate behavior and SA, including an SA of a Trump model who was SA'd while doing a photo shoot with Terry Richardson, and Terry Richardson photographed himself SAing her and then went on to sell these photos in a lookbook to an anonymous collector. Donald Trump had no problem with Ivanka working with him. I mean, this photo alone speaks volumes. Here's Donald Trump with his children, Eric and Ivanka, standing next to Jeffrey and John Casablancas. Donald Trump was fully aware of who both Jeffrey and John Casablancas were and what they were capable of, and he is willingly having his children stand right next to them. And when I say Donald Trump exploited Ivanka, he did it in every sense of the word. Like, this was her at 14 years old while she was signed to Elite Models working for John Casablancas. I have censored this photo, but this is a full frontal of...
Honestly, girls, I just made the decision. My spoons got fucking wiped out. You know what I mean? Okay, guys, don't write words like the Jews in my comments. I'm going to have to block you, okay? Do not say Jews. What are you, anti-Semitic? Don't be writing comments in my chat like the Jews. Don't say that shit. What are you, Nick Fuentes, bro? Jesus, fuck. Okay, I've decided, because I have more content I want to show you on this. We're just going to do a long stream today, and I'll put out the podcast tomorrow. I'll make it a day late, because we got to get through these videos, and I have too many to show you, and I really want to get it done. But let me tell you this right now, okay? No anti-Semitism in my fucking chat.
A young teenager.
Also, Free Palestine
is unfortunately still widely available on the internet. Like, I really don't know how many dads would truly be all right with their daughter, their 13, 14-year-old daughter, walking down the runway like this. But time and time again, example after example, Ivanka Trump throughout her modeling career was put in outfits and situations and photo shoots where she had to present much older than she actually was, to the point where content is being created that literally feels.
This is the same question we found over the same question came up around little girls dressing a certain way. Look, this is the question. Should little girls be wearing makeup? Should they be doing their hair? Should they be getting lashes done? I think it's really difficult because I think in a completely safe bubble in which we weren't worried about everyone being a fucking pedophile, it wouldn't be a big deal because everybody could understand the context, right? Like, I remember being a little girl and I remember wanting to express myself in ways that maybe were a little too grown, but I think in the right circumstance, it would have been safe because nobody was trying to touch me, bro. The issue is that in most of these circumstances, you have to be very careful because these industries are run by men, kept up by the system that is man, kept up by patriarchy. And so they are just like kind of scouting for victims in the future. Like that's what's kind of crazy. Is I think a lot of these people are kind of scouting for victims to target in the future, which is why I think Ivanka, I mean, I think she is a victim. I always thought that like she's going to come out when I hope she has the realization one day. Like I hope she has that realization that she was targeted in a big way. I don't know how far it went. You know what I mean? I don't know how deep it went, but I mean, this is kind of proof of it, right?
As though it should be illegal. Like this is a high schooler. Like this is crazy. You have to understand that for Donald Trump to
and you see how they sit there and they go, I can't believe you're letting your kids do drag queen stuff. I can't believe your kids are doing drag. Drag isn't even like, it isn't even, you know what I mean? Like this is different than drag. Drag, I feel like, is a neutralized expression of self. This is sexualized expression of self. It's different. It is very different. You know what I mean? No. Chat says little girls should be allowed to be kids. I feel the pressure to wear makeup, etc. comes from patriarchy. If patriarchy didn't exist, little kids would still want to wear makeup. That's the problem. Little girls, women would still want to wear makeup. We'd still want to do our hair. We'd still want to do things because also with boys, also with non-binary people, the way in why you read, if you feel a pressure to wear makeup, that's patriarchy. If you feel a joy in wearing makeup, that's liberation. If you feel a pressure to appear femme, that's patriarchy. If you are femme, that's who you are. That's the problem. Okay? And that's the dilemma. Kids like makeup, kids like decorating, kids like costumes, kids like expressing themselves. Adults like it. We like wearing stuff. That's the problem. It's like, I just want to do this for me. Damn. But I can't even do it for me because every time I do it, you say it's for a man. Maybe. Let me deconstruct. Let me make sure. Am I doing this for a man? Am I doing this for not a man? That's why you have to deconstruct. Are you doing it for the wrong reason? Everything is a why. It comes down to why. Why are we doing what we're doing? So I hear you, but also, you know, is this for that? What is the real reason you're doing this? It takes time to know these things.
Actualize and verbalize that to Ivanka and to the public. That act alone is a violation. Having your middle school, high school,
this is crazy. This is insane.
Age daughter do a photo shoot where she is topless and allow it to go to print. Like, do we understand how many people between the people who were on set, the hair, the makeup, the lighting, the photographer, the editor, the publisher, do we understand how many people would have seen the photos of this nude child before it even made it to the public? Like, it's dark. Like, that's disturbing. And on top of having an inappropriate relationship with her and exploiting her, he also put her directly into harm's way over and over and over again throughout her entire childhood. Ivanka was so young and thrust into this world that she knew nothing about, that her father helped to shape and mold. And he knew exactly the belly of the beast that he was putting his own daughter in. So in the conversation of, was Ivanka Trump violated as a child growing up by her father or not? Obviously, we don't know what happens behind closed doors.
Well, I mean, exactly. We don't know, but I will just say, like, whatever has already been shown to us, I do think it's coming at her expense. I think as responsible caretakers of children, we should not put them in circumstances in which the work they are creating will only be seen through a sexual lens. You know, if your kid is doing something and you're able to have them express themselves in a way that can't be depicted or seen as, but also we have to understand that we live in a world where if the people around you are objectifying your baby in a swimsuit, like they're saying, don't put even 6-year-olds in bikinis because people will look at them funny. Are you looking at a baby funny? Like are you telling on yourself? I've never seen a baby in a bikini and had you know what I'm saying? Like, who's looking at a baby in a bikini? Like, who's looking at a baby in a one piece and being like, oh, that's a little revealing? Who's doing that?
Stores. I won't speculate as to any physical lines, if any lines were ever crossed, despite my own personal opinions. To thrust her into this industry that is so vicious and crawling around with predators, him being one of them, that power dynamic absolutely made her a victim in that circumstance. Regardless of what may or may not have happened behind closed doors, I think we have enough information and evidence to see that Donald Trump...
See, this could have been more of an innocent photo, a dad and a daughter, because I do think like we want to live in a world where dads can hug their daughters and kiss their daughters on the cheek and it's fine, obviously. But because of everything around him, it's like, ew. In the way that he like put her in that position, ew. But like, imagine wanting to live in a world where like your dad hugs you. And then imagine living in a world where everyone always thinks it's sexual because your dad is hugging you. Because there's also those people who are so traumatized that like your dad hugging you, you're like, your dad hugs you, bro? Gross. And it's like, yo, we need to live in a world where people can hug their dad, bro. Dads can change diapers and it's not bad. But we're so fucked up, we don't even know like what a healthy relationship with our dads can even look like.
Exploited, victimized, and violated his daughter and his job.
Also, I'm very privileged and lucky because I did have a dad that showed a lot of affection to me. So growing up, I identify as a girl that like my dad hugged me a lot growing up. I felt really loved by my dad in that way, like really protected, you know, in many ways. If anything, my dad got worse as I got older in terms of like his ability to like actually protect against predators because he fucking... Anyways, we're getting through it as a family. But, you know, my dad was always very affectionate. We had a lot of really good times together, okay? And I just think, like, I would want that for everyone to feel good about their dad, you know? I wonder who Ivanka would have been if her dad was somebody else. I feel like she never got that.
As a father to protect his daughter time and time and time again. And I think that's something that should be heavily scrutinized by the public. And personally, I think Donald Trump should be ashamed that his firstborn daughter's name appears in the contact book of Jeffrey and Ghislaine. What an ultimate failure of a father. I feel like
ultimate failure of a father. Loved this video. Really appreciated this. This is from Becca. I'm going to go ahead and link her TikTok. You guys can check out her other content. This is the only one from her that I think I've seen recently, but I really liked this video, and I think it's important that we have this conversation. This is his daughter. This is his daughter, and there it is. Like, what are we even doing here? Okay, what are we even doing here? This is Trump's friend. This is the kind of situation I wouldn't be you know, shocked if one of these girls was Ivanka. You know? Tay, welcome to memberships. Thank you. Look at Epstein running around his kitchen chasing these girls, thinking he's such a charmer. You know, look at him. Look at his fucking ugly face walking around thinking he's such a catch. Oh, tee-hee, running after the girls. This is straight out of a weird harem book. You know, the girls be like, oh my God. And like, this is straight out of that stupid fucking fantasy men have about having a harem. Gross. Literally fucking gross. You know? But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I really hope all the women, it's like, I'll never forget. I'm a little haunted by these conservative women who come out about their assaults and they don't have a community to run to. I'm so devastated for them. And yes, they are responsible for upholding the systems, but also like so many of us feel stupid. And I'm saying, I know you feel stupid, but I don't want you to feel like I think you're stupid. I don't think you're stupid because you were assaulted by men you thought you could trust. I think that's exactly how the system works, is you're made to feel stupid. And so you don't ever reach out for help. You don't ever go somewhere. But I am devastated every time I hear another story of a conservative woman being targeted and raped, and then they don't have anyone to turn to. And what's worse is sometimes it does feel like people on the internet, they really do fall into a bubble of shaming these women as like, you should have known better. Why should these women have known better? Why do you think that's true? See how you fall into victim blaming? Of course these women want to believe these men are safe. That's what they've been told, right? Men are our protectors. You know, if you're my protector, then protect me. But don't protect me because you're a man. Protect me because you're my neighbor or my dad or my friend or my boyfriend. You know? All right, let's take a 2-second break. We'll come back and we'll review the rest of this content for the day, okay? I have a few more videos I want to show you. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let me show you this really fast. Pausing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so, okay, chat, great question. Says, these informations make me feel powerless a lot. Like, what do we do now? It's not going to change overnight. Okay, this is what I actually wanted to focus our stream on, of course, is the world feels out of our control. What do we do? You recognize it was never in your control to begin with. That's number one. Free yourself from the burden of thinking it was your responsibility to save the world. It wasn't, okay? Never was. You were brought into the universe against your consent. You did not choose to be here. You just were here because you're a product of a biological process. That's how we procreate. We bring our offspring into the universe, and here we are, Give yourself a little bit of credit that at least you're falling on this side of history, because hello, you could have been on the other side, okay? And then give yourself a moment to refocus your energy into your community in your 6-foot radius. And remember that it's never about fixing the world. It's about doing a little less bad every day, starting with ourselves. Okay? Because I know you hear enough of these stories, you get overwhelmed. You're like, what the absolute fuck is happening? And what am I supposed to do here? And I don't get it. And the truth is like, you're supposed to do a little less bad and your best. And you're also supposed to take a deep breath, because holy fucking shit is crazy. But shit has always been crazy. Like, I cannot, until you embody this, I'm going to say it 100 times. It has always been crazy. There was never a better time to be alive. There was never a better time to go back to. There was no great America. There was no great world. The world has always been this way. And it is getting better. It is. We're here right now. You're listening to me speak right now. I have a job doing this right now. I'm an openly queer person right now. It's not great. It's still bad. I'm still a targeted minority, but I'm still here. I'm here in a way my ancestors never could have been. I heard this quote and it really stayed with me. You might be the first person to come out gay in the family. That was me, but I wasn't the first gay person in the family. And so for generations and generations, my ancestors existed in silence. And I am the first one of my family to ever come out publicly, let alone put it on YouTube and say, oh, I'm gay. None of my other family members are out in that way. No one gets to come on. I'm the first one to come onto the internet in a big way and say, I'm gay. Okay, I'm here. I'm this person. I'm experiencing these things. And so, take that for what it is, that I'm the first person, but I'm not the only. I'm the first person in public, but I'm not the first person who existed. Okay? So I think that helps. And then giving yourself, without avoiding the responsibility of being an adult, give yourself breaks. You can't watch everything all the time and know everything all the time. That's why the collective, okay, this is what I think fails. I'm talking to my core audience, my progressive audience right now. We forget that when we go after people for not, quote, paying attention, we have to remember when we're talking to our fellow progressives, they're not liberals or conservatives who are going, I don't want to know. They're people who are saying, hey, I'm burning out. And if I listen to too much of the news, I might have to kill myself because I'm tired. They're not people who are saying like, I don't have to pay attention. I don't have to pay attention. They're saying, hey, I don't know what to do right now. I can't even I don't want to, take a break. Turn it off. Take a break. Turn it off. Take a break. If you're on the other side of it and you are genuinely like, oh, I don't pay attention to that stuff, I hear you. I see you. You better start paying attention. And what you're paying attention to is not Jeffrey Epstein, because you don't really have to pay attention to Jeffrey Epstein, but you should be paying attention to your local communities, the people who are suffering around you, your family struggles. You need to widen your scope of understanding. It's not that you have to know anything about Jeffrey. It's that you should know that Jeffrey is a representation of what's probably happening in your family circles, your schools, your churches, right? Somebody in Discord said your kids are better, you're safer with drag queens than priests. Yeah, and that should tell you something about the world you're in. So remember, everything about Jeffrey Epstein is just a reflection of what's happening in your own family. You have a Jeffrey Epstein in your family. He's probably the really cool uncle, or the really cool aunt and uncle combo, or the really cool family friend, or something like that. But Jeffrey Epstein is a representation. Trump, representation of someone in our families that, you know what I mean? And that sucks. That really sucks. There's something there that so deeply sucks. And then, of course, from a care perspective, if you're a person who is suffering, there are medical professionals who can help you. There are people who can help you. If you are suffering, if you've done something, if you want to hold yourself accountable and start again, or not start again, but move forward with your life, there are people who believe in a justice that puts you on a better path. You're not alone. You and billions of other people have done bad things. You can start being good today. I believe in that. It's not going to be easy. I tell you this right now, being a good person is the hardest thing you'll ever do. And everybody starts being a good person at a different time in their life. You're not born good, guys. You're not born good. And so you have to remember that. You don't start off good and get bad. You just start off a human. And babies do bad things. It's just not the same kind of bad that you would put in the same kind of responsibility bucket as an adult. But babies do bad things. They just may not know they're doing it. You know what I mean? Because philosophically, bad and good are actions. It's like karma is just like the reaction of your life. It's not you do bad, you get bad. It's just a reflection of your life back to you. It's just like the reality and acceptance of consequence. It's not, consequence doesn't mean something bad. It just is. And you're so focused on the punishment, the bad, the consequence, that you're not allowing your life to be a reality of what is. Two human beings coming across each other is two energies having a moment together. It can be bad or it can be good, but it doesn't mean, it's always bad. If I'm walking down an alleyway and I see a man there, it doesn't mean it's going to be a bad experience, but it's going to be an experience. It could be a bad one, a good one, or just an experience. That's all life is just an experience, right? Red Song with the super chat. Woo woo. Thank you so much. Says, when Trump was elected the second time, I knew it would be bad, but I promised myself I wouldn't doom scroll the whole time like I did the first time. You've helped me a ton with that goal. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think, after going through 2016, for a lot of us, the worst year of our lives, okay? For those of us who were born in the 80s and 90s, that was a rough year, okay? So when we have this, sort of experience a second time, hopefully it got easier. You know what killed me is kind of the millennials or people who experienced 2016 having a rougher time in 2024. Because a part of me is like, did you not fully process in 2016? And then I want to recommend that you definitely do, I definitely want to recommend that you do process, because it's going to get process now, because it's going to be worse later. For the next 10 or 15 years, it's going to be rough, probably. And then it will get good again, maybe. It fluctuates, but I'm locking down for at least 10 to 15 to 20 years. I figure I'm 36 right now. Yeah, I figure if it gets good again by the time I'm 60, okay, vibes. I'm still going to be popping when I'm 60. I'm still be great when I'm 60. But yeah, that's what I'm assuming. Not that I'm right, but that I'm prepared for it. Because Trump is doing a lot of permanent damage. He's doing a lot of really bad things, Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and I just want to show you this. So this is the interview that Bannon and Epstein tried to put out. Like I said, it's like a lot video. I'll probably watch this on my own, or maybe we should watch it together tomorrow. But just to understand kind of the vibe of how evil this man is, though, even though he's trying to hide it.
Yours for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most...
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. I think 89 and 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places.
That's around the time I was born.
In the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of Rockefeller?
So we saw that earlier. I'm going to skip forward a little bit.
That understands money or understands the world's financial system as good as you?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head?
No.
Okay, fine. Now that I've gotten that, let's go back to 1990. In that arc from the fall of the Berlin Wall to 2008.
Good.
We started with the implosion in Tokyo of the Japanese economy, Japanese financial markets. We had the huge run-up in internet stocks, right? We had the implosion of that in 2000. No, the bankruptcy of Drexel Burnham in '90, implosion of Japan, huge run up in equity markets for the internet, implosion of the internet in 2000, 10 years later roughly, and then this run up through the Iraq War and all that, the run up to 2008. Every 10 years, it seems like we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s. Am I?
You sound like an astrologer.
Okay.
And not a finance person.
You're supposed to be a mathematician. It just seems to me a pattern of every 10 years.
That's misleading. That's exactly right. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10 years is just in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital that had to be bailed out back in the late 90s when everybody panicked. And that wasn't that bailout today would look small, and it was a $5 billion or was $30 billion.
Businesses fail all the time.
But they long-term capital, and the Federal Reserve stepped in.
But I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad all the time.
Yes, you're correct. The audience that's watching this, the little guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt, or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt, or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt, people care because it's
an unfair characterization.
Why do you say that?
Because again, it's the complexity of the situation. If you think about you have a complex system. You have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. This is.
And Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. The banking system is my heart. The system, I can't risk because remember, it's not only my.
You haven't been able to name.
Hang on.
Man, yeah, tell him to hang on. I want to hear the pedophile talk.
You haven't. Hang on. No, hang on.
I was trying to hang. I wanted to see if the hang on worked.
No. You haven't been able. You're not good enough yet. You're like junior wizard trying to do it. You haven't. Yes. I'll say, since we can't name another guy that's as good as you. Now, there may be a couple out there. You're not bragging. You're humble. It had to be sometime. Please tell me there was some time before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008 that you started to get very nervous that this complex system, that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, let's go back. When I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I understand.
You always sound like a doctor. You're afraid he's going to get sued for giving a thing.
Yes,
you're not taking on any liability. There's no contingent liability here for your answers.
No. But the word understand is the problem.
Okay.
I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial system.
Please stop. You cannot sit here.
Oh my God. Yeah, Chet says this man is the final boss of mediocre white men audacity with a few credentials. Literally was a high school teacher. He was a teacher. Then he got into the banking system, and all of a sudden he's Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, he literally is. Hey, he's the American dream, I suppose. That's why I say, like, look at the way he's coming off. Like, they're doing this, to redo his image. And I'm just sitting here, like, imagine being so fucked reputation-wise that you have to come out and do a fucked up interview to try to sort of make yourself seem less predatory. Crazy.
Yeah,
Tell me. What we just went through, I'll go through again. The hedge fund managers, the money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lecturers at Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand it. No one understands it. It's a miracle. That's part of the problem. It's impossible to understand.
Well, Chad said, how did he come up with all that money? He ended up with all that money because he blackmailed people. That's what the Epstein files are showing. That Epstein made investments. He almost, like, in some ways. Okay, so some people have two theories. One, he's not the top guy. Obviously, there's a guy who's above Epstein. Celestial dragons, guys. If you watch One Piece, there's a celestial dragon here. He's obviously a part of the group, but, like, who's the real celestial dragons, right? Like, who's really at the top, okay? And then that part is, again, the deception of, like, you do not want to be attached to these people. They're all evil. And then there's the other part of it where, like, he is blackmailing. He's creating a chain where the richest people are basically his bitches, okay? Like, he's basically made it. So that's how he rose. And then it's not surprising he made a few enemies. You know, you can't blackmail that many famous people and not expect something to happen. You know what I mean? So there's that secondary theory, because a lot of people don't believe he committed suicide. I mean, honestly, it'd be pretty funny if he killed himself and thought, oh man, this is going to really fuck up a bunch of people's day. That would be kind of funny. But obviously, it would make more sense that he probably was killed. But it would be pretty funny if Epstein was like, you know, the funniest thing I could do right now is kill myself. Now, obviously, there's a third theory that, of course, he's like alive somewhere. And he's obviously on a different island somewhere, because there's like these morticians now on TikTok showing his dead body and proving how he's actually dead. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, I don't know which part is true. Any of them could be true. But again, I don't need to believe in these things. I'm data-based girly. So whatever the data shows, the data shows. I don't believe in any of these things. I don't know which one to believe, because I don't believe in any of them. I don't think we know. You know, I don't know. Right? Like, I don't know. But whatever is true. And that's the question. Which one is true? Okay? So, I don't know. I mean, we've seen all the stuff with Charlie Kirk coming out right now. And I just think somebody shot him in the neck, obviously. But here's Candace Owens talking about how, like, Israel did it and all these people did it and all these things. I don't know. I do not know what happened. Okay? But I'll tell you this. It's not over. It's not over. And that's the point. Now, I want to show you this from Channel 100 with Evie. The Epstein conspiracy theories were right. Okay, again, I really am taking a problem with the way people are throwing this out. I know it's clickbaity. I know it's good for views, but be very careful about giving these conspiracy theorists any power, because they're fucking crazy. Guys, I can't tell you how many conspiracy theorists I've met in real life. They're not safe people. You would not trust your kids with these people. These people are dangerous. Okay, they're often people who have no family ties. They're having problems with the courts. They're having issues maintaining their life. They're people who are like, you know, they're not safe people. They're Alex Jones, who are spending his career attacking parents of school shootings, right? So be very careful with you wanting to give, quote, you know, conspiracy theorists like their due like they are just as bad to me as the government. They might as well be in cahoots together, because you are not serious about people's lives. Like, people's lives are literally being impacted and you're too busy just being a fucking mess. Okay, let's watch this video.
I have seen people claiming that the new Epstein files prove that Pizzagate is real. And honestly, I get why. But hang on.
But hang on. Tell him, Evie.
Open up these new files. It's not just one weird mention of pizza. It's pizza and grape soda over and over again, paired with lines like...
Sounds like a party.
Like, let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. So that's not normal dinner talk. I think there's more going on here, though. So today we're going to read the messages verbatim and just kind of fact check what these files do and don't prove. Because if pizza was a code for something, the real question is, why won't the FBI tell us what it meant? The messages everyone is arguing about. On January 30th, the Department of Justice published more than 3 million pages of hidden Epstein-related records, including emails, internal communications, photos, videos, marking one of the largest document dumps in this long-running scandal. And it may even be the last dump we're ever going to get, AOC said on the 2nd of January. Remember, despite what's been released, the DOJ and Pam Bondi are still hiding most of the Epstein files. They are still in violation of the law, and this is just what they're letting us see. We need the rest of the files, and we need accountability too. Praying for all the survivors of these horrors and for survivors of sexual abuse everywhere. This dump had some fucked up shit, as well as plenty of emails where pizza is clearly pizza, like normal planning, normal restaurant talk, people ordering sandwiches and stuff. There's some genuine lunch orders in there, but the claims exploding online are not based on normal pizza. They're based on a very specific pattern, something that looks a lot like code and has the Pizzagate guys going crazy. I thought it was weird. Here are the key messages.
And listen, the reason I caution you is because I have been a person who I've seen people write like pages and pages on me, and I cannot tell you how much of the shit they get wrong. That's why I say, guys, please sit down. You're not true crime girlies. Even though some true crime girlies really do solve unsolved cases, you have to be very cautious about your conspiracies, because like, as somebody who I've seen stuff about me on the internet, I'm like, that's not even close to true. That's literally so fucking fundamentally false that I'm like, okay, if I know people get stuff about me wrong, then I know we're getting stuff about other people wrong. So just be humble while you're busy cracking the case. Okay? Just be humble and make sure the truth is what you're really aiming for.
so you can see why people are fixated and make up your mind for yourself. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. A couple months later, pizza and grape soda show up again. Holy shit, chunky. I forgot about that. What time do you want to get pizza and grape soda tomorrow? It shows up again in iMessages. After you use them, wash your hands and let's go get pizza and grape soda. Then it becomes a sequence. Greenberg's Bakery just started making Pop-Tarts. First, we get a slice of pizza with grape soda, then the Pop-Tart. So now at this point, it's not just like appearing that maybe someone just really liked pizza and grape soda. It's almost a repeated routine. Another iMessage instance with an extra errand. Pizza and grape soda tomorrow for lunch? We can also buy Teflon for Woody. And I imagine that is Woody Allen, who, as we all know, is a total creep.
Man, he's mentioned a lot.
So across multiple extracts and multiple formats, the pattern persists. It's code for something. But what? This is the part where the internet jumps straight to Pizzagate is real. And I think it's fair to say that these people are using private shorthand. But I do think there is even more going on here. It's also important to note that Jeffrey Epstein was apparently really hard out about his diet, and that's according to Virginia Giuffre. The inconsistency problem. One thing I find strange in general about this code word is that these guys were happily saying some pretty intense stuff outright. No codes, just straight up. In other messages, they use the word torture casually, like this. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. And another one. Do you want me to try to do her or just torture her on Fry? And this exchange with Ismo. Funny, huh? Where are you? Jeffrey says, Paris with Woody Allen. For Les Pedophile Convention? I think pedophilie is the plural. So if they're comfortable typing that into an email,
and just a reminder that a lot of these conspiracy theorists all voted for Trump. Okay, put that together, that a lot of the Pizzagate people are Trump voters. Don't forget that. Don't forget that.
Obvious question is, what is pizza and grape soda doing here? Why openly talk about torture or being a pedophile and then use a code word for other times? I don't really get what's going on there. And that's where the real bigger problem begins to me. Because you know who would know what this pizza and grape soda is code for? The FBI. How the FBI handles allegations. Now let's look at this document, because this is where a lot of people feel like something is being obscured by the FBI or something's just not adding up. This file that's been circulating online was briefly published in the Epstein library and then taken down. By the time you're watching this, it may already be up again. I don't know. But that whiplash alone has made people very suspicious. It was up, then it was down. You can only infer. The document is a compiled summary of tips sent to the FBI that mention Donald Trump in connection to Epstein. It also mentions President Bush and President Clinton and, I don't know, probably just a million other American presidents at this point. Investigators assembled this summary last year after receiving more than a dozen tips. These claims are gnarly. They include claims that Trump attended Epstein-associated gatherings where underage girls were present and that sexual abuse occurred in environments linked to Epstein's network. You can pause to read if you like. Some tips described coerced sexual acts involving minors, and they named Trump as a participant. Others placed him at events where abuse was allegedly facilitated or normalized. These are explicit accusations of sexual crimes.
Look, like, just take the Diddy case and think about it from that perspective too. Like, Diddy, basically, they only caught him on prostitution, right? Think about all the men in the past who've done horrible things, but they get him on tax evasion or something, like, you know what I mean? I think it feels overwhelming because it's so big and you just realize like the world's so fucked, and you realize like even people you know, you're like, is there anybody I can trust? When you start to really process that like humans like, I know we don't agree on what we're doing here, but I think that clouds all of this belief because we really believe, like, without being a conspiracy theorist, truly, life is stranger than fiction. And so it feels overwhelming, and then we collapse. Like, we're talking about people that, you know what I mean? Like, human beings are, how do I say this? You're not wrong for feeling overwhelmed or feeling a little crazy. You're not wrong for feeling like, hey, they're starting to make sense. But I would caution people from their egos, and I would remind you to be humble, because it's very easy, especially when you're autistic and you're really good at noticing patterns, thinking you're on to something. Instead of just saying, I'm not on to anything, I'm just acknowledging what human beings do and what they are. I think when you get wrapped up in the I, when you get wrapped up in the ego, when you get wrapped up in the, I discovered something, you're making it, one, bigger than it is, and yet smaller than it is, because now it's getting wrapped up into something like your ego or a conspiracy theory, instead of something that's really serious and should transform your life. If you really believe the world is this way, it should radically show in how you live. It should radically show in how you treat people. And I would hope that you would spend that time being kinder to people rather than attacking parents of shooting victims or parents who are victims of shootings, right? Like, I would hope that it would show up in how kind you are to people and feeding people and loving people. Be mad for the world, not at the world, you know? Make sure that you're helping people. The more I learn about how disgusting the world is, in my mind, I think I've become a kinder and better person. I think the more introspective and extrospective you are, the less hateful you become. I think the more you recognize about the world, eventually, when you get to the other side of it, you become a kinder, calmer person because you realize it was never in our control to begin with. We are simply here having an experience. The only thing we can do is try to have a better one by being kinder and more thoughtful to people. But instead, people go to bitterness and revenge and ego and I'm a superhero. We don't need more vigilantes. We don't need more superheroes. We need more community members, more kindness, more love, more healing. We need healing. We don't need revenge.
Involving minors recorded as they were reported to federal law enforcement. Does that mean they happened? Well, what this tells us is that the FBI received them, logged them, and considered them significant enough to compile into an internal summary. So what is the FBI supposed to do with information like this? You know, like what came of this, if anything? When tips come into the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, they're assessed for credibility, compared against known timelines, locations, and existing evidence, as well as checked for cooperation. As multiple tips point to the same individuals in the same locations or the same patterns of behavior, that raises their priority. If names known to investigators keep reappearing, that typically triggers a deeper review. According to a second summary released in the same batch of documents, investigators did follow up on at least some of the Trump-related tips. Notes in that document suggest some tips were judged less credible, while others lacked sufficient detail or contact information. It's crazy for the FBI to be like, we couldn't find their phone number. You're the FBI. We don't know for sure right now which allegations were dismissed entirely, which were fully investigated further, or what conclusions, if any, were even reached. And to me, it's that silence that creates a bigger problem. Because when the government releases documents showing that the president was repeatedly named in tips alleging sexual abuse of minors, then briefly removes those documents, restores them later, and then probably removes them again and offers no explanation of what investigators actually did, the public, aka us, are left to fill in the blanks. What is it going to take to see some accountability here? For Donald Trump, for the other powerful men who appear again and again and again around Epstein, and for the FBI itself, who seems to just bungle this whole thing over and over and over and over. But yet, the political reality is no document is enough. No allegation is enough. No association is enough. And every outrage gets swallowed by the next outrage. We're circled back to...
Ooh, nothing is ever enough, and one outrage gets swallowed by another. That's why I say be offended, be outraged, but turn it into productive. Turn it into community work. Because if you're just busy being outraged, that's what they want you to be tired. And the they is just men who are trying to get away with crimes. You know, it's just like people who want you to eventually get burnt out and not think about it anymore. I mean, we see this with YouTubers. YouTubers who downplay their predator behavior, and they know eventually you'll get tired and it won't go anywhere, and they'll still have a job and life will go on. And that's what they're waiting. They just, you know, and I'm saying, don't dedicate your life to calling out Epstein. Dedicate your life to funding victims. Dedicate your life to getting resources done. Dedicate your life to, you know, doing therapy, or dedicate your life to getting better. Dedicate your life to being less bad. Do not dedicate your life to being obsessed with Epstein or these men. Dedicate your life to being and building community. The best way for humanity to really, you know, do something about these men is to stop having them. Because remember, every time you bring a boy into the universe, every time you bring a daughter into the universe, every time you bring a baby into the universe, you're bringing a potential Epstein. You're bringing a potential rapist, a murderer. So do your fucking job and think about what you're bringing into the universe and guide them to be a better person. Epstein was someone's child at some point. He didn't get here, you know, he got here and he did what he did. But like, we are still just animals on a planet. So like, start by turning all of your rage into being a better person. Okay? Like, he's not unique. There's nothing unique about Epstein or Trump. They're just some guys with some power. And believe it or not, a lot of the men in your life, a lot of the women in your life, a lot of the people in your life, but specifically, especially men who haven't deconstructed, if they had the same power, they do the same thing. They just don't. They just don't have that power. I could name a few people in my life that I think if they were given the access, oh yeah. And I think about that all the time. And I just like, that's what it is. If they were given the position and the power, they would. Okay? Epstein is not unique.
Pizzagate. Also, what is so crazy about this release is how differently it's being covered by major media. Earlier, Epstein drops were treated like rolling scandals, redactions and missing documents and congressional fights, live coverage, constant updates, live vlogs. This time, even with millions of pages, the mainstream tone is a lot flatter and a lot more administrative. No new charges expected, focusing on the same big names again like Prince Andrew. We know. We being done know. We know about Prince Andrew. But here is a problem. When institutions refuse to interpret evidence.
Okay, wait, hold on. Chet says the fact is Epstein won't be the last, but we need to make it easier to have them caught and punished. I don't believe in punishment. You know what? This is how, okay, I'll explain it in a theater way. Here is my ideal reaction from society when we have an Epstein. Got another one today. All right, buddy. There you go. Put him in his little room. Be like, here's your food, buddy. I know you want to get out and rape everybody, but you can't because that's crazy. Okay, so here you go in your little room. Enjoy the shows. I got TV Land on for you. Enjoy the Jeffersons or something, you know? But instead, you guys are like, you know, I want to see him in pain, or maybe I want to punish, or the best thing for us to do is to treat the mess the way that it is. Like, you know, like a dog or like a parent and a kid. Like, all dogs are good dogs, even bad dogs. But some, you know, same thing with criminals. My ideal hope for society is we get to the point where it's like, I'm disappointed but not surprised. All right, well, now we got to do something with you, you know? Instead of like this idea of like, you know, whatever else you imagine. I wish we were calmer, but more outraged, but more calm. I think the problem with us as a species is like we don't have the wisdom to handle it, so it breaks us. And because it's breaking us, we react with vengeance or anger, you know? Instead of just like preparedness. Be prepared to be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like people are going to rape. All right. Put the rapists where they have to go so they don't rape other people. And I get it. But that's the thing is like, I don't blame you. I'm not blaming anybody because I know that's where we are in our life. Like I wish people were more angry, but I wish that anger would be turned into community effort rather than, I don't know, like, I think sometimes what I've learned with my own parents is they have a really hard time acknowledging their kids were assaulted or raped because they think it's a failure of themselves as parents to do what they thought they had done their whole life, which is protect their kids. And if they realized they weren't able to protect their kids, they would feel like they failed. But the irony is like you can't protect your kid from getting raped. That's not possible. You can only bring down the probability, but you can't actually prevent it. Like you can't protect your kid. You can't prevent your kid from dying before you. If you think your job as a parent is to prevent your kid from being raped, I think you've already failed as a parent. Your job is to bring down the probability, right? But I think that's the problem is like people think they have control. Like they can control the bad that happens to their kids. You can't. But it's not going to help that when we tell you your reaction is no, that didn't happen. That couldn't have happened. No. Because now you're not protecting them in that moment. Right? And then instead of facing the fact that happened and it was done by somebody you know, you're like, no, something must have been wrong. You must have done something. Because I know I did my job. You must have done something. And these are conversations every day parents and kids are having with each other. Every day a kid is coming to their parent and saying like, hey, this happened. And their parent is saying, no, it couldn't have happened. I was there. I was with you. I always had the doors open. Like I always made sure you were never alone. Like this didn't happen. And then they go, you're lying. Maybe you're lying for attention. Are you lying for attention? You know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised too if a lot of those girls that Epstein targeted maybe didn't even have families to go home to too. I can't tell you like how many people feel like, well, they don't have a home to go home to, so they might as well, maybe a strong, rich man will come into their life and save them. And that's every fucking romance story in Hollywood. A rich guy, a billionaire guy comes into your life and saves you from your mediocre life. Instead of what really is going to happen. He's probably going to sex traffic you, girl. You know? Right? Chet says, you mean imprison them? There has to be consequences to bad actions. Again, prison systems are different than facilities in which you keep people. The reason your biggest fear of getting 5150'd is being taken away, your agency being taken away, you being trapped in a box, is because rapes and assaults happen in these communities. Prison systems are a hierarchy of themselves that lead to sexual assault and beatings of prisoners. They lead to the death of prisoners. There is a structure of power that is corrupt and evil in these prison systems. We do not want to live in a world in which we believe people deserve to be raped. Okay? Many innocent people go to prison every day. You want to be very careful that you do not give into a belief system that people ought to be punished. People should not be punished, okay? Nobody would be afraid of going to prison if they knew going to prison was getting truly 3 square meals a day and just like you have to wait for your turn. The scary part about prison is all the bad things that happen once you're there. And then you have to learn to be strong. I was watching prisoner documentaries and this prisoner said, oh, I was raped by men the first time I got there. You act like people go to prison and bad shit doesn't happen there. Okay? So I'm telling you right now, your desire to see people suffer is a direct reflection of your character. And I don't blame you, but I hope you heal enough to not want to see people suffer. Not you, individual chatter, but you, general royal you.
People will. If the public is staring at emails that say pizza and grape soda, no one else can understand, and the press treats it like routine paperwork, the gap doesn't stay empty. It gets filled by conspiracy. It gets filled by Pizzagate stuff. Why no one believes anyone anymore? So where does this leave us? I wish I had better news for you guys, but I was reading through a lot of these files and a lot of these allegations.
Oh, I love that. Chat says Dr. K said he learned in residency that you're taught you can, let's say that you, in residency that you can't save a life. You can only do your best to reduce the probability of death. That's what it is. It's letting go of the attachment that it's all on you and that the outcome is guaranteed if you do everything correctly. Just like conservatives, you know how conservatives say, well, if you work hard, you can get a job in America and you can have a house in the American dream. But we know that's not true. It's because you can't guarantee an outcome. You can only increase the probability. So you know that when conservatives say that about housing, it's not true. Now, do you know it about everything else? You know?
Are more disturbing than I thought. Sicker than I thought. Sicker than we thought. Would you believe? Somehow even sicker than we thought. But do these files prove Pizzagate? No. That specific conspiracy has its own history, which is soaked in bad faith and partisan warfare and people using child abuse as a political aesthetic. But do these files show private shorthand being used by a known predator and his circle? Yes. Do they show language that appears intentionally opaque? Yes. And the real crisis isn't whether the internet cracked a universe.
I love that Evie did this video, and I'll share her channel after, because exactly. Just because some things were true about Epstein doesn't mean everything about Epstein was true.
Universal code is that we're being shown fragments without conclusions. We don't even know if this is all of it, which brings us to questions the system keeps.
Okay, so now we know that the title was catchy and good, but the Epstein conspiracy theories were right. She did a really good job of bringing them into her video, but then reminding them that like, hey,
refusing to answer. First, institutional. If the FBI knows what this language meant, why won't they say? What do they have to gain from not telling us? Or are they incompetent enough that they don't even know? Second, democratic. If allegations this serious can be reviewed and then vanish without explanation, what is accountability actually supposed to look like? And third, cultural. If no amount of documents can move public belief anymore, how does truth function at all? If you want to know what the hell is going on, then stick around and subscribe. Check out my previous episode.
Okay, let me give you Evie's channel because she has a great channel. Oop. Yeah, okay. So let me get you her other link. Okay, let me get you this link. Shout out to Farm Brother and here. Oh, my brother Marcus is in the chat. Watching on our drive. Hi guys, love you. Drive safe. Don't text and drive. I love you. Okay, next video on Epstein. Okay, hey, I hope the kids aren't in the car because we're talking about some pretty gross stuff right now. So if the kids are in the car, turn off the phone. Okay, here we go. You're not waking up. You're being farmed. This was my Discord recommended. Let's check this out. Oh, who's this by? I've never seen this girly. This is Sai.
What if the loudest anti-elite movements online were never outside the system at all, but just another resource being mined by the same people they thought they were exposing? We're watching that possibility snap into focus, because the same documents archive that reveals Jeffrey Epstein's connections to billionaires, politicians, and financiers also shows him intersecting with the infrastructure of the exact counterculture that says it's fighting predatory elites. And
yes, this is the point I was trying to make earlier. That a lot of conservatives say they're trying to protect children, but they ended up electing a pedophile, and his friends, and ended up doing exactly, this is exactly what I've been trying to say.
Globalist psyops. He met with the founder of 4chan, the online message board.
Yes, okay, chat wanted me to talk about this. The 4chan, okay, which I never went on 4chan. I'm a virgin, I've never been there.
That spawned Pizzagate and QAnon, right at the time the very home board of those conspiracies was launched. He's in consistent contact with Steve Bannon, one of the main architects of a global right-wing populist project, working with him to network potential funders, figures, and political strategies. At the same time, those movements' rank and file see themselves as uniquely authentic. They believe they're the only ones who've pierced the illusion, who really see the trafficking, the corruption, and the psyops. They think they've escaped the system's narrative. But what if that sense of authenticity isn't outside the system? What if it's the core commodity of late-stage capitalism, carefully harvested, packaged, and sold back to us? This angle of the Epstein story is a revealing lens about how authenticity itself has become something to extract, and why that means there may not be any clean outside left, because the most valuable resource in a saturated culture is whatever still feels real.
The only true currency in this bankrupt world is what you share with someone else when you're uncool.
If you've ever watched a tiny subculture pop up on your feed and then seen it in a Nike ad a month later, you've already witnessed this. The life cycle is almost predictable now. A style, a meme, a discourse starts in a small, semi-obscure pocket of the internet, and it feels local, intimate, and self-defined. It carries all the little signals, language, references, aesthetics that mark it as ours instead of theirs. And then the platforms do what they're built to do. They surface it. They algorithmically amplify it, they cluster it and bucket it and turn it into metrics, watch time, engagement rates, demographic slices. And suddenly this weird little thing is viral. And once it's a viral trend, it's legible, not just to recommendation systems, but to marketers and PR teams and even political campaigns. Subculture barely has time to solidify before it's being sold back to its own members as an aesthetic, a product, or talking points. And everyone is invited to be real.
Okay, this is why I say, are you embodying this belief, this protest, this understanding? Is it showing up in your life? Or is it just an aesthetic you're putting on for today? Like, obviously, so I missed out on the brat stuff. I felt like it wasn't part of my generation. I was too old for it. So I didn't engage in the brat bubble. But I saw it happen. I watched it and I went, okay, note to self, like, I don't know what this is, but okay. And I watched it and it came and went. But I think that's the point, is like, or do you know who you are outside of the bubbles? Like, outside of the bubbles outside of you? You obviously exist in a bubble regardless. But do you know who you are, what you believe, what you like, what matters to you? And do you understand what a trend is, and can you engage in one healthy? I love a good trend. Don't get me wrong. Like, you can engage in a trend and it can be fun. But are you the trend, or is the trend you? Is the trend something you put on because it's fun? Or is it, and that's the part that is so difficult. We're constantly fighting, like, who is me and who is the me that edits my videos this way because everyone else is doing it this way, right?
As long as that realness feeds the same circuits of visibility and extraction. Subcultures are now born under algorithmic surveillance and instantly transformed into...
And what I've noticed, one of the most interesting parts of activism is merch, because I have been noticing all of this activism merch that's coming out is just fast fashion. It's just people trying to make money. So they're creating a lot of fast fashion. And then they're like, hey, if you care, like, buy this shirt. And I've seen it a lot on my TikTok too. Like, I'll be scrolling and it'll be like, I don't know, like something progressive, like something like Fuck ICE or, you know, BLM or something good. And then it will be like, I'll look at like who's doing it, and it's just like a drop shipping site or something. And I'm like, yeah, this is the problem. So if you're more embodied with your belief, you would be like, okay, how do I get ethically sourced to the best of my ability? Of course, you know, merch that is about protests and activism that also either donates and or goes to a creator I like Philip DeFranco actually has a line himself of kind of like activism merch. Maybe it's better sourced, maybe it's not, but maybe you buy it from Phil directly instead of the random TikTok shop. But it's kind of one of those things where, do you have an embodied belief that then makes you pause and question before you buy? And that's why when I say like, oh, how'd you come to this conclusion? Like, oh, what made you believe this? And you should question yourself, even if you are on the right side of history, even if you say you believe something, make sure you know why you believe that's true. Even though you might take it for granted, like we should protect children. Hey, that's really great. Why? What do you mean why? They're kids. Why should we protect children? You should know why you're protecting kids, because it's going to become very fuzzy and gray when you actually have to do it. And it's somebody, you know what I mean? And it's not as black and white, or it feels a little gray, or you get compromised. It's easy to say, oh, I'm going to protect kids. But if you don't know why, then you're really going to miss the mark. So make sure you ask yourself, hey, why do I want to protect children? Why are children so important? Like, why shouldn't, X, Y, Z? Ask yourself, make sure you know why.
Inventory, something to be measured, branded, and resold. The Epstein documents reveal how this is even true for spaces that look like the opposite of marketable culture, namely anonymous message boards full of slurs, offensive...
Ooh, especially in 2026 when we're dating, make sure you, if the person you're with is like, oh man, we should protect kids, man, kids are so vulnerable, then make sure that follows through with how and who they view as kids. That's another part of it. Like 16-year-olds, are they kids or nah? And then if they're like, nah, 16's like grown, bad answer. 16 is a kid.
Memes and paranoid research, haunted by people who feel left behind by globalization, betrayed by institutions, and alienated from mainstream media. The whole thing feels deliberately ugly, deliberately outside. But structurally, it's doing the same thing every authentic scene does, producing a strong sense of insider status. The more outrageous or taboo the content, the more...
I saw a TikTok. Oh my God, tell me who knows this. I saw a TikTok today and I was like, damn, I hate that I know this. And everyone in the chat's like, I know what this is. And it was a guy and he was doing this. Does anyone know what he's mocking? Does anyone know what he's mimicking? In front of a plate of food. He's in front of a plate of food and he's doing this. And there's a guy in the background who's looking at him like, the fuck? And I was like, I hate that I know what this is right away. But like, oh, I will always be haunted by this. Yes, I know what this is. And everyone in the chat's like, no. And everyone's like, yep, the pancake girl, that white woman. Yeah, like that video. And I'm like, oh, that video. And that it makes you feel kind of like in the know. Oh, what was that trend that was happening? Group 7 or something. You guys know what I'm talking about? I kind of didn't care about it, but I saw Britt Hartley talk about it. And that is another part of marketing that makes you feel like, oh my God, I got Group 7. It's a made up construct of belonging. It's important. It's a made up construct of belonging, because all we're seeking is belonging. We want to belong. And so sometimes knowing a meme or knowing a reference is like, yes. And you saw this the hardest in millennials who wore millennials did this thing where we would signal to one another belonging by like referencing 90s shows constantly or 2000 shows. We do this a lot. Like millennials are pretty bad at it too, because like we're so like pretentious about it. Like I grew up on these shows. But also we kept bringing it into our fashion as we got older. Like we would be we'd be like in our 20s wearing clothes that reference our childhood as a way to signal you grew up on this too. And then all of a sudden we'd feel like we're in the know. And they'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe you don't know what this is. Like, oh my God, I can't. That's the other part of that, like holding it over people's heads. Oh my God, like you're not a real fan. Where does your embodied values come through with your decision to mock somebody who didn't grow up with the same shows as you? As a person who's married to somebody who's not an American, I love how much my partner does know a lot of American references, like a lot. But there are so many things I bring up. I'm like, did you grow up on this? And they're like, no, I don't know that one. Or because Croatia got American TV shows a little later, like sometimes like my partner will know stuff for sure, but it'll be like late. Like, oh, we got that on TV this year. So I watched it when I was older. I didn't watch it as a kid or something like that, right?
Feels like a special access pass to a reality behind the simulation. QAnon, for example, positioned itself explicitly as the only movement brave enough to expose a hidden
the ego. We're the only movement brave enough to expose
network of predatory elites. Its followers spent hours doing research and parsing drops and building elaborate connective diagrams. That same effort becomes a kind of proof, because if you work this hard to see it, it must be true.
Yep.
From the inside, this feels like spontaneous bottom-up resistance. But with this latest document drop, it's clear that the terminally online outsider eco...
I told you guys, that conspiracy theorist I met in New Mexico, one of the nicest ladies I ever met. But just like her life was sad, bro. Her life was sad. She was so interesting though, but her life was sad. And she was so worried for me. She's like, Brittany, 5G is going to blow up your brain. Please don't use it. Please, please, please. I was like, I like you so much, but I think it's going to be okay. She goes, no, please don't use it. I go, where are your kids and your family? She goes, they don't talk to me anymore. They won't talk to me anymore. And I was like, you're so nice. Like, are you sure you don't want to go home and go to therapy? And she's like, no. She's like, I can't. And like, here we are. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she was so nice, but she was like, I told you guys, like, she would make wind chimes in this place in New Mexico, and she would dress so perfect. She would look, you know, she had her whole tinfoil hat. She showed me it, her tinfoil hat. Her whole camper was tinfoiled, and she was so nice. And we traded vegetables. We met on I road tripped around the U.S. a few times, for those who don't know, and we like traded fruit and vegetables. And I said, like, what are you doing out here? And we shared our life story. And she asked me to look up a YouTuber where they tell you to get into a bucket and it like pulls out all the magnetic stuff from your skin. I don't know what it's called. I'm not in the bubble, but she was like, please, like, cleanse yourself. And then I told her, like, oh, I was thinking about, like, I really want to buy property and stuff. She was like, can I come live with you? And I was like, no, Habibi, no, you know? And I almost wish, like, she would just, I feel so bad for her kids because, you know, they probably love their mom. It's just like, how are you supposed to have a relationship with a mom who won't pay taxes, who hasn't registered her car, who has 5G will blow up your brain on the back of her SUV. She had it written out in the back window, 5G will blow up your brain. You know, how are you going to make friends with a mom who, yes, found a way to survive? She's very resourceful. She knows how to clean up and show up and sell her wind chime. She's very resourceful, but who can't accept that she's wrong about these particular things. Or even if she's right, why wouldn't she want to be with her kids? Why wouldn't she want to be with her kids? Because even if you're right, why would that make you alienate yourself? Listen, I've met a lot of people over the years who dream about living in the woods and moving off grid and doing all these things because they want to escape the government's mind control machines. The government isn't trying to mind control you. They're just moving on your vulnerabilities. No one's trying to control your brain. They're just exploiting you, which is bad enough. But you're making it sound like they're trying to put like listening devices in our heads. Girls, they're not going to force us to do it. We're going to do it for funsies. Sounds fun. But also, like, they're just moving off our vulnerabilities. 1984 and all these dystopian books, we watched the video the other day. They weren't written at the time to predict the future. They were written as a think piece of the present. Okay? Chat says, do you believe there's such a thing as harmless conspiracies such as UFOs? I would love to move in a direction where adult human beings were reliable enough about what was real for them to admit with their full chest. I don't know, bro. I just like thinking about it. But if you're going to sit there, like, I would never marry somebody who truly believed in like aliens. I'm not marrying you. Like, you really believe it? Like, you believe it? Like, you're like, oh my God, there's definitely aliens. Like, where you move your whole life around it and you spend your life looking into it. Girl, I ain't got time. If there is aliens, there's aliens. But I'm not about to dedicate my whole life to this thing unless I plan to go to space myself. I got other things to do. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, like, making your whole personality, I don't know how is that not harmless? Like, how is that not harmful? I mean, you know? It's like, what is that? You know? Chet says her kids likely alienated themselves. How many left-leaning kids stopped associating with right-leaning relatives after Trump? They want us divided. Who's the they? Stop. Who's the they? We want to be friends with our parents, but our parents are supporting and vouching for predators. They're not doing the introspection work. They don't want us divided. Our parents are dividing themselves. You think we don't hang out with our parents? How are we supposed to have dinner with our parents when they're sitting here talking crazy? I love you with peace and love, but like, no one's the they. Nobody wants us divided, bro. We're dividing ourselves. We've always been this way.
System was not invisible to elite eyes. It was very much on their radar and of interest. The point is not that there's one master puppet master. It's that the wall between the system and the counter system is far more porous than the mythology allows. And it almost doesn't matter what you believe as long as it's intense, repeatable, and
guys, look, conspiracies are bad conclusions made off bad data. You are coming to conclusions off bad data. That's what a conspiracy theory is. You're like, I don't have the proof for this. I don't have the data, but I think this is real. That's what a conspiracy theory is. Otherwise, it would just be a theory. Otherwise, it would just be evidence-backed, data-based. That's what I'm saying. Don't become a conspiracy theorist, just become a theorist. Actually engage in real research and dedicate your life to something that you want to prove is real, or get a hobby.
Movements like QAnon or Pizzagate produce attention that can be redirected towards specific enemies or candidates, a pool of volunteers willing to campaign, harass, dox, or even show up in person for free, and a legitimizing story for those who are extracting this energy because they're just responding to the people's authentic desires. Participants experience this as a discovery process, while political and brand strategists experience it as a targeting opportunity. Even when a movement feels deeply authentic from the inside, it can function from above as a highly efficient extraction mechanism for attention and political energy. On one side, you have corporations packaging authenticity as
I genuinely think you're out of touch. You saying the Epstein files are the first thing Republicans and Democrats have come together on, with the exceptions of the elite left and right, going to the island, tons of evidence that that's showing Israel as the they. Humans are so exhausting. This is what I'm saying. The world will always be this way. The world will always be this way. You know what I mean? The world will always be, instead of it being patriarchy or men or the actual root of the problem, it's always going to be the Jews, the blacks, the gays, the this. Y'all, I'm going to hold your hand when I say this. It's you. It's us. We are the problem. We are the problem. It's us. It's these systems. Okay? Israel and United States and all of these countries, they're just doing what they can get away with. But ultimately, it's men as a system. It's patriarchy. Okay? Because think about it. On another system, in another world where violence wasn't dominance, where dominance was the goal, where being rich wasn't the point, we would have the world would be different. Okay? Right? Just as does the fact that there are confirmed emails say he was a Mossad agent. What is that? Okay. First of all, what do you think you're saying? Like, what do you think you're saying about humanity as a whole? Remember, this is a philosophy channel. What do you think you're saying as humanity as a whole? That one guy was one way and one government was one way. Do you think Israel is unique? Do you think Epstein is unique? What do you think you are saying? And I haven't seen those emails, for the fucking record. So you can drop a source who's reporting that. And also, what does it mean even if he was? So even if he was, what do you think it means? Right? Like, what do you think you're saying? You're not saying anything interesting at all. Okay, and what do you think this proves? Who's the they? What is the they? Men in power? Okay.
Lifestyle, the right sneakers, the right diversity ad, the right raw influencer content. On another side, you have extremist and conspiracist networks packaging authenticity as revelation, secret knowledge, forbidden truths, red pills. And both sides run on the same infrastructure, which are platforms that are tuned for engagement and data brokers carving up audiences and algorithmic feeds that sort you into ever tighter niches. So what looks
my Discord said, after Trump, they want us divided as if America was ever cohesive. That's what I'm saying. What do you think happened before Israel? Like, what do you think happened throughout all human history? Nothing happening now is unique or new. So this whole idea of blaming these governments instead of accepting that human beings will always be this way is so annoying to me. It's exactly like America, like, oh my God, I've never seen a government agency just pick people off the streets before. Minority community sitting here like, hello? You think America has never done this before? You guys are acting like everything that's happening new is literally new. It's not, or happening now is new. It's not new, bro.
Like a war of ideas.
It's still evil and it's still bad, but we've been telling you this forever. We're saying stop getting distracted by the fact that you're blaming people and start looking at the systems. Start looking at the cultural structures. Start looking at yourselves.
Is often a struggle over who gets to monetize and direct your sense that something is deeply wrong. The fantasy of the online right is that they've broken out, that their boards and channels are ungovernable and uncontrollable and free. The fantasy of mainstream culture is that it's neutral, centrist, and reasonable. Neither is true. Both are deeply structured by the same economic and technological logic. In that world, what we call counterculture often functions as a managed volatility zone, which is in fact similar to the poll message board on 4chan that started this whole thing. A place where dissent can flare up and create a lot of spectacle and data, and then be channeled into outcomes that don't threaten the underlying arrangements of power and ownership. When authenticity is fully captured by the same systems that commodify everything else, the difference between inside and outside starts to look more like a branding distinction than a structural one. So if authenticity itself is captured, what would it even mean to build something that isn't instantly fed back into the machine? One answer is about targets. As long as anger is directed at symbolic enemies, so shadowy cabals and vague globalists and culture war proxies, it's easy to redirect it. When it's aimed at concrete structures like who owns what, who writes which laws, who controls which infrastructures, it becomes harder to domesticate. Another answer is about infrastructure itself. Trying to build genuinely resistant culture entirely inside systems designed for ad targeting and infinite scroll is like trying to run a revolution out of a mall. You can do some things there. You can meet people, you can spread ideas, but the rent still gets paid and the food court still serves Panda Express. Real alternatives probably require different technical and institutional arrangements, ways of talking, organizing, and creating that aren't instantly scraped into data sets and turned into recommendations. If authenticity is the thing being extracted, resistance has to be more than just being real. It has to be about changing or at least routing around the systems that turn realness into revenue. When you see countercultural names show up in actual files about elite abuse, global finance, social platforms, and anti-elite movements, it's tempting to ask, is this all just one giant psyop?
I think my favorite, since you mentioned Panda Express and people said I love Panda, I'm not a Panda girly, but you know, the thing I always think is interesting about orange chicken is that it's American made. Like foreigners and immigrants would come to this country and try to sell us their food. And then they would create food that Americans could like stomach and process. And then it became like an American food where Americans will go to those countries and be like, oh, do you guys have orange chicken here? You know, oh, I want authentic Asian cuisine. Do you have orange chicken? Orange chicken is American made. You know what I mean? So there's something about it that I think is so interesting that I like. I love human beings, but we always think like, okay, like now that I live in Croatia, the big conversations about cevapi all the time. Who owns cevapi? Who created cevapi? Who makes the best cevapi? Which country origin? You know, who owns this food? You know, biryani. Oh my God, my grandma used to make me biryani all the time as a kid. I see TikToks all the time, like, oh, this group makes the best biryani. Biryani comes from here. This is the best group here, and I'm like, oh, my grandma makes the best biryani. But like, that's the whole point. Where does this food come from? Where does this culture come from? Where does this thing come from? And then again, not to sound like a centrist person who's like, oh, we're all in a melting pot and everything's like, no, there is a distinct difference. These things were handed down from people to people. The spices change, the flavors change. My mom always used to say, she used to always say like, make dolma your way. Make it your way for your family because that's the flavor that's going to be what you recognize as dolma. And I think that's really important. But I think what I'm trying to say is like everything around us is a combination of influenced from others and created within us. Like there's no original idea. There's no original creation. We're only discovering what's true. So like, I don't really, this is the problem. Having this conversation is so hard because everyone's starting off on a different playing field. So you know how women work really hard to be like, they're like, oh, women should be given the credit for this invention. A man stole it from her. I want to live in a world where nobody needs to take credit for anything. That's my ideal world. I agree to right the wrongs of the past. Women should be given the credit they deserve. I want to live in the world where it doesn't matter. That's what I want. I want to live in a world where I don't care who wrote the book. I don't care who said it. The point is, the ideas should be bigger than us because like we don't matter. We only matter to the experience we're having, right? But I think the world isn't even ready for that conversation. Like I think that if it's similar to women thinking, oh, they have to be the best CEO because that's how you become the best woman is you become the better man. But when you deconstruct past capitalism and realize, oh, your goal is not to be rich, your goal is to be fulfilled, then you realize like, oh, same thing with like wanting credit. Oh, I said this quote and people are like, you know, attributing it to themselves or I wrote this book or I made this thing. Yeah, for now, we need to give credit where credit is due. But man, I want to live in the future where it doesn't even matter. That's why when people say, men used to say this to me all the time, like, don't you care that people will remember you? And I was like, I don't care. I don't care. And people are like, well, you know, don't you want to write a book so people remember you? I don't care. Like if I write a book, I don't think it matters if people remember me. Like Odin said, if you know, you know. It doesn't matter if people don't remember me, but my spirit will live on. I don't think it's important that people remember us. I think it's more impactful that our spirit lives on. That's what I think is important. And I think we lost that for the sake of wanting to be recognized, or for the sake of wanting the ego to be recognized, or for the sake of wanting to be famous or put our name on something. Look at Trump putting his name on everything like he's a fucking child with a crayon.
That question assumes that there's a single script, a single mastermind, or a clean reveal at the end of the movie, but reality is usually messier and in some ways more disturbing. You don't need perfect coordination when the underlying incentives are aligned. You don't need a single director when the same infrastructures make the same strategies profitable across domains. What we're looking at is likely not one coherent plot. It's something more systemic, a world where any new breakout reservoir of intensity or meaning is quickly identified, measured, and tapped. A world where even the movements that claim to see through the system are quietly feeding it. The deeper question is, how do we live, think, and organize in a world where authenticity itself has become the primary thing being extracted?
Because remember that one of the reasons Trump did so well during the election, and one of the reasons Kamala Harris, I think, did so poorly, just from a strategic perspective, will always be the Joe Rogan situation. Trump just looked so authentic and so organic on that podcast compared to Kamala coming in for 20 minutes on Call Her Daddy. How offensive was that? Like, how could 20 minutes of an interview be authentic? People really understand that after 4 hours, oh, we get authentic, because now you can't keep up the facade. Now it's been 4 hours, you're chilling. Like, she showed up in the most manufactured podcast I've ever seen in my life for 20 whole minutes, that even the host was like, that's the quickest interview I've ever done. And then we're trying to sell some sort of like, and look, she might have been Kamala, you know, obviously we all have criticism of Kamala Harris here, but maybe in a different life, she would have been more authentic. But the truth is like the only one who looked authentic was the bumbling idiot who was willing to talk for 4 hours. You know what I mean? That guy, because that looks real to people. Him going on Aiden Ross, him going on the Streamer Bros podcast, him going on, you know, Flagrant, that feels authentic to people. You know, he's making jokes, he's cracking up. I mean, he even went on Dave fucking Ramsey. You know what I mean? Like, damn, he went everywhere, bro. You know? It's like that kind of stuff. Like, girl, you know, again, I think that's what feels wrong to it. But again, you know, I think politics and the world around us is just a reflection of the relationships we have with our families too. So again, we want to humanize it back to this. There, you know, what is authenticity really? Can you ever be authentic? What does that mean? Because as an autistic girly who's always told like, oh, be yourself. That's like a little bit of a double-edged sword, but I see what you're trying to say. You're saying, be the version of you that's digestible to both me and you at this moment. But not to be like my authentic self. Like, what does authentic Brittany even look like? Like, what is she? You know, that's a confusing statement, but it sounds good, huh? And then it becomes marketing. And it's like, oh my God, you're so authentic. Authenticity comes in moments of vulnerability and intimacy. For me, authenticity comes in those moments in which you really sit and like think about your thoughts and have a relationship to, and you're really honest with yourself. Like for me, authenticity is deeply honest. And I don't know if the internet is ever owed that, because I certainly don't think you are responsible enough with it. We've seen time and time again, the public square is not responsible with authenticity. So then we go back to protecting ourselves and putting up a brand or a shield or a character because that's safer for people. And then we end up growing up in a world where people think this is authenticity, but it's the mask. And there's nothing wrong with a mask. It's really, really safe, like to have a mask. But then it begs the question about, we do this with dating, right? Like, you know, how to show up with dating. It's like, do I put on the mask first? Do I put on flirty first? Do I act goofy first? Or do I show them my most serious self first? Because that's the foundation. Like, I had this advice to a friend who's dating. I said, you know, it might be better to show up more serious and then let people see your soft side later, like your goofy side. Because if you start off with the goofy side, you're kind of saying I'm being goofy about dating. But if you're looking for your life partner, you might need to be like, hey, just to get it out of the way, fuck ICE, fuck Trump. The future is progressive. Also, the future is outside of politics as well. Like, you are more than politics. Thoughts. Like, maybe that would be the easiest way. You know, where are you on abortion? Where are you on gay rights? Where are you on these things? Because if you show up with a flirty self first, girl, you could flirt for 2 years before you realize. And I just say this as somebody who did that in the past. I always showed up flirty, fun, goofy Britney, relaxed Britney, fun Britney. And then boom, you're in a 5-year relationship and you're like, wait, we don't have the same values? because we're too busy having fun. You know what I mean? Okay, now, I think that video is important. I'm glad Discord shared it to talk about the frameworks of authenticity and the idea that they are telling you you're the rebels, you're the first of your kind. You know, they tell conservatives this. Conservatives are like, we're the rebels. You know, we're the rebels. You're not the rebels. You're absolutely backing the system. But what is the system except a reflection of us as a whole? Okay? This is why we say abolish ICE. Why in the world do we need ICE? Why in the world are we not acknowledging that police were slave catchers? Why are we not having a good conversation, a real conversation about the fact that people choose these jobs in uniform to get their rocks off hurting people? Why aren't we having real conversations that we are watching people die in the streets, get kidnapped right off the streets, and this isn't good? You know what I mean? So when we have these conversations, right, we have to recognize that, like, your goal should not be to be a rebel. Your goal should be liberation. And I think I struggle. Like, okay, chat, I think you're making a joke. You said y'all are sheep, conservatives, I mean. Conservatives aren't sheep, they're people. Even bot talk, sheep talk, it's fun, but it's not a real conversation about what's really happening. People aren't sheep, they're people. People aren't monsters, they're people. We are the problem as a whole, all of us. Nobody is a sheep. We're all just people and we're struggling. It's hard to know who to trust. It's hard to know which information is right. It's hard. And I think we're underestimating how hard it is. Listen, if you've ever had a conversation with somebody about breaking a generational curse, if you've ever tried to help your family members, you know it is very hard to get them to see you and understand you. And not only that, but for them to even understand that, like, hey, dude, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong. It's really hard. And if it's that hard for you to talk to your parents, now imagine how hard it is for 8 billion people. It's us. It's hard to be us, you know? Okay, here's what I want to do as we come to a close. I want to end with something a little funny, a little, oh my God. This situation, I keep telling myself this is AI. But I don't think it is. But I keep telling myself it is. You know? It says a living museum, okay? And it's like, it's a kids doing a dress up as people throughout history thing, okay?
Dying. Amelia Earhart. I'm Queen Elizabeth II. I'm Bessie Coleman. I'm Galileo Galilei. I'm Sacagawea. I'm Charlie Kirk.
Oh no, my ears just broke. My ears just broke. He didn't even look happy about being Charlie Kirk. He looked so sad. He was just like, I'm Charlie Kirk. I hope this video is fake, but bro, I was like, oh, no. Okay. Whoever let that happen, that's crazy. Whatever parent, whatever person, whatever school let that happen, girl, that poor child. That poor child. Wait, let's go back.
I'm Galileo Galilei. I'm Sacagawea. I'm Charlie Kirk.
This poor child. This boy, he looks so sad, bro. He looks sad, bro. Damn.
That word, understand, simply means if this happens.
Jump scare. Pedophile jump scare.
You go to the, we could have my blood test. Let's measure everything. We measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure, measure, measure. Can we put a number on how much I care for my wife? Can I put a number on how I feel? And we tried, unfortunately, we try to mathematize the finer things in life, and then recognize that there's things that, unfortunately, just fall outside. Schrodinger wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no.
The answer is your mom. Okay, so chat says, I don't ever think I've heard his voice. So many people have said that today. Some people have said this was the first time they heard Jeffrey Epstein speak. Honestly, I get it, bro. He's not that interesting, to be honest with you. Look, I don't know if it's just where I'm at in my life, but I've never seen someone less interesting than Jeffrey Epstein. He is the most boring person I've ever heard anything about. His life is boring. Everything about him is boring. I don't know why people are fascinated with him, but I'm not surprised. And maybe it's because I have read enough books that I know like rulers in positions of power doing the most disgusting things to people is just like part of the course. You know, that's like, yeah, that's normally how it goes. But I will say that I think ultimately, and I'll say this, it always starts and ends with us. And humanity is the way that it is and always has been. And it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of spoons to be anything other than this. And it starts with having a deeper relationship about what this is. What this is. And if I've learned anything about my life, I do understand why people go and meditate into the mountains. Because at some point in your life, you really try, and humanity doesn't change. Not fast enough for sure, but eventually. So remember that all the activism you do now, all the ways you show up in your life now, it's not for you. It's for the people 1,000 years from now. This is just like, you know, that perfect ending of AOT, Attack on Titan, at the very end while the credits are rolling. We see that Eren did this whole thing. He genocided a whole population in the name of saving his family and friends, only to have it re-continue in the continuous cycles. That the cycles continue. You think enough violence will bring you peace, but it doesn't. No amount of violence has ever brought us peace. That's why we're still in middle of chaos now. That's why I say to you, be very concerned that you're still thinking violence will bring you peace when we are literally not at peace now, and how much violence has occurred. Look how much violence has happened and we're still not at peace. Now, is peace everlasting? Well, they say it is in heaven. That's why Jesus came down and all that. But is that what you're waiting for? Is that the only everlasting peace that can occur? No. I think everlasting peace comes within the self in relation to everything outside and within the self. I think peace is something we're chasing, but I think it's because we're at war with ourselves. Very cliche, but very true. And I do think if you have a deeper relationship with yourself, you can be joyful even as the world melts around you. And you see it in people. You see it in these people. Like, guys, think about how many populations around the world are being, I mean, gosh, like we've seen it out of Sudan, like millions and millions of people, like Palestine, everything around us. And though not only do people stay sane and focused and grounded, but they continue forward. We know, like, we are capable of so much, and you should remember that. And you should remember that even though it feels like it's going to break you, and it might feel that way, there's a path forward. But nothing is new, and everything will continue being just as it is. But it can't happen without our participation. And that's the other part of it. I don't think we should be anti-natalist, and I don't think we should give up on the world, and I don't think we should think like, let's get rid of human beings. The answer should be, what does it mean to exist, and how can I be a little less bad every day? Yeah, because sometimes when I talk, I know people might think, oh, she's an anti-natalist, or she thinks we should get rid of all people. I think we should accept that it is what it is, and then we should do something about it. But accept it first, and then do something about it. Because accepting doesn't mean, like, not, like, I think the issue is when you, like, if you talk to, another person could be saying exactly what I'm saying, and they are saying to give up and ignore it. And what I'm saying is accept it so you can do something about it. Does that kind of make sense? Like, you could have the same exact person say, oh, guys, it is what it is. What are you going to do? Everyone's so fucked up. And then they can just be like, well, I'm just going to not do anything then. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay, I accept this. And now I'm going to do something. Like when you're dating a guy and you keep living for his potential because you think he'll change, but nothing's changing and it's been 10 years. Once you accept that he's never going to change, now you can really start living. Now you can really make a decision. Because until you accept he's not going to change, you keep living for a potential that never comes. And you can't actually move on with your life. You can't actually do anything now. Okay? So accept that he's never going to change and then decide, do you still want to be in this relationship? Do you still want to be in this relationship? Yeah, same diagnosis, but different prescription. Love that, chat. Exactly. Same diagnosis, but different prescription, okay? Because acceptance will free you. Like the truth will free you, right? The truth will set you free. Okay, with that said, I am going to go. I think we're going to end it here. We can talk about this later in the week as well. I'm going to also try to get some of the podcast edited today, but I'll take a break. I'll give myself some leniency because, girl, talking about corrupting men, like corrupted men who have sex with children is fucking gross. That's the other part. That's why I question people who can talk about this all day. I do question you a bit. You're either fulfilling a calling or you're fucking crazy too. Because I am exhausted. I feel disgusted. I feel literally so tired. Just thinking about all these disgusting men, seeing their faces, the things they've done to people. Disgusting. I need a break. And that's the other part of it. Right? I don't want you to disassociate through your life to get through, you know? Okay. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves. Go meditate. Go take a shower. Do whatever you got to do. Go hug your loved ones. Whatever it is, you know? Yeah, CoffeeZilla is speaking a little too excitingly. Bro, these boys I swear, these men get hard telling us bad news. I do. I think they're a little too happy. That's why I love how exhausted Philip DeFranco looks because it looks so relatable. I love when Phil's just like, fuck. And I'm like, thank you, bro. Phil looks as exhausted as I feel emotionally, and I really need to see that in my news guys. I need you to look, not the professional news guys, but the YouTube news guys, because I know professional news guys are different. But my YouTubers, I need you to look a little tired. Okay, please look a little fucking fed up. A little bit. Thank you. Okay. Okay, bye.